40 magazine publishers, and we are extremely glad to be hosting this event after a gap of 4 long years. A lot has happened around the world in these years, and our lives have gone through dramatic shifts. The same is the case with publishing per se and magazine publishing per se. As the economy and the industry recovers from the onslaught of COVID years, and as digital becomes a very integral part of publishing, we are very excited to host today's Congress, ladies and gentlemen, with speakers and conversations that are at the cusp of evolving paradigms in publishing. In the fast-paced 24/7 content cycle, clickbait-oriented and AI-enabled digital media landscape, readers are increasingly become fatigued, incredulous, skeptic, and flippant in their media habits. Therefore, the implicit need for credibility in this world of misinformation, curation in the midst of cluttered digital space, and a sense of community with like-minded peers, of course. At the same time, there are new paradigms and horizons for new revenue streams that magazine publishers can explore that are at the intersection of core magazine values and monetization of content and involved communities. IMC 2024 will curate wide-ranging conversations on how magazine media has evolved over the years and kept itself steady and solid in print, as well as adapted the contours of digital space to play to its inherent strength of nurturing connected and credible readership whilst evolving new revenue streams. Ladies and gentlemen, no event is really successful or possible without the support of partners, so it's very important that we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. Our partners for the day, supported by INS, the Indian Newspaper Society, celebration partner Radico, Spirit of Excellence, knowledge partner Galgotias University, academia partner APJ Education, technology partner PubLive, print partner Thomson Press, associate partner Readware Meteorology. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Indian Magazine Congress 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Well, now to shed more light on the Congress and to set up the stage for today's valuable program, I'll invite somebody who's very special and the main person behind all this. We have the pleasure of having Mr. Anant Nath, who's the president of Association of Indian Magazines. He's also the editor of The Caravan and the executive publisher of Delhi Press Magazine. Anant is also the current president of Editors Guild of India, which is the senior most body of journalists and editors in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for Anant Nath ji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you, Subhajit. Thank you, everyone, for being here. One correction in the information that was passed on to Subhajit, no, not fault of yours. We are organizing this conference not after a gap of 4 years, but consecutive, after last year's successful IMC 2023. So thank you, everyone. And again, one more correction in Subhajit's thing. This Congress, this association's work has been a collective effort. I think the fact that we are all here, we've been able to sort of revive the industry to the, almost the trenches where we were in the COVID years and come together to find, to create new partnerships, to create new ways of thinking about our work, our models, and of course, look at very important existential questions. It's been a very collective journey. And I think all our office bearers, Srini, our previous president, former president, set the template. And I think once he set the template, I think it was easy to follow the suit. And I must thank all my colleagues, Manoj, Dhaval, Anurag, and especially Anurag and his team, who actually worked day in and night and day for the last, I would say, 3 weeks to put this event together. And really, Anurag, I must say that without your team, we would not have been able to organize this conference today. And of course, Riyad and Girish. So it's really a collective effort that we have sort of gotten together. Now, of course, often we are asked this question that why do we call it Indian Magazine Congress? In a day and age, what does magazine mean? Should we call ourselves Indian Media Congress? There are companies who have changed their names from magazine to media and, so on and so forth. And so far, we have resisted that sort of, not the temptation, but I would say the pressure, because this pressure is being put from outside that what is happening to magazines? Is the magazine format relevant? We are faced with very very strong existential questions. And I think it's important for us to confront those questions and then think forward, because we all recognize the tectonic shift we are operating within. I mean, there is a massive shift to digital. To not admit it will be to be delusional for us. Magazines are now coexisting with the entire massive, not just the online content ecosystem, but the huge army of influencers and creators, and almost the magazine reader social contract. The social contract was that magazines editors would be the purveyors of fine taste, and everybody else will follow that suit. But that social contract has gotten broken because everybody's become a creator in their own respect, and admittedly they are producing some excellent content. Many of them are producing excellent content. So where does magazines, find the space when the erstwhile reader has become the content creator? But then somewhere, and then of course, in between, we have, new technologies coming up. AI is becoming better and better. I think every 6 months, a new version of Chat GPT comes in and some new tools comes in. And then the same question is thrown at us that, oh, you guys are, dinosaurs in your world. You're producing content, which takes time, which takes effort, which is expensive. How will you ever find a publishing model where content is so facile? It can be produced with the click of a button. We've all deeply thought about it. I know I've deeply thought about it. And I feel the answer somewhere lies in that question, that when there is so much of clutter out there, when there is so much of content being produced there, and for sure, there will be euphoria with any new technology. People do latch on to any new fancy gimmick. But over time, that need for human connection, that need for authenticity, that need to feel that, yes, this content was produced by some people who I believe in, whose taste and preferences I believe in. It's a very innate human need. This cannot be explained by science. This cannot be explained by numbers. This cannot be explained by sitting in front of Excel sheets and looking at the number of likes and number of views and number of impressions your post has had. This is psychological. This is deep psychology, because our need, the fact that we're all here in physical, and this is the second time we have done this Congress. And of course, there are events happening all over. You go to a music concert, Coldplay is breaking bigger records in terms of their attendance. Swifties are thriving to Taylor Swift, concerts. And, I think she's made $1 billion industry with one tour. The fact that people want to be in a place where they feel connected, where they feel, with a like-minded group of people is, I think, the answer to a problem that, yes, AI is there. And, in fact, yesterday I was listening to this podcast, my favorite podcast, Ezra Klein podcast by the New York Times. And he was in conversation with Adam Moss, who's the former editor of New York Magazine. And I like to quote something that, came up in the conversation, which is like, taste is becoming more and more important in the age of so much being algorithmic, so much being served to you by AI, which is creating a derivative version of anything that is much easier for us to connect. But knowing what you like, what you think is good, what you think is bad, what you want to respond to, that is what really matters. Because there's a way to maintain both humanity and the capacity to do great things with content that you can relate to. So I think this need for people to believe in content is something that magazines are very well poised to serve. Because magazines, at the end of the day, when we say magazine media, we don't mean just a bound volume of pages, which is carrying stories and photographs and illustrations and so on and so forth. A magazine is a group of editors, a group of writers who think of a certain community of readers, and they think of their taste and their preferences as their own, and vice versa. There's the readers who think that, yes, these are the people whose interests I align with. So therefore, you would see in an auto magazine, there would be 10 different auto magazines, one focusing on a certain kind of enthusiastic expression of automotive journalism, some more on information, some more maybe on sports. Each magazine curates its own kind of community, its own taste and preferences, and that is where the need to sort of find those engaged communities. Because as Victor Navatsky, the former editor of The Nation magazine, said, magazines are an art form and not just a delivery method. Magazines create something called imagined communities. Benedict Anderson, the great theorist of nationalism, said that what is a nation? A nation is an imagined community where people who feel and think and act similar think that they're connected. And they're usually connected through a common media, because that's the one media they consume. So a certain kind of magazine whatever stance it might have in politics, in business, their readership feel that they are part of this imagined communities. And the challenge in front of us is that in a world where, of course, there is a digital overload, people are looking for spaces for comfort and solace, and be part of involved community. Now, all this romanticism is there. I feel all this romanticism for the essence of magazine is there. But the question is, how do we now convert this into a monetization strategy? Because in the long arc of media, if you look at 10 years from now, I remain extremely convinced that the form of magazine media, the way content is produced, will remain relevant. Maybe print, maybe a small part of it in the times to come, but on digital, in experiences, that need for people to sort of connect with the creators and like-minded readers will always be there. The question is, how do we convert that into a reality? And that's what this conference is all about. It's all about finding answers for engaging that community. It's about finding answers for creating new revenue streams, because the reality, unfortunately, in India is that magazine has been a very underserviced market. When somebody poses the question that, oh, of course, the larger readership is moving to digital. What is the scope for magazine in India? Now, unfortunately, India has always been a very underserviced market. There have been many reasons to it. I think we have not fully exploited the distribution synergies that are possible. We have not been able to sort of maximize on ways of reaching to people. And now, of course, the digital journey, as we are sort of trying to sort of walk through both the paths of making sure that print remains relevant. At the same time, there are new avenues to be explored on digital. I think there's a lot for us to learn. A lot for us to learn from other media, a lot for us to learn from what's going on around the world. And that's what, for us, this conference is all about. Learning from our own experiences, learning from experiences all over the world, and also creating conversations which can help us, create a more sustainable model. So, friends, today we have a full day of conference. I mean, we're talking at subscriptions as one important theme, because the one major learning for some of us in the last 5 years is your advertisers might abandon you, but your readers will not abandon you easily. So therefore, I think as an industry, for the first time, magazines have placed so much effort on subscriptions. It's something that we have seen being successful globally in various degrees. I think there's a great potential here. So a lot of our conversations today are going to be on subscription models. We are in very important conversations with major players like ONDC in India Post. I'm not going to give you the synopsis of what we're going to discuss today, but there is enough and more that we're going to talk today, which is at the cusp of some very revolutionary changes that Indian magazine can ride on. And we remain extremely optimistic with the future ahead. One more thing, of course, I need to point out that whilst there are a lot of business and publishing challenges, there are challenges in the way media is keeping itself relevant in terms of its ethics, in terms of its integrity to its readers. And I think that's an important question that we need to center stage, because at the end of the day, the most important thing that magazines, and even more than newspapers, magazines have to deliver to the readers is that ethical and integrity-oriented journalism. And today's World Press Freedom Day, folks, May 3rd is the World Press Freedom Day. And therefore, it's important for us to recognize. We've also kept, therefore, a session at the end of the day, which touches upon the bigger challenges that media is facing. We won't really get into the big realms of press freedom, but it's important for us to recognize press freedom not from a point of view of politics only, but whatever field of journalism we are in, there has to be an ethical approach to it. And we need to make a commitment today on World Press Freedom Days itself, that the publishers and editors, where the lines between publishers and editors has become far less opaque, or rather they have become far more, they sort of, the journey transients, because both sides of publishing have to come together. Unlike previous era, where editors and editorial team could create content and the business side would sell the content, that dynamics doesn't work. We all have seen that. Editors and tech, product, design, business have to work together. And therefore, it's extremely important, I feel now, for the business side to appreciate the ethics of publishing, to not think of models that will kill the magazine. And these are conversations we all had. For the sake of monetization, taking a short-term approach of, as they say, cutting the golden the hen that lays the golden eggs. Your short-term advantages cannot jeopardize the long-term advantages. Your readers are there because they should trust you. And it's important for us, both the editorial side and the business side, to maintain that integrity. So, therefore, and what better day to make a commitment than on a day like today? So I think I've said enough. I won't bore you more with the agenda. Again, thank you everyone for being here today. I hope this day will be worthwhile in every way. And we hope that we'll carry on this conversation over the next months and ensure that magazine media, which again, being maybe a bit of romantic, I feel that has a greater resilience than perhaps some of the other conventional media, continues to thrive and find its rightful place in India. Thank you again for coming here, everyone.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The appreciation can get a little louder for Mr. Anand, I believe. Thank you so much, sir, for that visionary welcome note. We have truly taken notes from that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about growth, the subject of discussion over here is something that we all know, right? Everybody wants growth because change is the only constant, right? But how do you achieve publisher growth in today's time and era? We all follow trends, right? We might be talking about one trend, but what if we today in this platform give you 5 special global trends that you need to follow in order to ensure that you are driving towards publisher growth in the year 2024. We have an expert in the field. We have somebody really special. May I please invite on stage Alistair Lewis, Interim MD, FIPP London, to kindly come up on stage and share his thoughts on the same. Thank you so much, sir. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I'm absolutely delighted to be here this morning on what is actually my first ever trip to India, my first time in Mumbai. I am really just bowled over to be with you this morning and actually to be following those excellent words from Anand. I couldn't have said it better about the power of magazines and actually the meaning of magazines. And I love that concept that a magazine is not a necessarily 64 pages bound and printed, but actually it is a team. It is a team of editors who are uniting their audience and their readers. And that's a theme that I think we'll see a little bit more of as we go through today, I'm sure. So today I want to use this time to showcase to you a little bit more about FIP, about FIPP and what we do, but also to showcase 5 key trends that we see driving publisher growth this year. I hope you'll find that several, if not all of these themes, are actually repeated throughout the day today. I hope that's the case. And I also hope that none of these are going to be new to you or concepts that you haven't heard before, because actually where we see growth, it's coming from repeated excellence in this space. So I would be able to add many more examples to those which I'm going to show you, but I've chosen 5 from FIPP members around the world to talk to you a little bit this morning. First of all, let me just tell you a little bit more about FIP. So FIP is the global trade association for media owners or magazine publishers, and that's very much where our legacy lies in the world of magazine publishing. But the most important word for me for FIPP in that description is trade. I believe that is what our organization is all about. It's about enabling our members to trade, to grow their businesses outside of their home markets, and of course within. The way we work and the way we communicate and the topics we talk about have obviously changed over the years, but our remit remains, and I believe right now especially, is more important than ever in terms of bringing publishers together and sharing and showcasing that information and best practice around the world. Whether it's content on our website and newsletters, or the annual congress, our pop-up events, the training we deliver and the consulting we provide, FIPP strives to help improve outcomes for publishers the world over, to showcase best practice and to open doors and make introductions. I believe that is absolutely key. Here you can see just some of our publisher members and some of their brands, and you'll recognize many of those. And as well as some of the biggest names in global media and publishing, we count a growing number of smaller and independent publishers, as well as national associations, just like AIM amongst our membership from around the globe, which means that we are connected one way or another to publishers in almost every single country and market in the world. And if for some reason we're not, then we definitely know somebody who can reach out and introduce you to somebody there. And that's a really important part of who we are and what we do. Right now, I'm engaged on working on a plan with a group of other associations and national bodies to put in place a proposal to represent a coalition of publishers from across the world with AI platforms. And I believe that for FIPP to be involved in leading that discussion, in bringing together publishers to represent and to be able to sit at the table with some of those large AI platforms is a really important part of the role that FIP plays for our members. Several of our larger members, like Axel Springer, like the FT, and others are, of course, well placed to make their own deals. And you will have read about and seen those happening, and they will continue to happen over the next few months. But we believe we should be working collectively to ensure that the larger majority of smaller and independent publishers don't miss out on the opportunity to sit at the table with the likes of OpenAI, Google, etc. So do come and find me later and have a conversation about that if you're interested to find out a bit more. I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. So before I take you through the 5 key examples, I can't visit India today without sharing first a great example of what for me is the real power of magazines: great journalism and global connections. Now, you may recognize the gentleman on the right here. You may not recognize the slightly disheveled looking chap you may recognize the guy on the left, I should say, but you might not recognize the slightly disheveled looking chap to his right. You probably also know that Sachin is himself a huge car enthusiast and has been a very long time autocar reader and subscriber. And I know that Hormaz, I don't know if he's in the room yet, but I know he's on the agenda to speak later today. But I had the very great pleasure of being the publisher of Autocar magazine in the UK for several years. And so I worked with Hormaz, who ran Autocar India. And as you may know, Hormaz has a very close relationship with Mr. Tendulkar because of the fact that he is such an avid Autocar magazine subscriber. And so Hormaz every couple of years would organize, especially for Sachin when he was on a trip to London, normally when India were playing against England at Lord's that year, he would organize a private track day for Sachin in the UK. And as the publisher of Autocar UK, it was therefore my job, unfortunately, to make sure that all the very best cars were available for Sachin to drive. And you can see here, one of the reasons I'm looking slightly disheveled is I've just been taken around the track at well over 100 miles an hour by the world's greatest batsman in that rather lovely Noble M600. I actually think it's a really clear demonstration of the power of a magazine to indulge readers' passions, to enable access to loyal subscribers' events. Maybe not, it's probably not a recommended business model to run a private event for each and every one of your subscribers, but I think in this case, we happily make an exception. But that access to events, that access to indulge your passions, and in this case, global cooperation actually between publisher in India and in the UK. Let's move on with the presentation. So I'm going to take some time talking through and showcasing this morning 5 key trends that we see time and again are behind the most success stories in magazine publishing today. Let's just start with a bit of context in terms of what we're seeing so far in 2024. First of all, I feel, and I've had this conversation already this evening at the yesterday evening at the Mixer and this morning meeting with some of you, I feel optimism and confidence is returning to our business in a way that we haven't seen for several years. And that is really good. I'm seeing a much greater strategic clarity. So people are really starting to understand the models, understand the templates and the strategies behind their portfolios. We are certainly seeing B2B and what I would call niche special interest leading the way in that space, because they are able to really hone in on their audiences and be able to offer a range of experiences, events, information, data, and content to a very high value for those audiences. And of course, we're seeing publishers around the world looking for ways to be less reliant on cookies and less reliant generally on third-party platforms delivering them either users and/or revenue. But at the same time, we can't get away from the fact that there is uncertainty. There's particular uncertainty over AI. I'll talk some more about that and the impacts that that will have on both our consumption and our creation of media. We're seeing, partly as a result of that, significant reductions in organic traffic, particularly for Google search, and up to 40% due to algorithm changes. And of course, there is threat in the form of Google's own SGE AI-enabled search experience, which we're already seeing in the US, especially publishers being significantly impacted by the introduction of that new form of search. And of course, we are continuing to see mass newsstands decline in circulations around the world. So all of those factors, both the confidence and the strategic clarity returning and those reasons to be cheerful, as well as some of the reality, give us a little bit of context and a bit of importance around the 5 steps that I'm going to talk you through first. So the first of these is to always be audience first. There is nothing more important for a publisher growth in 2024 than taking an audience or a user-based approach to everything that you do. Whether that's in print or in digital, on mobile, through live events, or any other platform, knowing your audience, understanding your users, your readers, your visitors, be that what they are, is absolutely key to building products that work and deliver value for the reader and for you as a publisher. Gone are the days that we can rely upon brand reputation or even just mass numbers to guarantee success. We need to know our users and be able to deliver a value proposition that matches that need. And we need to have a direct relationship, whether that's through registration, first-party data gathering, subscription, e-commerce and affiliate revenues. We need to know more about our users. The more we know about our users, the better. And of course, I could have showcased all sorts of really fantastic examples that we're seeing around the world of ways that publishers are building subscription, particularly in registrations, and we're going to see more of those throughout the day today. But actually, what I wanted to highlight this morning is an initiative in advertising that I think could really set the bar for better, more effective, more ethical, and specifically audience-led solutions. So this is something that Dotdash Meredith in the US have just launched earlier this year, a couple of months ago this year, and they've been talking about it. And I think this product, Decipher, is a really, really interesting approach to taking an audience view to deliver advertising. The deprecation of internet cookies has forced publishers to rely on cookie replacements or first-party data to target ads. But this Dotdash Meredith solution won't rely on individual user data. What it does do is means that advertisers can target ads to users on any digital platform across the Dotdash Meredith portfolio based on intent, based on the topics that Dotdash Meredith's technology believes a person is likely to engage with. And those targeting recommendations are based on aggregated, anonymized user data that they've collected from across their estate, from across their platform and publisher sites. So when a user visits one of their sites, the new tool will make a predictive recommendation in real time about what else that user is likely to engage with across the portfolio. So if someone's searching for gluten-free recipes, the tool is likely to recommend that a marketer targets them around more health content. And the company spent over a year mapping every single article in its portfolio to draw inferences about what a user will likely want to engage with, so that they know that when someone lands on a page, they know exactly where they're going to go next. It's quite scary stuff, but it's very impressive. And advertisers can buy ads directly through the sales team, or they can run them through an agency or automated fashion. They're so confident at Dotdash Meredith that this model works, that they have made a guarantee for advertisers that their ad campaigns will be more efficient using their Decipher platform that compared to cookie-based targeting on other solutions, and they know it works and they're going to guarantee it. So I don't think that necessarily will work for all publishers, but the reason why I wanted to showcase it is that it's focusing on knowing your audience, using, in this case, AI to predict where that audience is going to go and deliver a more ethical and hopefully more sustainable revenue model for Dotdash Meredith based on knowing that audience and taking an audience first rather than a platform first approach. So the second of my key global trends that we're seeing driving publisher growth is on diversifying your revenues. So we're beyond experimenting with new revenue streams now. I believe it's a prerequisite for publisher growth that any successful product will have a variety of revenue streams that help deliver overall profit. Again, whether that's print, digital, combination of both, we're seeing plenty of examples of publishers who are growing revenues in subscriptions alongside advertising, e-commerce, affiliate revenues alongside circulation, and many who are finding new ways to license both their brands and their content in novel ways. The brand I'm going to showcase today, however, is very much a traditional media with a rich, proud, and still enormous legacy in print. Time magazine. So Time is one of the oldest and best known and best established media brands in the world. It has an audience of over 100 million people across its platform, and it continues to blaze a trail in developing new ways to remain relevant, engage its audience, and drive revenues. Now, you may remember a couple of years ago, Time was bought, in fact, from Meredith, who we've just seen, by Mark Benioff at Salesforce. And there's someone who knows something about the value of customer data. Benioff brought in Jessica Sibley as CEO, and actually one of the first steps that she took was to bring down their very well-established paywall and subscription model at that time, which flew in the face of much of the recommendation that publishers were working to. But she recognized the potential in the Time 100 list, especially the Time 100 product that had been such a core to their business, a long-time core editorial feature. And what she wanted to develop was the ability to turn that into essentially an events business. So what Time do so well is that they produce their Time 100 list. They invite all of the members, or all of the individuals listed on that to an event. And of course, everybody wants to turn up to the Time 100 event. If you're listed as one of the most 100 influential people, you want to be there. And of course, if you have 100 of the most influential people in the world in a room, then you can drive some very significant sponsorship and advertising revenue around that. And this is actually now extended in Time's case. So from the Time 100 Gala, which is celebrities and media attention, to a much more B2B kind of focus with the Time 100 Summit that you can see here, which spins off podcasts and all sorts of other media. And that they're actually now branching out into more specialist areas still. So this year, Time will produce top 100 lists in ecology, in healthcare, in AI. And of course, each one of those lists will be sought after by its audience. They'll all be invited to an event. There will be a very high profile and very high yielding sponsorship revenue attached to that. And in turn, this means that they can really then start to grow their audience online, and on the Time website becomes a huge marketing opportunity. They don't need to rely on low yielding, cheap programmatic advertising on that big audience, because they're able to deliver a much higher yielding, much more direct revenue from those events. Their print can still remain a really core part of their business. The publication of that list is sought after. They're able to produce a lower print run, almost collectible magazines. And what I really love about this is that the magazine is still at the heart of the business model. And it's that quality editorial and that sought after Time 100 list that drives the diversification of that revenue strategy. Of course, the brand and the reputation help, but the clear strategy of understanding the power of your quality content, the desire for humans to be seen on the list and around it, and to drive a formidable revenue stream that obviously counters the inevitable decline of the older print models, is a really great example of a publisher diversifying whilst remaining true to its core values. So the third of the key global trends that I wanted to pick in today is lean in to AI. Of course, I could spend the rest of the day talking about AI, and we all could spend the rest of the day talking about AI, the potential threats, the issues, the problems, as well as the many huge benefits and opportunities that we as publishers face. And I've already mentioned earlier the work that we're doing at FIPP to find a place at the table for the large number of us that are not the FT or Le Monde or Axel Springer around the world. And that's definitely one topic that all media owners need to be aware of and focused on. Ignoring that and hoping that someone else will come up with an answer is not a question anymore. It's not, it's just not on the table. We need to, you need to all get involved and understand how you can be protecting your IP and really making the most of this. And as well as the questions around IP and the threat to SEO-based audience building, there are, of course, myriad opportunities for publishers, and we need to be leaning into those as well. Whether that's finding tools that help your newsroom to better identify your audience types, or the kinds of articles that are most likely to convert subscribers, or using machine learning tools to really dive into first-party data to enable greater and deeper targeting of advertisers, a bit like the Dotdash Meredith example we saw earlier on. I'm sure we're going to hear plenty of examples of those tools today, and you will see them on other programs going forward. Don't ignore. Don't think that these are just for the big guys and just for other publishers. You need to get into this technology, really understand how it can drive your business forward. And one of the great advantages of AI is actually, in many cases, it can give a real step up to smaller businesses to get onto a level playing field that other technologies haven't been able to. The example I want to show you this morning and just briefly touch on is from Axel Springer. We know that Axel Springer made an agreement with OpenAI, which has enabled Axel Springer to then use ChatGPT on their platform. And this is just a neat example. It's by no means unique. We're seeing more and more of these, but on Axel Springer's brand Welt, they have introduced Welt Go, which is a digital assistant. I would say it's a lot more than a chatbot, but this is a digital assistant that is only available to subscribers. Now, this is key for me because this isn't about producing something new. This isn't about necessarily, launching a new revenue stream, but this is really helping to drive an existing and very important revenue stream for Axel Springer in this case on Welt, which is their subscriptions. So as a subscriber, it is exclusively available only to subscribers. I can use this assistant to help me to a whole range of different tasks, and I won't list them all now, but it can help you to write emails. It can give you obviously insight. It can search the archive of Welt and other Axel Springer titles and really provide all sorts of insight and information. I just want to briefly touch on another great example I saw just earlier this week from the Nursing Times in the UK. Big information-rich site for nurses, and they have developed a similar subscriber-only assistant, which enables you to ask a question of its database, and it will supply an answer immediately from the vast archive that Nursing Times has of their legacy print and now digital content. And what is really scary is that the quality of the answers being delivered by the AI means that it serves a link. With every answer, you get the answer, and then you get a link to show you that the articles that gave you that answer. And the click-through rate on the links is only 7%, which means that the quality of the answers that AI is delivering from their content is so high that only 7% of people are clicking through. That is really good and really scary for those of us that might rely on driving traffic from search that and with AI answers, because it's not going to come from people clicking through in the same way as we do in Google search today. You might well expect me, as the head of an organization that works to help publishers build global businesses, to say that we should look for global growth opportunities. But I really believe global is back. We've already discussed how this conference is back. Global opportunities and the concept of working outside of your own market is really something that we're seeing tremendous growth in this year. Many of the brands and businesses in this room were established via joint venture partnerships, licensing agreements, many of them done by Karen, who's going to be speaking after me this morning, and others. But we have had a period of hiatus, I would say, over the last few years, as media owners have been looking to really establish their home models, if you like. But already this year, we've welcomed several new members who are all looking to expand their horizons globally. And one of those that I wanted to just pick out today is a great launch that we've seen in France this year with Harper's Bazaar, published by Hearst, and Prisma Media in France. Now, Prisma felt there was an opportunity in their local market to tap into the fashion industry. Believe it or not, Condé Nast, who've long run that with Vogue, made the decision to withdraw their French edition. And Prisma looked to an established brand in Harper's Bazaar to take to market in France, and have seen huge success following a print edition, which again underlines print's home as a luxury brand. They've seen great success both in terms of circulation, subscriptions, and of course advertising in that very important market for French fashion businesses. And it's another great example of a publisher understanding, listening, and responding to consumer and market demand for a quality luxury product, taking a brave decision to take a non-local brand into the heart of French culture. And it's also credit to Hearst for allowing the team at Prisma to develop their own content and to take a very French approach to a global brand, which is a win-win-win, if you ask me. And the final of my key trends that I wanted to talk to you about is ESG. This is environmental, sustainability, and governance. It's a broad theme that covers much more than just making sure you're sourcing paper from sustainable mills or tracking the carbon footprint of your distribution chain. It's not a box ticking exercise or a nice to do anymore. These issues need to be baked into your businesses, and it needs to be absolute priority from the top down. And we're seeing that the publishers with the best growth are building these into all aspects of their businesses and cascading them through the business accordingly. The example I wanted to show you is from Immediate Media. I'm not going to talk through in detail because I'm pushed for time, and I want to make sure we've got time for a couple of questions. But their commitment spans managing the impact of their carbon emissions, championing sustainable sourcing and waste reduction, and particularly using their own platforms to promote sustainability through storytelling. So I missed one slide there. So you can see here the commitment that they've made through their own titles to actually tell the stories of sustainability and to bake it into their business, both internally and in their output externally. And that extends as well through committees and work that they're doing internally, particularly around diversity, equality, and inclusion. And for me, this is, again, both ways. This is about ensuring that you've got the best opportunity to recruit and retain the best staff. The Gen Z are absolutely, set on ensuring that their employers are delivering on these promises and demonstrating that commitment is hugely important. So finally, here we are. Always be audience first. Diversify your revenue streams. Lean into AI. Look for global growth opportunities and ensure ESG is absolutely central to your business. I can't close without just highlighting an event where you'll hear much more about this. If you fancy a trip to Europe and coming over to Cascais, just outside Lisbon, next month in June, it's a fantastic opportunity to network, to meet with other publishers, to hear more about the kinds of growth stories that I've touched on and that we'll see more of today. And if you manage to capture the QR code on the right-hand side, you'll get an exclusive IMC Congress discount for anyone that hasn't yet booked your tickets. And with the QR code on the left-hand side, we'd love to welcome you as a member to FIT. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful address. And I truly believe it was as perfect as Sachin Tendulkar's straight drive. Everybody agrees over here, I believe. And unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but we can always connect offline during networking. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is also being live streamed everywhere across exchangeformedia.com and also samacharformedia.com. So in case you're missing the action, you can catch it up over there. Now we have an interesting session. The topic for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is emerging models for new revenues for publishers. Because of course, when you strive for revenue, you also need to unlock the models as well. We have two very special individuals over here joining us for this wonderful session. We have Mr. Nitin Chandalia, who's the managing director and partner with Boston Consulting Group. He works with companies in the media and technology space on topics spanning revenue growth, margin improvement, and new business build. He's also worked with companies in the news media space across traditional publishers, new age digital first players, and other ecosystem intermediaries as well. We also have Mr. Sumit Solanki, who is also associated with BCG very proactively in the media practice. Please give it up for both of them, ladies and gentlemen. They're already here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This is absolutely an honor to be here and to be talking to all of you. As you look at, of course, we had our pictures here. My name is Nitin Chandalia. I'll do a very quick introduction to BCG. BCG's Boston Consulting Group is a premium management consulting firm. We are arguably the largest premium consulting firm in India. Globally, we are second. We're a fairly large firm. Media and entertainment as a topic and as a sector is a space that I have personally been working in for almost a decade now. And within BCG in India and globally, we serve a variety of clients, across different segments and subsegments. Of course, I am not dressed like a consultant, and that's what I was telling Riyadh today. Not a typical suit-wearing, laptop-carrying kind of individual. We do have some of the consulting-ish content in the presentation. But before we get to that, we started the day and, Anand and Alistair talked about it. There is a lot of talk about opportunity, what magazines stand for. But when I had my side chats before the day started, somewhere we all, there's a little bit of a, I don't know if the word to use is gloom to say, are we all, how long is it going to survive? Is there really an opportunity? Is there a way out is one of the questions that came out to me. And that's where I wanted to start, because there's a lot of discussion whenever we talk to publishing in general over the last, 5-7 years on whether there is growth opportunity left or we just, go shrinking against the tech giants and the way content consumption is changing. And I wanted to lay out a, couple of facts. If you look at media spend in India, and we all talk about the India growth story and how, let's say, the number of years can be 5, 7, 10, but India will be the third largest economy in the world. We already are 1/6, 1/5 of the global population. The number of people who are consuming content and the time that they spend on content of different kinds is going to change, right? And Anand made a very interesting point that as a market, it's been an underserved market. And that's where we come to magazines. I am somebody, coming from a small town, growing up, Champak is something I've read. I've read Chandamama, I've read, from there to going to IIT, I read Frontline, and I read, I got exposed to The Week. I've read India Today. I think we don't see people from that generation, but one of the things that came out in the discussion today is magazines are the original content creators and influencers and community builders, right? And in today's day and age, where we have a proliferation of content all around, discoverability, credibility, and referenceability is becoming a challenge, right? Magazines stood for something and stand for something where, as the point was put, saying it's a set of editors working behind the scene, creating, serving content which is relevant for a community. And that, to me, is important going forward as we have more and more content creation happening. But at the same time, there are niche audience, and that's where the audience first, part comes in, identifying audience and going after them. And then building on that community, I think that's where the opportunity lies. And without further ado, we'll get into some of the numbers. That's, the typical consulting style of starting a presentation. Should I? Yeah. So we'll talk about the evolution of magazine industry. What are some of the consumption patterns of content across geographies? Then get to the new revenue models. Many of these we've talked about, so far in the last two sessions as well. And then what are the implications for us? Numbers on purely as magazine industry revenues, right? There are different sources, but globally, there are ranges. The range of revenues is between $60 to $80 billion. This is not just the print portion of revenues. It's important because magazines are not to be seen only with the copy, but it's the brand, it's the community that the magazine is serving. So the digital events, all the other revenue streams put together is somewhere in the 60 to 80 billion number. If we look at revenue overall, it's flattish, declining, but digital has been growing. We all know this. Digital is, a core part of the revenue and growth going forward. And important also from an audience engagement perspective. Some of the larger names, I don't know if there are people from, but there is a large opportunity. There are large players of 500 to $1 billion plus kind of revenues, again, from different media, but with these brands. But as we come to India, again, there are and the numbers may differ, but the range of revenues that one see is much smaller. It could be maybe 2x of this. Again, there is no very validated published number out there, but this is where we stand. There are many well-known brands, but overall, the overall size of the current revenue base is smaller, and therein lies the opportunity. As we think about how much money is getting spent on content around community. How many of you have heard the term content commerce, right? And content commerce startups gaining valuation numbers which have been phenomenal, right? Magazines, if you were to go back, is sort of original kind of content commerce because you were targeting a community which was reading a kind of content and using that magazine for content commerce. But, magazines are seen as sort of age old, and content commerce company, because it's digital first, have gotten the kind of valuation they have. But therein, again, going back, that's the opportunity for us. Indian ad market today is, just between $12 to $15 billion. Magazines and publishing overall is a much smaller percentage, but needless to say, growth will come from digital, regardless of which medium we talk about. Yeah. And now coming to the consumption part, and this is the first point that Alistair also talked about in terms of how content gets consumed today. And we were having this conversation earlier today is, if you look at, while the number of audience is increasing, a lot of consumption is time is getting split between TV, digital or online, and print. In India, print continues to be an important source of content, unlike global markets. And that trend at about 40% has stayed over several years now. Online has, of course, become, much larger. But within this consumption as well, one of the things that we try and find out through a survey that we conduct is how is it that people are consuming news and equivalent media? And the pattern of consumption there has changed significantly from being a time of day driven event, for example, reading a newspaper in the morning, listening to news in the evening, to news being consumed as what we call as snackable formats, right? Which is small formats. And the engagement duration of every session, if we were to call that term from a digital standpoint, whether it's reading or, video, is starting to come down. From a magazine standpoint, which has always been a long form engaged reading, there is a section of audience which is continuing to be exhibiting that behavior during a time of day, and that's where the important part comes in, right? It's not, an audience is not just snacking or not just reading in depth. During the time of the day or time of week, the consumption happens in a different way. And how do you, in those pockets, get their attention and them to spend time? And I think that's where, when all of you and each one of us in this room builds out the engagement from a digital and a combination of digital events and print, is what needs to be thought through. Who is the audience? How are they consuming? And how do you build that engagement and the community around it? Now, coming to the set of different emerging revenue streams, I think you see this on the page here. I'll request Sumit to talk to this, my colleague here.
Yeah. So I think a very important thing to note on the previous page was that, 10 years ago, somebody might have stood here and said that print will be dead in 10 years. We are right now at this point where all our surveys seem to suggest that while while in the West, the shift towards digital has been rather irreversible. In India, the coexistence is likely to stay, right? So we have maybe, I don't know, another 10, 15 years where print will continue to be important, no matter how much digital is going to take over. So there are many ideas. Some of these are not emerging ideas, right? I know the theme is emerging. Some of these are not emerging, but very interesting nevertheless. And there are some learnings from a lot of our peers globally, which we could all take a leaf out of, right? There are differential levels of access and exclusivity, micropayments, dynamic paywalls, content aggregation. Of course, native ads and sponsored content has been there for a long time as maybe one of the bigger chunks of all these opportunities. Crowdfunding and philanthropic grants. Last week I was in a conference called Minds, which is basically all new global news agencies which get together, which was hosted by Reuters in London. And one of the big opportunities, apart from AI and many of the things that were discussed, is that there is so much fund flow which is happening on thematic and topic based journalism, which essentially is something that can be leveraged, right? So we'll talk about that, licensing, syndication, and then of course events and conclaves, which Alistair also touched upon. So differential levels of access and exclusivity. Basically, if you look at New Yorker, Economist, Wired, and to some extent even India Today, the whole concept about offering content like premium content, early access, and merchandise to paid subscribers, right? That kind of a model has paid off reasonably well for some of the peers. There's a Reuters survey which is done every year on across the B2B space, on the media side, in terms of what they feel, in terms of what are the kind of big opportunities which you see. 80% of the respondents felt that subscription will be the most important source of revenue, and we need to play a bit around how to improve the premium on subscription, whether it's through a dynamic paywall, whether it's through differential access, whether it's through micropayments. And a lot of experiments have been done or are being done in that regard, because as Anant had very rightly said, that your advertisers may or may not leave you, but if we focus a lot on our content and are smart about our monetization, our readers at least will not leave us. Dynamic paywalls. So Wall Street Journal has over the last 4 to 5 years, I think even more, they've been building this AI-based paywall, which actually evaluates 60 variables of a consumer's behavior, right? For them to be able to determine when is the right time to pitch the subscription to this player, sorry, to this reader. And so this is something which Bloomberg Business Week has also been trying. And it remains to be seen how much this is productized, but these AI-based paywalls are able to at least decipher between, they're able to differentiate between somebody who's a free reader who will not buy versus somebody, who has started to read a lot more articles. And this is the right time to pitch to them. Why is it not moving? Sorry, have I moved too far? No. Content aggregation is, content aggregation, of course, there are players like Redley, Maxter, who basically offer a curated selection across many big, across magazines. So the value proposition here is that, if somebody doesn't want to buy multiple subscriptions, there is one subscription that one can buy and can get X number of articles across various magazines. So there are players like Maxter and Redley who've made a mark here. There is also an Indian brand, Inkle, which is not big at the moment and has been experimenting with this for the last 4 to 5 years. But that's, of course, also some kind of a monetization model. It's almost like a digital newsstand. Micropayments, very interesting field. In 2014, there was a company called Blendel, started in the Nordics, where they actually started charging per article. Worked really well, expanded into Germany, expanded into the US as well, and did a lot of such experiments. Last year, however, they moved to actually a flat free subscription, and they went away from micropayments, where everybody started to feel, there was so much of enthusiasm in the 2015 to 20 time horizon on micropayments. But what happened is that there was a discovery that Blendel made, that maybe news is not the right thing to put behind a pay per article model. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's health or other things. And while there is a lot of cautious optimism around micropayments, in came FT with FT edits, which is essentially another form of micropayments, where they're offering 8 articles a day for a flat fee of, I think, $1 or $2. And they've actually picked up 200,000 subscribers in no time, right? So this is a field which is, can't call it emerging, has been experimented, but a lot can be done in this field, given the mixed success stories that we have seen here. Crowdfunding and philanthropic grants, I think around $250 to $300 million are disbursed every year in the US on, again, theme-based journalism, which is all to spread awareness. So it just goes it's very close to the ethos of journalism, right? And AP had made a presentation there where they actually have received around 60 million over the last 3 years on topics which include health and corporate, ESG and many such things, right? Climate and sustainability, for example, there's a lot of spend which is happening. There's a lot of spend that is actually will be made in India on the awareness of climate, which will be actually routed through media, which is again a revenue pool waiting to be tapped. Licensing and syndication, those players who are almost on the verge of having news all converted into a data format, are syndicating with big tech to actually train their AI models, right? So Bloomberg, for example, they, of course, having built an archive of financial news and data and analytics, are actually now partnering with AI players to train their data and their technology platforms, right? So that is essentially the same content which you've monetized, you're now actually further monetizing it through more licensing and syndication. And then events and conclaves, I think we've talked about it. While Economist has been doing a lot of this, they have this Euro finance venture. We closer home, we see India Today also doing a lot of these events. Many players have actually started to think about these because a big event or 2 or 3 or 4 events done in a year can actually be a relatively good revenue stream. Plus, it also gets a lot of other benefits, which Alistair was talking about earlier on, in terms of your ability to attract the right sponsors. And again, the Reuters survey also suggested that more than 50% of respondents have started to think about events a bit more seriously, because it also is a brand building exercise. So it's not just, I mean, it may not be the highest on the scale of monetization, but at least it is a brand building exercise as well. So I think, and then native advertising and branded content, like I was saying, is a big pie. It has been a big pie for a very long time. And if we look at how, the stories of how an Economist has grown to a $500 million business that it is today. If you look at how Gannett, that part of their business has grown into $2.5 billion today, out of which 1 billion is digital. The ability to do data-backed advertising, or the ability to actually do sponsored, the right sponsored articles or content creation has been a bedrock of their growth, right? I will just, we have 6 minutes left, so I will not burden you with so many details, but yeah, if we just see how the Economist has grown, it has been thematic, right? So while the EIU, which is their intelligence unit, has been a very important facet of their growth, and in the last 10 years, they've made significant acquisitions to actually reinforce it and build it. They've also done a lot on the marketing, corporate training, films, and professional network part, right? And digital content as well. So as we move across the timeline, the nature of M&A and acquisitions has actually been on the side of new ventures and and on the EIU part. And if we see the same chart for Gannett, they've actually chosen to go big on the digital marketing services part, making several acquisitions, including Blink and Local IQ, and in the last few years. And then, of course, digital content creation and sponsored content, which they've bought many brands in the over the past 7 to 10 years. So I think, yeah, we have 5 minutes left, and we'll rather take some questions, but just wanted to leave some food for thought.
We have 4 minutes left, so yeah. So we can have one question. We have very limited time, but we can take one question max. So anybody over here is interested in any question? In case you do not have any question now, you can always connect offline during the networking moment as well. Does anybody have any question? Yeah, we can take one question. Thank you.
You mentioned about the Indian magazine industry being 80 to 100 million market size. Can you break that up a bit? Like how is that split across to some up to like 100 million?
We can talk on that offline. I think this is an estimate because most of the magazine revenues are not very clearly, available. There are some data points. Okay, from that perspective, I think subscription in India for magazines will be about 50%, between 40 to 50%. Advertisements, let's say about 30% or so, and 10 to 20% comes from events and other, areas. And a lot of the events are, again, by kinds of magazines, those events vary. And by kinds of magazines also, it's a very thematic, enthusiast kind of magazine, then those are different. Digital is growing, but not a very large percentage yet, except for barring against some players. And that's where I think one of the things that we are seeing is the digital brand for a magazine and the kind of audience they are targeting can be somewhat different from what the print version of the magazine targets as well. So we are still seeing the, models evolve. Yeah. Yes, please. I'm good. Oh, yes, of course.
Right. I want to know, because when you talk to your colleagues who do consulting in the same practice, how do they see Indian media companies or magazine companies evolving, or what is your viewpoint? Are we going the right way? Are we directionally doing okay, or we are lagging behind? What's your sense?
I think when you look at the overall market in India as magazines, I think this belief that for the size of population and varied audience interest, magazine market is underdeveloped in India, as compared to the number of genres, themes that one sees outside. Now, there is also, the classical points that everybody talks about, the ability or willingness of an Indian customer to pay for content is much lesser than what you can find in some of the developed markets. That continues to be a challenge. But at the same time, on the evolution front, especially as magazines being a form of community creators, through the content and through a certain theme, India is behind because the way other magazines have moved to combination of digital events and the print version to continue the momentum on those communities which the magazine stood for. I think we are somewhat behind if I take that more as a qualitative answer. Yes, please.
Hey, thanks for this insightful presentation. My question was that, there was one bar chart which you showed that television and almost magazine or print in terms of consumption of news is almost equal. I think around 40-45%. When you look at the global industry, which is, I think you gave a number of 60 billion versus India, which is, I think around, you
100.
mentioned 80 to 100 million. Do you think that print or magazines are actually under indexed in terms of pricing as compared to other mediums?
Under index in terms of subscription pricing?
Yeah.
Look, again, it's always a segment of one when one has to answer these questions, right? Because in India, same India, there are many of us who would be subscribing to The Economist, right? And paying a certain price. So it's about the kind of content, quality of content and the genre of content and the audience that you're targeting, right? It's hard to say that in general it's lower, but if I look at overall publishing, the amount of money or a percentage of revenue, or even the cost that one is able to recover from the subscriber for something which is printed is always subsidized through ads, right? I think if that's a question that you're asking, so even through newspapers, so that's been the trend somehow that has always been there, because it was always, using advertising revenues to subsidize circulation is a place where we had started. So from that, yes, you're right. So subscription definitely in India is a greater opportunity. Now, the flip side is through various surveys, through what you see on, in terms of actual behaviors, a typical Indian consumer's willingness to pay for content is much lower than, what we see in developed markets. So there is a certain evolution there also that has to happen.
Sorry, my second question, last one. Okay, sorry.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much once again. It's been, as I said, an honor.
Thank you so much, Nitin sir and Sumit sir, for that enlightening session. Give it up for them, please, again, ladies and gentlemen. A little louder, please. Thank you. A lot of knowledge coming indeed. The idea of magazine journalism has existed over the years and we all have loved it. The feel-good factor of a magazine is something that you cannot really compare with anything else. So what is actually the relevance of magazine journalism in today's fast-paced world where digital is also giving them cutthroat competition? So to tell us more about this, we have an expert in this field. We have somebody very special. We have Mr. Raj Chengappa over here, who is an award-winning journalist of over 40 years standing. He is currently the Group Editorial Director Publishing of the India Today Group and editor India Today magazine. Prior to his current assignment, Mr. Raj was editor-in-chief of the Tribune Group of newspapers, and he also has varied interests and is a specialist in political analysis, foreign affairs, security, nuclear weapons, the environment, and development, of course. He also does a weekly podcast and YouTube show for India Today called Nothing But the Truth. Here we are today to discover some truth from his. And give it up for Mr. Raj Chengappa, India Today, please. Thank you, sir, for joining with us over here. I believe we may continue the clapping till the time he is there on stage, right? That's how we do it. Thank you. People there at the back, can we please be a little more encouraging? Thank you. Thank you, sir. How do you put it on? What do we do over here? The green one? I thought you. This one, the forward, right? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, done. Great. Okay.
Firstly, delighted to be here. I think it's the first time I'm being called to speak to you all in all these years. And maybe it's something that Anant has in mind when he called me up the other day. And of course, Manoj Sharma, my CEO of the India Today Group, that I'm not an owner editor, right? I'm a worker bee editor. And when Anant talked of the theme, new revenue strategies, he talked of reaching across the wall. Maybe I'm this side of the wall in some senses and trying to now understand the other side of the wall that's there. But of course, I've been around for 40 years in magazine journalism. And strangely enough, as I was, I had to put an edition to bed. So I was up till midnight. India Today magazine gets published today. And the headline of that is what you're seeing here, the big battle for survival. And of course, it deals with the state that we are currently in, Maharashtra, as well as looking at other swing states, but was very appropriate for this occasion, because I think we are fighting a major battle for survival ourselves. And I am going to take you quickly through the slides. You know, we have this existentialist question that bothers us every day and bothers me as an editor every day as who am I? What am I? Why do I exist? What purpose do I serve? It's just not an individual question. It's also the magazine's question. Every day we ask this of ourselves, what are we doing in India Today magazine? And of course, the picture you see of me is taken by my wife just a week ago. And we had gone down to an ashram in Haridwar. And I was floating down the Ganga when, I said, let's just sort of let myself go. And what was the answer that came? And it's a Sanskrit sloka, which I probably will not pronounce too well because I'm from the south, but it's, and Manoj is smiling at me, is Yata Pind Thata Brahman. This was a sloka I had heard, but the actual meaning is all that is outside is inside you. Sounds very philosophical, but when I was listening to Anant, we're all connected. And how do we build that connect? And how do we look at that outer world that is there and see where that meaning comes to us? You can interpret it in various ways. I'm just giving one of the interpretations. So I looked at, I was coming on the flight. By the way, I just put this slide presentation together because I really didn't have the time. And this was on flight. And I just slapped it together and said, okay, let me just do random thoughts because I breathe magazines for so many years. It should just, come naturally. And I thought of us as really the Maharajas of storytellers, right? Okay, if you look at it, one of the things we do, I call it the garden of five senses. And people forget that value when you get into the digital world. You think, yeah, well, the moving picture, the audio, everything else is so important, and therefore it's overtaking. But you cannot beat magazines. And why would that be? Just think about it. Take a photograph, try and look at it in your mobile, and try and look at it in a magazine spread and the impact difference that you get. That's what I'm talking about. You just cannot replicate all that you do in a magazine, the experience that you get in this small cookie cutter approach where every story looks like the other. And that could be true of graphics. It could be true of writing. I mean, writing, I think, is a very critical thing. You bring a reader in. Sometimes what happens is that if you look at TV, you're not getting the feel. But here, when you write, that is the power we have to bring. It's not that we should disinvestment and do digital and do other forms. we need to reinvest in great journalism. That's going to make the difference. And that is what, even the previous speakers were talking about is, I think Alistair also mentioned, connecting with your audience. And how do you do that? Unless you bring the great stuff that we do all the time. Of course, our layouts and packaging, you're all familiar with this. I think the other thing that we have to look at is, for a long time, if you went to FIPP conferences, volume was the game. Just keep producing. Just put numbers so that you could push your numbers up on the, on the internet or whatever it is that in terms of page views and everything. I think value is the key now. How do you curate and how do you bring what is really good for the reader, and you understand that reader or the listener or the viewer, whichever way you want to communicate in terms of that. And the other thing that I found was we are in the age of what I call, we talk of attention deficit orders. We have a retention deficit disorder. And the reason is that when you see a moving screen, when you read off your of this mobile or whatever it is, you don't tend to retain as much as when you hold a magazine, you flip it, you take a photograph in your mind. So the five senses that is involved in it is as much there. And one of the things I did was, when we were doing a readership survey as to why people read magazines, I started listening into the conversations that our research agency was, when they were talking to the reader. And one of the things was a young person who told me, and this was 30 years, he was 29, 30, and not the kind of audience profile we would have thought would be reading magazines, because everybody shifted to digital, we thought. And he said that, I like to feel the magazine. I like the smell of the magazine. I like to turn the pages. It gives me an experience. I never thought of it that way. That connect that comes is because you've turned a page, you felt another sense, and therefore you retain it better. Remember when you studied examinations, you used a book, and you could actually photographically turn the page when you wrote your answers. That's the kind of retention we need to have. And the other point I wanted to make is, there's a difference. There's fast food, so there are a lot of these shots that you can keep giving, but we are really fine dining. Okay, so you can have your hamburgers and you can have all that, but finally at the end of the week, you want to come and have a great meal. That's what magazines are about. You come there, it's curated for you. You're not being stuffed with, all that's there. It's not a buffet that you need to come with. It's selected. You go to, it's a gourmet offering to everybody, and you've distilled it and you curate it, and that's the value. So you will find that despite the fact that you do eat a lot of fast food, you really look forward with your family to go to a restaurant and have a nice meal and really sit and chat. That's what magazine does. It brings you that feeling, gives you the experience. Let me just move on. The other point I just wanted to make, because we talked of the universe, we are in clutter and chaos. There is, we've been bombarded with stuff. I think it's very important that the magazines bring clarity, and that's our real game. Is how do you bring clarity? How do you bring perspective in this very confused world? I call it from chaos to cosmos. We are making sense of the world. For a long time, our entire theme of India Today was making sense of India today. There are so many events that happen, and we will tell it to you. We will distill it and say, look, buddy, these are the 5 things you need to know this week if you are a news magazine like us. And this is more important to you, and we'll tell it to you better than anybody else does. That's our relevance. So what you do is you save time. It's a value proposition. You're saying you don't have to read all those papers. You don't have to see all the stuff that's happening there. Come to me and I'll tell you it in a way that is fair, balanced, and an ability for you to digest it easily and really be, interested in the pleasure of reading. Okay, let me just quickly go. Okay. The other thought, I was just this is again, random thoughts, right? So forgive me if it's not connecting, but you can interpret it any way that you do. I use the word master and class. Okay, I think if you just take off a little pun, today there is a mass audience and there is a class audience. You have to determine which audience you really want to address. I think the class audience is the print audience. There is a mass audience that you need to do it. And therefore, if you combine the two, there's a master class. So you do a lot of digital mass and you do a print class that you need to do it. And I'd also pun on masterclass in the sense that everything that you write, why do you go to a masterclass? You learn a lot. You imbibe something that changes your life. You pick up information. And I think that's very important when you curate a magazine or you edit a magazine. What is the value I'm giving my reader? Why should he or she come and read me every week or every day or whatever your periodicity that is there? And then I've looked at it in terms of where does digital appear in this instance? Since part of my, the brief that I was given is look at digital. And I think the way I look at digital, or the way India today does, is that the force will always be print. The multiplier will be digital, right? The force is this product that we bring out. Okay, and so I'm calling it the force multiplier. And if you go next thing, I'll just take you across because I've, very limited time. How India today, just through our example, I'm not trying to showcase what we've done. We could do a lot more, but how we move from what we call the universe to the multiverse that is there. What are the little things we do? And here we just focused on doing one thing: salience. We realized that magazines have, in terms of point of sales limited, in terms of awareness is limited. How do we get across to people that we are doing great stories, that you need to come and read it with all this chaos that's there? So, I mean, this is not rocket science. In the thick, we did 3 or 4 things that we are doing, which is also to leverage how we do what we do. We have a thing called gold mines. I'll take you to one of them very quickly, where we actually leveraged what we do very well. And the surveys that we do, we have the best colleges survey, we do the state of states, we do a lot of these things. What we saw in time, the lists, we also do the lists. We did the She list recently, which looked at all the important women across the country. So we are very good at that, and we are now trying to leverage that in terms of the digital presence that we have. Social media, of course, is we've used as again salience rather than sales. And how do we force multiply that aspect? And of course, online publishing in terms of archivals, in terms of how do we get the subscriptions, where if you're not able to get a physical copy, we'd like you to get a physical copy, but if you can't, and we want to expand readership, what do we do? Just to give you an idea, this happened in the thick of COVID. We started India Today Insights, and it became instantly popular. We couldn't distribute the magazine. We never stopped publication during COVID. We continued to publish our magazine, but we started what is called Insights, which was every day we would give 5 insights in India Today magazine style, not the regular newspaper style. And then it became widely popular. So every day we just reach out to our readers so that they know every day they are seeing India Today in some form or the other. We don't want just to be a weekly visitor. We are there every day for you. We are telling you all what is important and distilled again with the quality of what we believe magazines are all about. Then, of course, we do a lot of Insta these days. I actually had a little video to show, but this is not connected with web. And the video, the Insta things, we promote our stories in a manner that's just about a minute, but we make it, we think, classy. We're not trying to sell, and we could get a lot of clicks by just doing sensational stuff. We reflect the magazine's ethos, the credibility of it, the sort of considered journalism. We're not out there to shout and try and win audience. We say, this is our brand. We're not doing a shimmy. We're not changing our character. This is India Today. You can go to our Insta site and see it. Again, we do we just started the Insta Reels, and we do almost 5 a day. We do I think last count was we had 35 million views on Insta. It's a very tough market to penetrate. And you can see the breakup. We've done a lot. If you go into our website, you can see a lot of the things that we do. The other thing we've done is we've expanded. When we've done a lot of the events, we do an education conclave. I saw the previous slide. We've actually leveraged, apart from the main India Today conclave, we do, infrastructure conclave. We have the state of states. We broaden the state of states from just the state of the state of the states to the state of the state. So we actually do individual X-rays of individual states. We have already crossed 20 states that's there. And then we use our multimedia approach to transmit that, because we do publish those studies in the magazine, but we now vest it in a website so that you can have a lot more force multiplication that's there. The other thing we did was that, and I'm showcasing myself here, just to bring across the magazine every week, I started what is called Nothing But the Truth, which was essentially that I would talk off the cover story of the magazine with my perspective, right? It would go beyond the magazine in some senses, but it would give you a greater clarity as what it is. And so we then, with me as the editor showing, we've got a whole lot of other people who started their podcasts, and that is now working very well in the sense it's creating salience, awareness to a lot of things. Quickly, this is just one example of how we have taken something that we did for years. We started the best colleges. You see that cover, that's the print version of it. We started this in 1997. I was there when we started it. And then it became our rock star in terms of revenues, in terms of readership. It's always number 4 or number 5 in the list, on the top 5 of our circulation, of our sales. And then we decided 2 years ago that let us now give a different offering, which while we do the print, can we give them an offering that is so, in terms of the digital space where a lot of youngsters come, can we really give them a discriminating website? And so we got our agencies to do this. You can scan now all the 6 years that we feel where our studies are, common in terms of apple-to-apple comparisons. You can scan, any student can come in and scan this on 12 or 13 different parameters. They can go back and look at all the findings, which is the ranking, how good your canteen is, how good your campus is, all that we do. The in-depth research is now available. We, of course, will move towards a monetization phase, but right now in the initial phases, we did the beta test, and now this year we're doing the full launch. Even in the beta, we got 6 million views, straight off 11 million total, which we found, and this is just one off when we did it. So the reach has been tremendous across the spectrum when we do it. Quickly, there are a lot of things that is there, which I will not go into it, what we really do on the best colleges. You can look at that. And then moving, as I said earlier, there's about 11.7 million views that we got off that. We are doing another thing, which was a very interesting experiment with Manoj, had come with the subscription team. And they said, can we give something to the youngsters? We thought print was out of fashion with the school students. And we are targeting 10 to 12 standard students that's there. And we actually condense India Today and make it very simple for the school students that's there. We thought, yeah, let's try it out. Today, it's moved to, Manoj can give you those figures, a phenomenal amount of students are picking up ours, phenomenal amount of schools. And very interestingly, and that's why I put this slide up, is that when we asked them, of course, we're also doing we've also gone digital with it, and that's the other side of it. When we did a survey of these students that we sent out the magazine to, and one of the questions we asked is, what percentage of this magazine do you read when you get it? And they said 80%. 80% of those young people between the ages of 17 to 20 who would never have thought, we would always thought that we would communicate with this, is actually reading the magazine. And the principals are very happy. The schools are very happy to do it because they think the reading habit is coming back to it. So this has been a highly successful transition. And when you talk we can talk later on target groups, is which are the audiences you want to reach and how do you then specialize? So we've got a collection of youths when we look at it. Time up? Sorry, you tell me. So we've got a collection when it comes, we're clustering them. So the youth market, we feel our best colleges, we have best universities, India Today Advantage, we have a Mind Rocks event. So we take care of that. So we are force multiplying the India Today brand, the India Today magazine, and reaching out to a lot more people than we ever did before. This is just to tell you the other aspect that we've done. Very quickly, what I did was, when I came back, I'd sort of gone to the Tribune for 5 years before I rejoined India Today. And in the Tribune newspaper, which is one of the oldest newspapers, I think close to 140 years, they hadn't really done their archival. It was still in microfilms. So we got that done. And I had 135 years of Tribune up, and you could see the PDFs of them, access it through search engines, all within 6 months. And we were, that became a tremendous value for researchers. We came back to India Today, we found our own library, not that up to date. And we moved, firstly, just as an archival project, we've got all the PDFs from 1975. We are 49 years old, moving in this. And now we are now moving to a phase of two things. How do we leverage that with subscription? What do we do with that? We had a lot of examples that's there, as well as the fact that people, whether we can use it to print the earlier copy, we have the actual PDFs. It's a lot of value. We found that is there. So that's the other aspect we're doing. I'm not going into the archival project. Just this is a little vanity, okay? One of the things that has happened this year is I won 4 awards. Now the center one with the pen nib, no, I didn't mean to. I was just giving you an example of how we could broad base what we're doing. 3 of those awards come from, not from print. The center one comes from print, which is the prestigious Ramnath Goenka Award. The others actually are also equally prestigious. 2 come from audio, the best audio show being hosted, one for the best videocast show, the one that Anurag is here, he's not here, the ENBA award itself. So it can show, I think the value that you have to look at is that magazine journalists, because of the way they think and look, actually can straddle all these things. And we are getting our team to do these, not because that's their primary source. We still want to be, you will find that all the people that we do, all our top guys do a lot of things, but we essentially want them, they come back and say, magazine is the most fulfilling thing that we ever did. And finally, I just end with this. I think since it's the Olympic year, we have to do these kind of things, which is faster, higher, stronger. But I would like to emphasize one thing, because this is going to be the theme of the discussion here, is the win-win. I know that revenues are stretched as an editor. I know the problems we face while hiring. But it's very important that when we shake hands with each other, Anand talked of the ethics of journalism, of the ethics of it. We don't compromise on that. Second, you have to give the editorial team a win. It cannot be pure advertising, sitting there and saying, let's just do this like this. If your team is not motivated and you sell them a concept and you say, this is what I want to do, and you have to give the editorial and say, okay, yeah, the editorial team feels it has delivered value to the reader and you've made money. I think that's the best model that we need to move forward with. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, can we please clap louder? There's too many people over here. Let's do it like this. Thank you so much, Raj sir. Wish we had more time to listen to you because of the valuable experience that you bring to the table, but unfortunately we don't. But thank you so much and congratulations for all those 4 awards. May they double up to 8 very soon. Thank you. We have discussed various aspects today. Now this is something that we all are going to be enjoying a lot. The reason why the word subscription was used in the very beginning itself, right? Now, when it comes to driving any media business, so to say, it's very important to put emphasis on subscriptions. So how do you ensure that your subscriptions actually help you to become a force to reckon with? How do you ensure that your subscriptions make you a media house with indomitable spirit? Well, this is exactly the session that we have right now. We have the pleasure of having with us over here, Kieran O'Connor, founder and CEO from Atlas London over here with us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And please give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to India once again.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. I'm going to move straight into my slides. Oh, hang on. Let's go back. There we go. So I think when you're a magazine publisher, there's a temptation to sort of treat your revenues like a sort of hotel buffet. So you sort of turn up and there's sort of all these sort of things that you can do. And some days you're like, I'm going to eat this, and some days I'll eat that, and things go in and out of favor. But the thing about subscriptions is that it's a really long-term thing to do for your business. It takes time to do. And subscriptions are something which are very technical, and it allows you to not really diversify your revenues, but to go very, very deep. And so I'm going to take you through a sort of little bit about kind of why subscriptions matter now in terms of the world. And then I'm going to give you quite a lot of technical advice. So one of the things I thought would be better for this conference is to actually show you some techniques. So instead of sort of saying, aren't they great? And this is how fantastic they are. And this is how many people have sold. I thought I'd really take you through some ways. So forgive me if it looks a bit technical, but I'm going to power through it. So just a bit of a word about Atlas. We're a strategic growth consultancy. We really believe in growth. So we don't subscribe to this theory that magazines are in any kind of issue or problem about media. We think there's a fantastic opportunity because magazines understand their reader. And to echo Alistair's point earlier, in many ways, the pursuit of volume was a mistake for the magazine industry. The magazine industry is far more comfortable with communities. It understands specialisms. It understands how things work. And that is a joy for a subscription business. So we set Atlas up because we wanted to have something which would create systems so that we could make sense of customers. We're obsessed with customers. We believe that you need to be customer-centric and data-informed. So we talk a lot about data in magazine publishing, but quite often the data is just there to help you. It's not there to guide you. You just saw the most extraordinary presentation about how much experience matters in creating a brand like India Today. And data is there to help, but it's not there to provide you with the answer. We're also very customer-centric as a consultancy. We believe we're customer-centric for you as clients, but also customer-centric in understanding your customers. And we've been going since 2022, and since then we've had a lot of clients. I think some of you will recognize some of these people that are on screen there. And we had big clients, we've had small clients, and nobody was perfect. I think that's the thing I'd come about with. You look at some of those brands and say they're fantastic, but nobody kind of had all the answers. And what was really interesting was that people are increasingly becoming more technical about the way they understand their customers, increasingly understanding more about money, increasingly understand about the way that subscriptions give them life. It gives them this ability to get sustainable revenues. So we developed this consultancy business, and then from it, we developed a training business. And so we actually have a joint venture with Alistair with FIP, which was led to us working with Google. And then we've been training brands like The Economist as well, who was one of our partners for that. And we've also been working with people like the Financial Times and Immediate Media with Radio Times, which is their largest publication for subscriptions in the UK. So we've got a very wide range. And the difference between us and most consultants is that we're not really consultants. We're actually publishers. So we are a group of individuals who decided that we should start a consultancy because when we were publishers sitting where you are, there wasn't anybody to help us. So you could ring somebody up if you wanted to understand about, how to develop a data platform, or if you wanted to try and work out what to do with some programmatic revenue. It was very, very hard to find specialist strategic consultancy advice at a fair price. So you could go away and get expensive people, but it was very difficult. So the 6 of us who formed the company, who are on screen there, I think between us, we've worked with over 300 different brands when we were on publisher side. So we worked on all kinds of different ideas and different issues. And, we were doing it a long time ago when subscriptions didn't really seem to matter in publishing. And one of the core things that we did was building the Week. So I joined the Week in 1995. The Week, my friend Riyadh over there, we've been confused for a long period of time about the different types of Week, but we're the Week in the UK and the USA, and the Week is obviously a powerhouse here in India. And the Week in the UK started in 1995 with 1,000 subscribers. And over that period of time, we launched a financial version, which was called Money Week. We launched it in the US, and we actually launched a children's version of the Week as well, which was about 200,000 subscribers when we sold it. So when we got to 2023, we sold the business of the Week to Future Publishing for £300 million. And about 3 years before that, we'd done a management buyout in private equity for 160 million. So in the space of about 3 years, we doubled the value of the business by looking at subscriptions. So by understanding the value of subscriptions, the fact that we were able to grow it, the fact that we were able to turn it into a machine meant that the value of our business really began to grow. So we thought this is some good information. And, the proposition of the Week was really simple, which is the why is it makes sense of your world, and the how is read less, know more every week, subscribe. The entire business model is only really about 11 words, but it's just executed over and over again with a great product. And also we're lucky because there's now this thing which is about subscriptions. So the size of the global subscription market now is $2 trillion. So this is a huge change which has suddenly gone on in the way that people consume their goods and their services. And the subscription economy, in terms of companies who sell subscriptions and work with economies, outperforms the S&P 500. So if I don't know how well you can see this, it's a little bit pixelated, but the blue line here is subscription economy index. So that's going from, I think, 1990 to 2014. And it's delivered 3.5 times growth above other S&P companies. So it massively over delivers in terms of the ability to generate revenue and to generate value. And media businesses really thrive through this as well. So this is a similar graph. And you can see the sort of COVID spike, where the COVID spike took over in the middle, which is defined by the red. But nothing's dipped after that. Customers have got used to it. Consumers have got used to it. They've carried on, and the value is increased. So we're seeing this massive change in terms of the way that consumers operate. And this is really good news because as media publishers, you can take advantage of the fact that there is a global shift in terms of the way that people are willing to engage with their content. And you're able to take a shift in terms of the technologies and the way that it works. And media publishers are also benefiting because the world's biggest companies have just completely changed subscriptions. So, if you look at these companies here, I think, what have you got? We've got Apple Music, didn't exist 10 years ago. Prime Video didn't exist 10 years ago. Spotify, probably 15 years, something like that. Netflix, everybody is familiar. That's been a 20-year business to turn Netflix around. Apple TV. Disney now describe their subscriptions as the future of the company in terms of how they seek to distribute information. YouTube is turning itself into a subscription business. Everybody wants to get into subscriptions. So there's this huge change in terms of customer expectations and understandings that you should have a subscription relationship and how you should spend your money. And it works really nicely because we all have phones. So you're used to using your phone, you're used to making a payment, you're used to taking out a subscription. And some subscriptions were really overhyped. So this one is Peloton. So has anyone owned a Peloton in here? Any Pelotons? Peloton come to India? So if you don't know Peloton, Peloton was it's basically an exercise bike with a screen which is connected to the internet. And they sold it as a subscription business. And at one stage, it was worth $36 billion. And it was just absolutely absurd, this idea that a bicycle with a screen connected to the internet was worth 36 billion. And it's now down to 1.5 billion. So you kind of look at it and go, oh, that shows that subscriptions don't work. But I go, it's an exercise business that sells subscriptions on a bike and it's still worth $1.5 billion. That's still an enormous amount of money, right? The pricing may have been wrong before. And when you look at the sort of the global media universe, I think you won't be able to see the names of these, but the big one up there is Apple, which is a 3 trillion valuation. And then over there is Microsoft. And both of them are obsessed with subscriptions. So 22% of Apple's turnover is now generated through subscription revenues. And I think it was about something like 4% about 6 years ago. So they completely changed their business to take advantage of the fact that they can get money from people and make it work. So there's many more successes than failures. And so again, as they begin to develop it and your consumers work, we know we've got subscriptions. So why do subscriptions matter to publishers? Because this monetization shift, it just favors you, right? So however long publishing has been going, it's always had a really simple aim: find customers and serve content to them. That hasn't changed, right? If your content is good, you'll find a way to make money. What changes is the way that we make money. So when we do the content exchange, we find different ways. So we can either find it through advertising by introducing our readers to people. We find different cover prices. We may have conferences and so on. What's interesting about subscriptions is you get really long-term relationships, which is profitable monetization. So you end up in a situation where it's a consistent form of monetization. And when we had 750,000 subscribers for the week, I slept really soundly because I knew that every morning I woke up, there was money under the pillow. I didn't need to worry about whether I had a shit meeting with an advertiser or whether my retail sales went down, because you know what? It was okay. It didn't matter because we were able to have this consistent monetization. And what we began to realize as we were thinking about subscriptions over the last 10 years was that there's this shift. So on the left, you can see this is the sort of the old business model. And if you went back to the 70s, it was all about product. So people created products. They went, oh, I've had a great idea for a product, and they did it and they put it out and people liked it or they didn't like it. And then we got into the 90s and it became products and services. And then we got into the 2000s and it became customer centric. So everybody started saying, oh, we need to organize around the customer. Now we need to be relationship centric. And what does that mean? It means putting the subscriber, putting your reader in the middle of the things that you offer, right? So instead of this idea that you create a whole load of channels and you push down to them, you need to know more about them. And you need to create a long-term relationship with them that turns them into someone who's going to be a customer for a long period of time. And you do this because of this content is sustainable, it's manageable, and really importantly, it can't be disrupted, right? So when you think about digital over the last 20 years, we spent all this time helping people to disrupt us. We spent all this time helping Google to come in when it was the biggest wolf in the room, right? They came in and they're like, oh, we'd love to help you, right? And then they came in, they took our readers, they took our relationship, they took our stuff. Apologies if anyone from Google is in the room. I love you really, but really, we saw our model being disrupted. And so having a direct relationship is really important. Because if we're going to survive and thrive as we go on, as we should because of the quality of our media, we need to move into direct relationships, whether it's subscriptions, registrations, attendance, we need to know who they are. So this is really important, which is to make sure that you're paying a shift to understanding who your audience is and what their relationship is with you. Because the direction of travel is upwards, right? So this is from INMA. And what INMA is saying is it's slow but further growth. So over here, you've got 2021 to 23 for digital subscription volumes, and they're estimating it to be 52% higher over the space of 3 years. So I can't think of any kind of advertising business or legacy source of income that we would have had as a publishing industry that could see that kind of growth. And you're seeing that digital subscription growth is reaching about 47%. So there's a huge shift which is taking place. And these are very accurate predictions from INMA. They really understand. And so let's talk a bit more about this in some of the details. So in the UK, for example, this is looking at, I think, from 2014 up to 2023. You won't be able to see it, but what it says is that the growth in UK went from about 10% of people to about 19% of that audience were paying for news. So there was a huge shift in terms of digital monetization that took place. In the US, it's much larger because in the UK, we have the BBC. The BBC dominates about half of all of the news transactions in the UK are done by the state media company, the BBC. But in the US, where there's no state competitor, it's 21% of people now pay. And publishers have made that change. They've made it work and they've made it shift. We talked some earlier, I think one of the examples from BCG they talked about was the supporter model. The Guardian is one of our clients. They have over 1 million supporters. So they have 1 million people who are paying them every month for a relationship. So they're not paying them for the content, they're paying them because they believe in mission. And this goes back to this idea about being relationship-centric. So I'm going to talk here specifically about the Financial Times. So if I had to choose someone who I think is the top of the class, right? So this is the person who got a double first from Oxford or from MIT, then went on to go and do a doctorate. They were effortless, they understood it, and they were the first to see the world was shifting. I'd say it was the Financial Times. And so they began in 2002. So they were the first people to do a paid access model in 2007. And everybody said they were nuts. Because in 2007, it was just open access. Everyone was saying, you need to get your audience as big as possible. And they said, no, our content costs money. If you were, imagine we were in a sports business and you went up to Sachin Tendulkar, Alistair's best friend. Imagine if you went to Sachin Tendulkar and said, could you play cricket, but we don't want to pay you? Or would you like to turn up and could you appear in this movie, we won't pay you? They'd say no. So there's a value to this content and relationship that we need to prove. And so what happened with the FT was, as they grew, they began to introduce targets. So you can see 2019, I think they hit 1 million subscribers. And so this was a newspaper that was selling about 250,000 in print, and they got up to 1 million digital subscribers within 10 years. And along the way, they used a thing called recency, frequency, and volume to measure the engagement of their audience. It was revolutionary at the time. It's quite common now. It's brilliant. They understand LTV, which is lifetime value. And they introduced a thing called, I don't know if you can see it, it's called XFN, which stands for cross-functional teams, which means that they get everybody's involved. And they're one of our clients, and they're a joy to work with, because when you go in and see them, everybody gets involved in the customer subscription business, right? It's not just one person who's the manager. The editor comes in, the publisher comes in, the technical people come in, and they look at their customers. They are now expecting to get to 2.5 million global subscriptions. So when you think about their revenues, I've got here is a chart. This one here is 2007. And at 2007, they were about 65% of their revenues were from print, and they had 0 revenues from digital content. As we now get into full year for 23, 54% of their revenues are coming from digital content. So they've completely changed their business over the period of time. Now, as I said, this is the genius child that went to Oxford, but there are really sensational lessons that you can learn from them that you can begin to apply to your own business. One of them is just getting better at subscription metrics. When you go and see the FT and you talk to them, they understand their numbers, right? They understand all of these numbers and they're hard coded into their numbers. And when they begin a meeting, they start with the targets. So you sit down and they say, right, okay, what's today's meeting about? And they say, it's about renewals. And then someone says, what are the targets and how close are we to them? So it's a real kind of cultural way that they begin to use subscription metrics as a business operation to unite a company. So it's quite a big change because it's not the way that we normally behave as publishers when we talk about things. And this takes time. So what I'm talking about here as a process isn't something that you can walk out of this room and decide to do. But what you can do is decide to start your journey. And you can decide to experiment and you can decide to do things which will flourish over time. And the line won't be straight. The line will go up and down, but the line will go this way, right? The more you do, the better you'll become, the better your people will become. So I'm now going to give you some ideas. Maybe the FT does all of these, but most people don't do all of these. But I'm just going to try and give you a few ideas to see if I can maybe give you some sparks or some ideas. At the end, I've got a QR code. I'm happy to send this presentation to anybody. You can find me afterwards at the break and I'll talk about it. So take a deep breath because this takes time and patience and effort. We think the most important thing is to start with your customers. So what happens is in most publishing businesses is they start with the one on the right, which is choose the channels and products to achieve growth. So everybody becomes really tactical, right? So they're like, okay, how much is this going to cost? When are we going to do it? Where's it going to go? But if you understand your customer needs and your market size at the beginning and their wants for the research, it frames the whole world for you because you understand who your customers are. You can then establish them. You can decide who you want to target. You can work out what your positioning is. And you can begin to set objectives. And then you have the fun of executing it. But if you try and move to execution immediately, you're just going to get lost and things won't go right. So you start by thinking about your customer. So we think research is incredibly important. And it's very rare that we find publishers who are that interested in research. So my friend Seema, who is the global research director of The Economist, she just did the research project for their paid podcasts. And they did 15,000 individual pieces of research over a year to do their podcast. So they knew everything about their customer before they did it, right? Because if you've got really good customer research, you can make sure you're relevant. You can prioritize the things that your customers like. You can get competitive advantage over your competitors. You can be really inspirational. And you can be cheaper and more effective marketing because you know who you're talking to. So what that means is your growth is faster, your risk is reduced, your stakeholders like it, and you have lots of strategic ability by doing customer research. And then you can begin to do segmentation. So this is when you'll be thinking about a kind of user reach and behaviors. So quite often we talk about demographics and people say, what's your reader like? And they go, oh, it's a man, he's 76, he's very wealthy. And now in the UK, if I said you're 76, you're very wealthy and you live in a castle, then that's Prince Charles. But it's also Ozzy Osbourne, the heavy metal singer. So be wary about demographics because demographics don't really tell you who your readers are. So you need to find stuff which is measurable, distinctive, accessible, and actionable. So start thinking about how your customers move and what kind of segments they are in. And that also helps because you can listen to the editors. The editors can begin to understand who they're talking to. You've got lots of research sitting around already. Use it to begin to segment them. Now you can begin to understand how big your audiences are. So some of you will know the expression TAM, total addressable market. The total addressable market is great, but it's normally done at a demographic size. So it sort of normally says your total addressable market is 55 million people, right? It's not that useful. So you start to think about things like serviceable available market, which is like how many people could you realistically reach with your budget? And then you're into serviceable obtainable market, which is like how many people do you actually think you can sell to? And what we're doing here is all the time we're beginning to understand the size of our audience, we're beginning to understand our customers, we're beginning to understand who they are, and we're building a real picture of them. And then that allows us to start looking at our known and our unknown audiences. So the easiest way that we recommend this to publishers is to think about your known and unpaid audiences. So these are your people who come to your website. These are people who may have your social media interactions. Then you've got unknown and paid. That's your newsstand. So you might not know who you don't know who these people are, but you know what they pay. Then you're moving into known and unpaid, who are my favorite type, because these are the people that love your brand. They just haven't given you any money yet, or money that you know about. So this is registrations. This is people who might be doing download podcasts, people who turn up. And finally, you begin to move into known and paid. And what you're doing here is you're building up a portrait of your audiences so you can see how they change over time, and you can build and prioritize parts of your audience and make sure that you're not weak in one of those audiences or you're not spending too much time. That then allows you to assess the platforms available to your product so you can make your products match to your audience. It means you don't waste any time, right? Because what you're doing is you're choosing the right products for the audience that you know is interested in you already. So you can work out what's publisher owned, what's third party owned, what sits on the newsstand, where did the revenue sit? So you've now got a much better handle on your publishing strategy. And it works with B2B and it works with B2C. They just have different stylistic changes. So your value per customer and your purchase risk for B2C is low value, but it's very high value for B2B. Your sales cycle for B2C is a short sales cycle, but it's a very long sales cycle in B2B. So your strategy won't change. You're just going to have different indicators about the way that you do it. I'm not sure how well you're going to be able to see this one, but if you can begin to understand that, it's a really good idea to then put it into a communications and measurement framework. We don't think there's anything better than the funnel, because at the top of it is your awareness. So this is how many people know your brand. So you can begin to have KPIs like prompted awareness, brand reach, how many people come to you. You then look at consideration. So what are your KPIs around consideration, your relevancy there, and what channels should you be talking to? You're then into conversion, which is moving people into different spaces, into nurture, and then you're into win back, which is when you're beginning to get customers to come back. So again, from a publishing strategy point of view, it's a good idea to look at all these parts of your customer funnel and understand how they work and what you can do. Now, even if you're just doing it at a simple level, that's fine. You're just changing the language that you talk about and the way that you do it at the company. And that leads you to begin thinking about your brand strategy. Your brand strategy will lead to a subscription strategy, campaign, and channel. So this is going back to this idea. Don't get into channel tactics immediately. Start at the top in terms of your brand strategy. And that's something that you really need to understand and assess where it's going. And really successful brands have very clear customer value propositions. So this is really overlooked. It's really rare that we ever go and see a client and we say, can you show us your brand? And they go, yeah, here you go. And most people in the organization have a different view of what their brand actually is. So they have different ways of doing it. So one really clear way to do this is to sort of use this formula, which is your brand helps your largest customer group who want the job to be done, find out about something, enjoy life, know what to do, by relieving their pain. So this is the issue they face, and gaining something unlike their competitors. So there's two examples here that we did for some of our clients. So for Investors Chronicle, we said, Investors Chronicle helps experienced investors who want to grow and maintain their wealth by delivering independent investment ideas and guidance from trusted specialist industry experts with proven track records, unlike the more generalized alternatives. And that worked really well for them because they were spending all their time speaking to the wrong readers. But once they had a clear proposition, they knew who they needed to talk to. And then you can begin to do funky stuff like a brand benefits ladder, where you're trying to move up from your features, which is your functional attributes, all the way up to your emotional ones, which is how your customer feels. So I'll show you an example, right? So on the left, we have Marketing Week, and the product feature of Marketing Week is its weekly in-depth coverage, and it's expert marketing journalists. So that's what you get from the product. Your product benefit, it makes you on top of all things marketing. Your customer benefit is I'm a better marketeer, and the emotional benefits are that I feel confident and superior. So if you're a marketeer, that's quite important. They like to be the best. So that's how a brand ladder might work. And then we've got one for the week, where the emotional why is that you feel informed and relaxed. So when you take that into a piece of brand communication, suddenly it becomes a lot easier to write. So you can see that the one for Marketing Week here says, invest in yourself, right? What could you do with a more effective team? So like you're the boss, so it's flattery already. It's time to deliver on your promises, right? So instantly they've managed to work out what their value proposition is and communicate it really clearly to get a reaction and make it work. For the week, it was stay informed, not influenced, right? Nice and gentle. Or they've got one there that says, I think that one says a useful balanced source or something like that, right? So your brand benefit ladder will allow you to do really good marketing. And then you end up where you're beginning to start thinking about really successful subscription journey marketing, where you're beginning to understand how acquisition at the bottom, trial, retention, commitment, and advocacy leads all the way from broad up to personalized. And you're beginning to think about how this might work in terms of your customer journey. You're beginning to think about your subscription packages between print and digital, and you're thinking about what value they have to. This is something publishers find really difficult, is trying to work out what their value is between print, digital, and bundling. So I'm just going to show you this chart very quickly, which is a piece of research which shows what the median relationship is in the US between print and digital. And basically the rule of thumb is that digital is about a third of the value of print. And that's become something that's been tested and tested and tested with customers in the US. And that's broadly the rule of thumb, which is you can get away with about a third of digital for what you might get for print. Now, lots of things vary in terms of brand, so experiment and make things change. You can also mess around with paywalls. We don't have a particular piece of recommendation. You can do freemium, you can do metered, you can do hard, you can do dynamic. My advice to you is think about it specifically for your audience. Think about what works, think about how it happens. But there isn't a magic formula where you say it must be metered, right? Because people are going to have different financial and advertising areas. That was a real whistle-stop tour of the kind of stuff that you could do from subscription expertise, right? So I really appreciate that I put a load of stuff at you, and I'm just going to make a couple of final points. So one is, it's a really good idea to have a waterfall, to understand what your cost base and your profit potential is. And so in this one, this is all the revenue, so you can put on your advertising and your subscription revenues, and you're beginning to think about what your cost might look, so you can see what your profit is, so you can run a waterfall at all times to see how your business is performing. It's really simple, and it just makes sure that you're always on track to deliver profit. And if you really want to be specific about it, you could start to look at all of these kind of metrics. And there's a huge number of metrics that you could do on performance metrics, acquisition, and you can't even read these because they're so small. So I'll send these to you. You can go and have a look at them. But the point is, you can go down at the rabbit hole with these. You can go down the rabbit hole on audience measurement and KPIs. You can start looking at all sorts of things like sessions, gross and net. And don't do all this. You can do all of this later when you're the FT, but you just need to begin to choose a few things that you're comfortable with in the organization. And that might just be the audience, or it might just be conversion. But just try some stuff, right? And know where you're heading to. And as you get more confident, add more stuff on. But there's one thing which we think is the most important metric, and that's lifetime value. So if you are a subscriptions professional, the most important thing is a calculation of how much profit, not revenue, profit, business can make from one customer over the whole period that they remain a customer. Why that's important is because you're making sure that there's profit, not revenue, because profit is sanity, turnover is vanity, right? The only thing that really makes any difference is the money that you make at the end of the year. You're trying to work out how much one customer will make you over a long period of time. You're not trying to do a relationship where you take someone for one dance. You're trying to get married. So you want to make sure that you've got a long period of time when you do that. And so you can see that when you see things on retention, where you can see that the value of your audience is in retention, not in acquisition. So this is sort of the example of cohorts moving down. And the one way to think about subscriptions is it's a bit like looking at the ocean when you're on a boat. You look at the waves and you think that's the action, but the real action is at the bottom on the waves, right? So over periods of time, you might start small, but every year you're layering. Every year you're getting better. Every year you're understanding it. And at the end of it, you have a very large business that works. And it answers this C-suite question, which is, if I spend some money, how much money am I going to get back, right? Now, if you invest money in advertising, it's quite hard because actually no one really knows how much money you're going to get back. If you do newsstand, no one really knows. On subscriptions, you can. So here's a really simple model. And what we're trying to do here is look at your target rate, your conversion, your orders, how much money you make. And at the bottom of it, you can then calculate, looking at your retentions, to try and understand how much money you have left over a period of time. And that gives you the ROI. So you're looking at a 3-year model, and you can begin to understand. And as you understand more about your model, you'll understand. And I'm happy to send this out to anybody who wants to have one. We always give it away to clients and friends. So you can have a look at a lifetime value model. But there are 3 numbers which are the most important ones in that chart. So they are the cost per acquisition, which is how much it costs you to get a customer, how much revenue you get from a customer over that period, and what your retention rate is, which is the inverse of churn. And if you're in control of those 3 numbers, you get a really good subscription model. So that's a simplified model. If you really want to be complicated, you can do something like this. So this is with apologies to the Boston Consulting Group, because this is actually from them. But this is looking at the lifetime value over cost per acquisition ratio. And again, technical, brilliant. But I feel like I've run out of time. So all it remains is for me to say, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, I love the energy over there at the front, but I'm not loving the energy there at the back. Can you please clap a lot louder? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions right now, but we are right now breaking for a networking tea. We'll see you all very soon in the next 15 minutes. Whoever has any questions, you may please ask the respected speaker. Thank you so much. I'll see you all very soon in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Also, the presentations will be made available. So in case you weren't able to follow the fine print, we will make sure the presentations are available. If we can come back in 10 minutes, because we are running almost half an hour late, we will try and catch up then.
So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little late. So we'll see you shortly in the next 10 minutes so that we can resume with the conference. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody to kindly come inside so that we can begin. I'll request everybody to kindly take your seats so that we can go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody to kindly please come in so that we can begin. I'll request everybody to please kindly come in so that we can go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to kindly please come in and settle down so that we can move forward. We're all set to begin right now. Again, I request everybody to please kindly come in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to resume once again. I request everybody to please kindly come in and settle down so that we can move forward. I hope you all enjoyed your tea. Next is lunch. We have that after some time. But before that, we have a few sessions going in, and it's important that we encourage our speakers in the best way possible. Requesting everybody to kindly move in. Thank you so much. Requesting people there at the back to kindly settle down. How's the tea, everyone? Good? Huh? Maybe we might want another one later on after lunch or in the evening, right? We'll ensure that we do that. I believe we have more people outside. Everybody is inside? Oh, okay. But most importantly, are my next speakers inside? That's the critical part. I'll just quickly check once again. All right, thank you so much for joining us over here once again after a quick tea break. Now it's time to move forward. We have a very engaging fireside chat coming up very soon. The topic that's going to be discussed in that fireside chat is product management and subscriptions lessons from Frontline/Hindu. I'll repeat the topic. It's product management and subscriptions lessons from Frontline Hindu. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who's joining us right now needs no introduction. He's been an expert in his field. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Pradeep Gairola, who's the digital business head and vice president of the Hindu Group, who is driving the Hindu Group's evolution from a traditional print newspaper to a modern digital news platform. With over 30 years of experience spanning news and educational technology. May I please kindly invite Mr. Pradeep over here on stage, please. Give it up for Mr. Pradeep, ladies and gentlemen. I believe tea is just done, so the excitement and energy can be a little higher. Can we please clap loudly? Come on, give it up. Thank you. Pradeep sir has few things to say, and then I'll introduce our respected moderator for the fireside chat. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for the introduction. Let me start with a story. On June 10, 2015, Jonah Perry, CEO and co-founder of BuzzFeed and Huffington Post, was invited to the headquarters of New York Times. He was on a familiar and pleasant task. He was explaining New York Times why he has evolved past them. As you can see the data, I don't know how many, yes. Huffington Post had 100 million unique visitors in January 2015. BuzzFeed had 78 million, while New York Times had 58 million. And Huffington Post was formed in 2005, and this was 2006, and we know New York Times. The man behind the slow and painful transition of New York Times, Arthur Schulberg Jr., the president of the company, was presiding along with the CEO, Mark Thompson. Jonah's interviewer was Cliff Levy, an ambitious editor who had returned from overseas appointment to lead creation of New York Times app. During the interview, Cliff asked Jonah, imagine that you were named executive editor of the Times tomorrow. So you are named executive editors of Times tomorrow. What would be the first three things that you would do? So this is the question Cliff asked Jonah. So full of arrogance, which generally comes with extraordinary success, and maybe to sound humorous as well. First, Jonah said he would ask for the board for a raise. Then he would go to his office, shut down the door, and then would cry. So he got much anticipated laugh. After all, in the summers of 2015, everyone had this basic assumption that BuzzFeed is the rising tide and Times was a failing giant trying to catch the internet. Fast forward 2024. BuzzFeed is 8% of valuation of New York Times. And this because BuzzFeed acquired Huffington Post in 2020. So it is not just BuzzFeed, it is BuzzFeed plus Huffington Post today represent 8% of, this is the 1st May data. So this is the value they represented. I don't know how much this slide looks visible to me. So I spent about 15 hours making this slide. Data is very, very difficult to get, right? But I just wanted to understand what is happening in this world. Like, we were the legacy players. We lost our game in the beginning. First 10 years, we thought that internet is just about taking our print content to it's just a distribution medium for us, right? So we were generally trying to figure out how to do. In the meantime, there was a lot of publishers who were digital natives who did not have a legacy background were coming. They were moving fast, and we tried, and they won that race from us, right? Then, of course, there was a lot of changes happened. We thought that, okay, well, if we have enough audiences, we will be able to do the same economy which we were able to create in newspaper. But unfortunately, soon we realized that the more audience we have, the more commodity it becomes, and the money starts going to the big tech, right? But having said so, somewhere in mid 2010, a lot of publishers started understanding the game, and they said that no, there is a reader has to pay for our content. We produce a high quality content. So all the players which are in the color, if you will see their best ever circulation. So New York Times best ever circulation with the paper was 12,30,000 copies. And today they have more than 1 crore. If you look at WSJ, it had about 21 lakh copies. Now it has about 39.7, about almost 40 lakhs, right? And you can go on and look at the Atlantic, about 4,95,000 to 1 crore. Right? So all the players whom you see colored are the ones who have doing the highest ever, which whatever the print could give them, they are able to do a much larger numbers than whatever was possible with their print products. Right? So after losing this game, finally, I think we are catching up. We are starting to understand, and many of us are now very, very successful in building our economy based on the reader revenue, the readers which we know we have nurtured for many, many, many years. If you look at a media business, it's just an interplay of three things. Any media business just revolves around just 3 things. One is your content, another is access, and third is the reach. While there is an organization vision, but I think business vision actually helps you to figure out that, what do you want to do, right? So that is the reason business vision will play these, how these 3 elements play gets a lot depends on how you have defined the vision. I come from a house which has a very, very large product like a Hindu, and another niche product like a Frontline. So if you really look at it, we realize that if you look at our content, the content basically who's your target audience? Are you playing a width game or a depth game, right? That's the input of this game. Output is reach, and the access is facilitator, right? So overall, between these 3 things is what we are. So now when we look at a Hindu and Frontline, check how it works out. So if you look at both the products, right, we were very, very clear. The business vision is that we will want to build our economy around reader revenue, right? Content, while you may say that Hindu is slightly left to center and Frontline is more left to, this. But having said so, if I look at from a data perspective, and I look at the data, various things, it is very, very difficult to really look at that, because when we look at the audiences which come for, say, Frontline and what comes from, there's a lot of homogeneity around it. But the only thing which really differs is that Hindu does about 450 stories a day, and Frontline does 3 stories a day. So the quantum of the content is the only area which is there. And if you look at access, and in this access, I'm not including the access to the editorial, because that I'm taking apart as a part of content, right? But otherwise, because it's in the same house, the access is also by and large similar. But look at the reach. So Hindu has about 50x reach of Frontline. right? So basically, if you see the interplay, how much content you have, what kind of content you have, how and that's the only differentiator. Balance, if you see, access is common, but the reach gets dramatically changed. But for 1 rupee that we spend on Frontline, we spend 40 rupees on Hindu. For 1 subscriber for Frontline, we have about 4.25 subscribers for Hindu. And for 1 rupee of revenue that we generate from Frontline, we generate 10 rupees of it. So if you will see in this niche play, there's a great cost advantage, and the cost to revenue ratio actually is quite positive. And that's the reason it is easier for us to build a sustainable business with a Frontline, right? Because at some level, it's not a very, very large business, and it is very, very doable. So I think that magazines which are very focused, magazines which are playing a strong game, a niche game, have a great future, is what we personally believe. I personally believe. While there are many, many learnings, and there's a lot of time pressure. Anant has told me just keep it to 10 minutes, so I will try to. So basically, see, like if you will look at it, the ideal business model for a Hindu kind of a product, which also has advertising, should be 50% of revenue should come from subscription, 30% from readers, and 20% from other sources like an event or e-commerce and other. But Frontline, which does not have the luxury of advertising business, needs to aim for 80% of its revenue from reader revenue and balance 20% from others, right? But like, if you will see digital, the biggest thing about digital is that, see, like a lot of times the owners or the boards of the various people who talk to me, the media company owners, they ask me, do I do 1,000 crore with 100 crore profit? Do you think it is possible in digital? That's the wrong question. You say I do 100 crore profit, at what level will the digital be able to deliver? That's the right question. And that can be delivered anything between 400 to 600 crores, depending on your cost structures, right? So if you have a 1,000 crore business in print, which generates about 100 crores of profit, you can generate that between 40 to 60% of the turnover, because digital is a very, very high margin business. Your biggest cost, which is your newsprint, cost of reproduction is almost zero. Cost of distribution is almost zero. And that makes this business a interesting business, right? And also, see, like when we are building our, so when we started, we always looked at our paper product and said that, okay, our digital pricing should be similar to it. So Frontline, if you will see, as a standalone product, is 2,000 rupees. Frontline has about 60,000 odd subscribers, right? But majority of the subscribers come as an add-on. But look at the game. The game is that the cost of, the cost of serving a user is as low as 10 to 15 rupees a year for a subscriber. So if I add on a subscriber to a already acquired customer, 300 rupees, then the 285 rupees still goes to the bottom line, right? So this is not the case with print. In print, it is not possible to do these kinds of combination, because it's a variable cost business, but it is possible in digital. So when you are playing your digital game, please understand the first acquisition is the most important. After that, each add-on will come at a really, really great profit margin, and that is what you should try to capitalize upon. Third is journalism. See, like, I personally think that when a lot of people time they say, oh, it's all about journalism. In my opinion, USA Today proved that in a print business, marketing and the pricing is way more stronger to succeed, because it became bigger than the New York Times, it became bigger than WSJ, right? It was able to prove that a good minimum viable product in a print really works. And marketing and pricing are way important. And we have seen it all over India. Right? But when it comes to digital, and if you are building a reader subscription business, there is only core offering is journalism, and that's it. Right? So if you are not investing in your digital journalism, you are wrongly placed. 50% of your cost of the organization should be around journalism. In a print organization, 10 to 20% of the cost is around journalism or content. 80% of the cost is around reproduction, distribution, and making money out of whatever those content has generated. But that's not the case for digital. In digital, if your cost structure is not 50% favorable of journalism or your content, then you are in a difficult spot. Also remember that the 4 of the top 5 reasons why people buy subscription, digital subscription, only last one is about that they got a good price. Balance, everything is to do with your journalism. Digital transformations are very, very complex, because legacy organizations are created to risk minimization, right? So because the legacy organize all the processes, all the systems that you built are basically to ensure that, your risk is minimized. But business generation requires a risk. So what we realize is that the one way which really worked for us, we defined that this year, this is our risk appetite. So we will say this year we are expending, say 10 crore, 20 crore, 15 crore, whatever it is. And we have built always a digital was always built as a profitable business. We never created a loss on, looked at our digital as a loss making game, right? So that really works. Another thing is your legal. Legal will always work on possibility rather than probability and will slow you down dramatically. You need to find reasons because the entire setup is about risk minimization, right? So if the legal starts working on possibilities rather than probability, you are going to slow down. And many speakers have said we made a dramatic error of making our start by treating our business as an acquisition business, and we paid a very, very heavy price for it. Digital is a retention business. Treating it as a acquisition business is going to backfire. Engagement is the key. I think even before you launch subscription, you should first figure out that can pick up your 10, 20, 30 subscribers and that how will I engage them? If you have not got solved your engagement game, you might be better off by slowing down your subscription game. Many things, as I said, let me just skip. I think there are 5 levels of successes for the digital transformation. Level 1 is a very basic level which can be led by business teams, right? Here you make some revenue, the organization feels this is good enough, okay, and you get some attention, but still it is not really sufficient, right? Level 2 is where the moderate success starts coming in, where the company starts recognizing that yes, this can be a business for the future. Perhaps we have some green shoots, this can really work in our favor, but revenue still is very, very small, right? Level 3 is where the significant success starts coming in. Loss of revenue from legacy business is more like the digital is able to sustain it. You do not lose your people. You are able to run a more tighter organization. And I think some of the organizations like Condé Nast, Gannett, Atlantic, Economist, Globe and Mail, these are the organizations. And please take all this with doses of salt. This is my version. This does not mean this is just how I look at the data. So this is definitely not the way it is the final word in this. This is just my interpretation of it. In my level, these are the organizations which are at level 3, where they now know that, okay, their digital and print combined is still a great opportunity for them. Level 4 happens when there is exceptional success. Business is sustainable only on digital business. So if tomorrow your print business does not exist, even then you are a viable institution, right? And here I think the Guardian, the Washington Post had some challenges in the recent past, but I feel that any running organization will keep having problems. So I don't really treat it as a big setback. I personally think they are at already an exceptional success level. And then finally, there is an unprecedented success where the organization is now way bigger than what it ever was in that sprint era. And there I feel New York Times, Schibsted, Dow Jones, WSJ, FT, couple of these players are coming. Hindu is at a level of 2. In 2020, we were at level when we had just launched subscribe. So Hindu lost out on the initial part of the building a lot of audiences for various reasons. But in February 2019, we put our main website behind the paywall. And since the early success of it was something where we had a level 1. In 21, when the COVID came in and the organizations world over could not print their print product, I think that's the first time where we got a lot of attention from all the quarters in Hindu, and that is where we have reached level 2. We are far away from level 3 to 5 journey. It is a long way, and I think if you have to level 3 to 5 journey requires a dramatic. At a level 5, the entire organization, whether it's your board, whether it's a business, whether it's your editorial, everybody has to have a single aligned vision. At a level 3, your editorial has to start taking way more responsibilities and so on. So this is an edit game. And if you want to have a success, you will definitely need a lot more coming from at a level. At a NYT, I don't, but or if you look at WSG or a FT, like prior to me, he was talking about the FT. So these are dramatically aligned organization. That is the kind of success which what makes success possible.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the fireside chat. I'll quickly request Mr. Manish Dhingra from Readership to kindly join us over here on stage. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Loudly, please. I'll request him to continue from where he left. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Great. I guess one more session before lunch. And then the sessions after that, I'm sure are, interesting. But Pradeep, excellent presentation. I know
Thanks.
every bullet which you made in your presentation carries so much of experience behind it.
Thank you.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to help you delve a little bit deeper into some of those points which you wanted to make, but you couldn't. Let's start by talking a little bit about the history and the decision behind going behind a paywall, right? I think you've been an early pioneer. I've known you since a long time, and you took that decision at a time when most publishers were still relying on advertising as a revenue stream. And magazine publishers were obviously in the game for subscription since a long time. But what led you to start looking at monetization of your readers through subscription as an early beginning to build that into a larger business?
See, Hindu was amongst the first publishers in the world to start a digital website in 1995. Then for the next 10 years, we perhaps treated it like a distribution model. Nothing much happened. I think while a lot of other houses tried playing with the various aspects of internet, we somehow took a back seat, and this entire game passed by us. In India, the people who succeeded with building the audiences in India were the people who tried to look at digital as a medium is the message rather than what message they had and taking the medium, which gave a rise to something called ABCD, very low quality journalism, which was basically around astrology, Bollywood, cricket, and devotion, right? But then this is what the reader was searching on the web, right? 50% of the search was around celebrities' personal life. Hindu didn't do it, right? So we lost this game of audience in a very, very big way. But what remained intact was our journalism. Journalism we were very, very proud of, right? So that's where in the 2018, the company decided that, okay, let's we will not play this game of ABCD, and hence the building the reader numbers is very, very difficult, right? Substantial numbers will not be possible. So let's look at subscription. So in 2018, we took this decision. Into February 2019, late or rather the last quarter of 2018, we took a decision. We moved fast. In February 2019, we took Hindu behind the paywall. Everybody wrote our obituary because nobody thought we will succeed. But then I think when people do not have too much of expectation from you, and even if you make a small success, it goes a long way. And that is what happened with us, right? But what was amazing for me was in 2018, February 2019, when we launched, we were giving 1 month free trial. 82% of the people who bought subscription did not take free trial. They came and they loved the brand. They said, we don't need your free trial. You are there for 140 years. What trial do I want from you, right? So 82% of the user will pay on the day one without taking a trial. That was the trust which the reader had, right? Even today, almost 50% of the people do not take the free trial. But yes, reaching down those loyalists becomes more and more complex, and there's a lot of work has to go into. So we started with our initial paywall as a voluntary paywall. The only thing which we were offering was that it will be an ad-free experience, right? But then gradually we moved to metered paywall. Then we started experimenting with hard paywall. Then today we are also doing metered dynamic paywall. So we are experimenting a lot. All our brands are behind the paywall now, and 50% of our digital revenues are now coming from subscription.
Excellent. Now, if you look at, you mentioned 1995, you had your website, and that was probably the first, right? A lot of legacy news publishers still struggle to have a digital first mindset. What do you think leads to that? Like, what are the challenges you have conquered, or from your experience, how does that change?
See, we are not a digital first mindset, right? We are still a print first mindset. And it is very difficult because more than 90% of our revenue still depends on print, right? So when the 90% of your revenue is coming from the print and you try to make it a digital first, it becomes very, very complex. But yes, we have made tremendous success. Today, our editors are very involved in they see a digital future. I think the challenges is basically like, see, between a urgency. I think editor's job is extremely complex. The bringing the next day paper is a reality, or the urgency, and the digital is important. At times, I always wonder, we were the industry which was telling the world that, oh, digital is the future. But why is that our future we were able to compromise? Because I think between a urgency and important, urgency always wins. So our editors interpreted the world that digital is the future, but couldn't save their own future. And this is not true for any one company. It is true for the entire world, right? All the world industry failed to do it because they were always dealing with urgency. So one of the lessons for me is, when you have to deal with urgency and importance, unless you are creating a structure to go after that important, your urgency will always win, right? And your importance. It's like we all know we need to eat healthy food, we need to do exercise, but how many of us are doing it, right? We know it is important, but urgent is the work which we have to do. So I think this is where the challenge is. I think the most of the editors understand digital is the future, but they have to bring tomorrow's paper or tomorrow's magazine or the next week thing, and that's a urgency. So digital transformation, I think, for Western world, it happened because most of them actually were almost forced into it.
Yeah.
See, we are about 10 years behind the international market. So in 2005, US started experiencing shutting down of the news organization. Till 2019, the last IRS, we were still growing the market. And the Indian print newspaper business was still growing. And we do not have IRS after that, right? So I think we have about 8-10 years behind as far as the Western curve is concerned. But I think this is changing. In 2015, the launch of Geo made a dramatic change, right? Because the data became very cheaper, and the sheer number of people who started joining the web for content consumption has increased. This 10 years may not remain 10 for a very long period of time. It will keep coming down. So digital transformation is almost a necessity now. And I think the editors have to start thinking. And this is not businesses, people like me who are the businessmen, salesmen, we can only do a limited part of it. Unless the editors are ready to pick this game cannot be won. So editors have to think, how will they make it digital first news? So if you look at a New York, so when I joined, we tried to get a consultant from New York Times to talk. So I was asking her, who brings newspaper? She was confused by the question. Because I said, who? Then finally he said, yeah, just a set of people who take the newspaper, but everybody is writing for digital. And this is 2018, right? 2018, the WSJ editor told his people, please don't bother about the paper. There is a set of people where you just write for digital, right? And I think these are the changes which the editors will have to lead.
Very interesting. Let's move towards a very important point which you mentioned, which is content strategy, right? And the way content consumption parameters and paradigms are changing, content strategy is very, very key. So how do you determine what kind of content your audience is willing to pay for? Is there something, are you analyzing the trends and utilizing those trends to drive your subscription growth? Right. One example which I can think of, which is a very recent example, was there was this news which was widely circulated about the death of Poonam Pandey. And I don't know if it's true, but someone told me that the Hindu is the only one who didn't publish it. A lot of other, at least in digital, everyone thought it's like very important news, and they went and published it without even knowing whether it was a fact. But the Hindu said, unless we see the body, we will not publish it. Is that true? And just taking a cue from my earlier question, what happens in those cases?
See, Hindu never publishes a news seeing on TV or any other website unless some correspondent confirms it. We don't publish. So Amartya Sen was declared dead by everybody. So we called up Amartya's family because he is one of the subscribers also, and he's a long term for this. So his daughter said, yeah, he's sitting next to him. So I'm just making it up. But the larger piece is that Hindu does not publish a story because somebody has carried it. Some reporter will have to confirm it before it gets published. Having said so, if PTI or some sources which we subscribe to, that is the time we may make errors. Like in this case, I think some news agency had also flashed it, but because the editors would have had certain relations with Mr. Amartya Sen's family, or at least his circle, so that is the reason they could reach out and figure out that the news is a thing. But our errors will mainly happen, if at all they happen, if it is given by a wire, and most of the time we don't carry about what other websites or TVs carry.
But what about content strategy in that case?
See, basically, like, first of all, I think when you, depending on what kind of paywall you are building. In a metered paywall, actually the strategy is to keep telling a person that, oh, you have consumed 10 articles. Like when we started, we were giving 10 articles free, right? And just telling him that, boss, you are driving your value, please pay, right? So if you are taking a metered paywall, in that case, almost every content is, payable, because, it is behind the paywall. Your idea is to stop a user after certain instances and say that, okay, please pay it now because you have been consuming, right? But if you stand alone, if you remove, I think entertainment content is extremely difficult to monetize. Wire content is very, very difficult to monetize, right? And what content actually, like, my favorite thing is that tell me one word, what you stand for in one word or maybe one sentence, and I'll be able to sell the subscription, right? The challenge is that, see, like the most of the editors will tell you, I'm great in 5 things. Boss, there are 1.9 billion websites on the web. I can't convey 5 things to anybody. Tell me one thing we can build. Frontline stands for long form journalism. It's a voice for the voiceless. It is easy to sell. We sell about 60,000 subscriptions for digital subscribers. We have 60,000 digital subscribers for Frontline. It is easy because it is very easily definable. So I think content is still how you approach the content. If you are trying to do some micro paywalling kind of a strategy, please do not put a wire content, or for that matter, entertainment content. Low value content is not. Long form always goes, any analysis, explainers, data stories, they lead very, very well. But micro, one of the panelists, one of the presenter also said, the micro paywalls have not really worked anywhere in the world. And Blendle, of course, also, we were also on Blendle at some point in time, but that model has not worked. But yeah, try many things, but overall, it is your journalism. If you can define very cleanly that this is what we stand for, or keep struggling to find out that what is one thing which you excel at, which can be the best you do. And perhaps you can say, I'm on the top in India, we will be the best in this particular thing. And if there is enough market for it, there's a lot of. See, this country is very, very huge. We are 140 crore people, right? 1% of it is 1.4 crore, right? Anything is viable in this country as long as it is done with a certain amount of depth and certain amount of, servicing the need of the user.
Right. So depth is important. I know we are running a little behind on time, and I want to give an opportunity to the audience also to ask questions. But so after this question, the audience, please get ready with your questions. And my next question is on data and analytics, right? Obviously, it's a data heavy business which we are creating here. Tell us a little bit about the platforms you're using to analyze your data and build on the analytics which you're generating. Are there any specific platforms, or they're homegrown, or whatever it is, something around that?
So see, we have Piano, which is the primary source for data for us, because that's a subscription engine, and everything which passes with what reader will see, that's so a lot of data get captured at Piano level. We also use GA4. We also have Clever Tap and couple of, but overall, I think still we needed a comprehensive strategy of data. So last year, the company hired a vice president to lead the entire data and AI initiatives. This person has joined us from News Corp. So basically, he's the one who's leading this initiative. So we want to, it's a more holistic view which is required for the data. At this point in time, yes, there are lots of these piecemeal things. The biggest problem with the data is that most of the platforms, they don't talk to each other. So getting a comprehensive view of a reader or a subscriber becomes extremely difficult. Currently, we do certain amount of patchwork, which we are doing with Piano, with Clever Tap, with GA and all that. But I think there is a lot more required, which this team is working. They are already in the process of setting up an entire data platform. I think we are in the second phase. It will take another 4 to 6 months for us to get this platform ready. And then we will be in a much better position to really capture our data and then take out the various required inputs from it.
Okay, great. Maybe one question from the audience. Yeah, Girish.
Can we skip the question part for the networking part, because we're really short of
Okay,
time, unfortunately.
Fine. So I'll just go to the last segment, and this is the really fun segment. It's like a rapid fire. Since I'm in Bombay, I'm taking a pick from what Karan Johar does. And these are some questions you need to answer immediately, right? I didn't prepare you for it, and neither did I prepare myself for it, but here goes. One digital publication you have subscribed to other than the Hindu group of publications?
New York Times. I'm a long-time subscriber.
One international, you answered that. One international publication you love to read and read regularly is? New York Times.
WIJ, New York Times, Economist, like list is very, very long.
Okay. The next one, what new content formats, like for example, short videos, reels, web stories, what do you enjoy the most?
See, I think these short form videos are great and for this, but I'm too old for videos. So I enjoy the photographs because they are easier to manage, and videos I find it difficult to deal with.
Okay. What is the one reason that would drive you to pay for the content you want to read?
Come again?
What is the one reason that would drive you to pay for the content you want to read? Why would you pay for a content?
See, I think when you get into a story, you see how the either the synopsis of it or whatever you are reading, and if it is behind the paywall, I end up paying, right? So I think how the story is narrated, I think the beginning part of the story, the blurbs which you are creating, right, and that. But on the other side of it, I have also cancelled subscription because at some point in time I feel that I'm not able to do justice to reading, and this is a mindset which we need to cure for all the users. So at one point in time, I used to subscribe to Harvard, and that time the printed copy of Economist. This is 10 years, 15 years back, and invariably what will happen? I was not able to complete it, and I started feeling guilty about it. But what I didn't realize is that it's like 750 rupees that time Harvard Business Review used to cost, right? Even if I read one article, it gets a dramatically more value. And this is something we as an industry have to do. We have to tell the readers it is not about cover to cover reading. If you read just one article, it costs 40,000 rupees to create one article for Frontline and about 15,000 rupees to create an article for Hindu, right? Now, imagine when as a reader I am able to read something which is so insightful, and I'm still worried about 750 rupees or and I'm sure Howard pays much more, right? So I think this is something which we have to tell our readers, that if you read 3 or 4 pieces of content or even 2 pieces of content, it's good enough. Don't bother too much about it.
Cool. I think to sum it up, I wanted you to answer the top 3 things you would advise, but since we don't have time, just answer one. One thing you would advise for the publishers to succeed in the digital business, and especially the subscriptions business?
I think all your entire organization needs to be aligned for digital transformation, whether it is board, whether it is business, whether it is editorial. Until all of the organization is aligned, it is impossible to make a huge success in digital. So that's the one thing which I will say.
Great. Thank you so much. I know it was short, but you can catch him outside later. Thanks.
Unfortunately, we have limited time. Otherwise, we would have loved the discussion to continue. But give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. I think they've taken time out of their schedule to make this happen. So thank you so much. Any questions, you can always connect offline during lunch or otherwise. I'll request the team to kindly set up the panel for the next panel discussion. And I introduce the topic at the moment. Do I have somebody to help me with the chairs over here for the panel discussion that we have right now? We'll need 5 chairs. We already have 2. So 5 minus 2 is 3. Everybody knows. So we need 3 more. I'll help you. Let's do this quickly. This one. My videographer friends over there at the back, do you check the frame? Is that fine? Please position the chairs accordingly so that you can shoot correctly. Guide them. Unka baat suniye ek baar, please, over there at the back. Just listen to how they want the chairs to be positioned. Very important. Place the mics, please. Ready? Thank you. All right, thank you so much for that swift service on stage. Quickly moving on to the next panel discussion, which we all have been waiting for. And then, of course, we can all enjoy our delicacies outside. The topic for the moment right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the evolving role of editors as anchors for nurturing reader communities and crafting new publishing strategies. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's the evolving role of editors as anchors for nurturing reader communities and crafting new publishing strategies. Can I please request Mr. Anant Nath, President of AIM, to kindly come up on stage as the honorable moderator of this session. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'll quickly introduce our speakers for this. We have the presence of Mr. Raj Chengappa, who's the Group Editorial Director, Publishing of the India Today Group, and Editor, India Today Magazine. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Raj Chingappa. Next, we have Mr. Naresh Fernandez, who's the editor of Scroll, a digital publication, as we all know. He has previously been editor-in-chief of Time Out India. Give it up for him, please, as well, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Mr. Govindraj Ethiraj from India Spence. He's a television and print journalist who has reported and written on Indian business for over 25 years. He's a media executive, an entrepreneur whose public interest journalism ventures use data to tell stories in areas like health, education, and climate, and a lot more. Please give it up for him. We also have, I believe we are done. Hormaz, yes. We also have Mr. Hormaz Sorabji from Autocar India. Everybody knows him. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Subhajit.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your patience, because I know we're running way behind time. I know this is now officially lunch hour, and we're going to keep it within 40-45 minutes so that we can proceed to lunch. So, okay, we've had the first session, first half. We broadly touched upon all the subjects, that the conference is all about, the role of editors in the last session. Pradeep was mentioning how in the evolving paradigm, the shift from a pure play print to a digital world and the need on publishing to curate experiences, understand readers better, create subscription models which acquire us to understand our readers far better. The role of the editors has become far more center stage. And this is what we have seen at Caravan. All of us are actually on this panel have at some point, and actually some of them continue to be magazine editors. Raj is editing a magazine. Hormoz is editing and owning a magazine. Naresh, you edited Time Out for the longest time. You run and edit Scroll. And of course, Govind was editing newspapers, was part of newspaper editorial teams, and now running an online website. In all of these cases, each of us, I think, has had to grapple with understanding readers far better, far closer in the last 10 years than before. And the themes that we've covered since morning, the challenge on publishing units to create monetization in an increasingly difficult environment, whilst keeping a certain sanctity of content intact, because that's what we've all sort of come to a consensus that's what is at the heart of magazines publishing model. So the question I'm going to throw open to everybody, I'm going to start with Naresh because we've already heard Raj in the first session, and then we're going to sort of move in a circle, is basically in this larger context, your own experience and how the role of editor, and again, Naresh, you're also an editor, but you're also sort of a co-founder of Scroll. So the question is not limited to your role, but the team below you, because it's not just the editor, especially an editor who's also an owner in a manner of speaking. It's not limited to their role, but the team's role. How is that evolved? And if you would, also contextualize your framework with the kind of journalism your entity does. So between Scroll, we have news and culture, and business and auto, and of course, traditional political journalism, so to say. So if you could sort of contextualize it with to get a diversity of experiences, that would really help us.
Good afternoon, everyone. A few years ago, I was in Rome and I had the opportunity to visit the Colosseum, which was interesting in all sorts of ways. To start with, although it's 2000 years old, it demonstrated that the Romans had learned a key lesson that contemporary politicians are still using. You can exploit the citizenry all you want, but you need to remember to give them bread and circuses, which in India today means free rations for 800 million people, and religious spectacles amplified by the compliant media. But as I wandered around those ruins, imagining Christians being fed to the lions and other stimulating entertainments, I found that the ancient Romans also had a sense of what contemporary journalism was going to turn into. When I was a young reporter eager to make my mark on the world, I was greatly influenced by a book by Ved Mehta about the workings of Mr. Sean, the legends who edited The New Yorker from 1952 to 1987. Mehta described a famously shy man who spent most of the day hunched over the proofs. Sean, it was said, ran the magazine with an iron meekness and a pain commitment to the perfectly placed comma. and had the talent for helping a writer to say exactly what they meant to without being imposing. The book is called Remembering Mr. Sean's New Yorker, The Invisible Art of Editing. That image of the perfectionist editor with an obsession for punctuation was reiterated just a couple of weeks ago when I watched this documentary about the often very tempestuous relationship between the American nonfiction superstar Robert Caro and his editor for 5 decades, Robert Gottlieb. A great many of their arguments, it would seem, revolved around the use of the semicolon. But back at the Colosseum, I read a little plaque that presented a picture of a rather more flamboyant version of editors. It turned out that in the roar of those gladiatorial battles, one powerful person, often the editor, the emperor, would be designated the editor. And after one combatant had been vanquished, the victor would look to the editor, who, by gesturing thumbs up or thumbs down, would indicate whether the loser should live or die. Unlike Mr. Sean or Robert Gottlieb, all of us editors and many of our more senior colleagues in the back room are now expected to assume more public roles. And I'm quite divided about that. The phenomenon of the flashy journalist dueling on TV debates and at public events doesn't always serve the profession well. In journalism, I've always believed the work should be so powerful it speaks for itself. And creating excellent work is a team sport. Many of the people in the back room have vital roles to play, and oversized egos don't often contribute to very productive, efficient newsrooms. The best journalists and editors don't necessarily cut the most impressive figures in public. I can't speak in public. I have to read from notes. But that's what we've encouraged the public to come to expect. So the challenge, I think, is not for the editor's personality to be associated with a publication in the public imagination, but to create a personality for a publication that is instantly recognizable. That personality for the publication is a reflection of the publication's journalistic values, its rigor, its presentation, its commitment to journalistic values. And there are no shortcuts to creating that. It's the accretion of years of consistent hard work. And after that, when you turn to your audience, you can hope that they're still waggling their thumbs up at you.
I'm going to come back to you on some follow-up questions on both what you meant by Ved Mehta and Mr. Sean, and of course, the Robert Caro's thing. But I'm going to first move to Govind. And Govind, because you've been a television editor, presenter, so you cannot help but not have that personality out there. That's part of the job. Whereas, there is a certain truth to what Naresh has said, that, there is a magazine, this is a recurring theme through the day, that as magazine publishers and editors, we think, or at least as magazine editors, we like to believe that our readership is a reflection of what the magazine editorial team's collective tastes and sensibilities are. And whilst there was a certain way this panned out in the print phase, now in a digital space, I think that expression, that understanding of or the alignment between the editorial team and readers' personalities seems to become far more dynamic. So that's again the broad question that we've been sort of contemplating. So love to hear your experience. How, now that you're running a website, now you're running a completely online setup, how has your experience shaped over the last few years?
Firstly, Anand, thank you so much for having me on this panel. I'm a bit of an odd one out till I met Naresh, who's also a website. So therefore, I feel I have some company. I'll speak today in the context of India Spend. It's Spend and not Spends, which is a public interest journalism initiative. And it's a philanthropic venture. So, and I want to stress a little bit and spend a moment or two on that, because I think it's important to look at how many business models that there could be in, at least if we have the same objective. So India Spend was actually set up with a larger objective of improving the quality of public discourse. And we said that we will use data to tell stories in public interest and focus on 4 issues primarily: health, education, environment, and gender. So the way we do it is we do 1 story a day, 4 to 5 stories a week. We take anywhere between 2 weeks to 2 months to do many of our stories. And we have three kinds of audiences, and I'll come to the revenue side in a moment. We have our primary audience, and we've been around for 11 years now, is people in public policy, both in India, in government, outside government, and people from outside India who look at India. The second audience is people who are in academia, research, public policy, but let's say more academia and research organizations and so on. The third audience is, and this is not in any order, is actually other media organizations. So organizations like Scroll, for example, republish our articles, and so does, let's say, a News Laundry or Wire, I think First Post, a lot of new organizations, World Economic Forum, Dow Jones Industrial Average. So they all publish or republish our articles, and that's how it goes out to many more, and I'm assuming millions of people. Now, what are we doing it for? Or rather, how are we doing it? Our structure is that of a trust. I'm the managing trustee. I'm also happy to have here Ayaz Memon, who's also a trustee with us on India Spend. The third trustee is not here, but we collect. Collect is I think it's not the right word. We get donations from philanthropists. There are about 5 philanthropists who support us. Most of them are foundations. And most of our expenditure is met through that philanthropy that comes to us. So I don't earn anything from India Spend. I never did. I don't even expense now, or I have not expensed anything to the trust for many years. So it's as much of a philanthropic effort for me as it is for those who are contributing to it. But I think the principle of this, which is to do journalism without any link to advertisements, without being enslaved by advertisement, I'm not saying it's bad, is what really keeps us going in India Spend and has kept us going. I think the last point that I want to make and stop is that we've tried subscription. It's not that we didn't try. We gave it up for 2 reasons. One is it didn't work. The reason it didn't work is because India Spend content is pretty heavy, and I don't think people really subscribe to it except for a handful. The second is that when we started talking, we went back to our donors and we said that we want to look at subscriptions, set up paywalls. What do you think? They said that the reason we support you is because we want this content into which you're putting a lot of work to go out free. And that is what really sustains us and keeps it going. So as we look ahead, I think we will have, we sort of have calibrated our ambitions. We thought we would become a little bigger. We will go deeper into areas like health and education. But what we've really done is switched. During COVID, almost all our effort was going into health. Now, as you can see, a lot of our effort, and I'm sure many others here too, goes into areas like climate. So I'll pause here and then.
Urmaz, I think if we talk about magazines and community of readers, I think fewer brands in India can sort of match the kind of hold Autocar India has on the community of auto enthusiasts in the country. And where Alistair in the opening presentation had sort of talked about the close camaraderie you enjoy with Mr. Tendulkar. And not just him, but every major auto enthusiast. So, for Autocar, I would presume a close relationship between its readers has always been the case. But how have you seen things evolve over the last 5 to 8 years, because you have a big digital presence, you are curating lots of events. So how is your role, and not just your role because you're also the publisher here, but your team's role probably evolving in this new dynamic?
Thanks, Anand. Firstly, thanks for having me here, and good to be here. Hi, everyone. No, I think, we are a special interest magazine. So clearly community is everything. Our reader is everything. They're very passionate. They're very sticky. It's not, they don't just come and go. So I think for us, that's been really the core, and it starts with our brand. What does it stand for? We are seen as expert, we are seen as authoritative, and that really is our kind of brand guidelines. We are sort of serious. We try to entertain, but we're not frivolous at all. And there's a lot of depth in what we do. So I think clearly, it started off, as we all know, with print. It was just a one-way kind of, you gave your content to the reader in a print form, and the only interaction you got back was maybe by letters, and that too by email. Now it's completely different. And what we are seeing is a very, very strong two-way interaction. In fact, we've got this one tab on our site called Ask Autocar Anything, and they literally ask us anything, and we've got experts answering them, from what tire size to upgrade, from what car to buy, if they have a problem with the car. And we've seen that's growing exponentially. We have to figure out a way to monetize that. Honestly, we've not been good at that, but it just goes to show the kind of passion people have. And, we've been trying to have this two-way communication with them. What really defines us are a couple of things. One is our news and our reviews. We are passionate about getting the news out there first. So I think that's where the industry really kind of regards us, because very often we are told people learn about their own company from news we've broken about their company. And we're really proud of that. And second is the reviews. I think today the autocar review on a car is really, I mean, I might don't mean to blow my own trumpet, but it is the gold standard, because we invest a lot in equipment, in what we do. Right now, we're just revamping the way we test EVs, because there's a whole issue on range on EVs. How do we test the regen levels on it with deceleration meters and stuff like that? So that's what we keep doing. We are very, very, focused on what our reader wants, and taking it a step further. While, we are still haven't explored the paywall content, where we are getting a lot of revenue from readers is through our experiences. As we speak, in fact, my colleague Mahesh was there today. He flagged off what we call mango trails, where we do these experiential experiences for our readers who pay quite a lot to go on road trips. Road trips is an area we focused a lot on, basically for our readers as well. And that's a completely new revenue stream which we are getting from our readers. Like everyone, we want to move from ad funded to audience funded models. It just is just a couple of things. One is you're not dependent on the advertiser, and it pushes your content that much higher to get there. So just a few things what we've done, and I think it's our reviews, the news we do, the experiences we offer, and this really two-way communication with our audience. And just one last thing I'd like to add is we've been at the forefront of the classic car community. Today, we organize by far the #1 classic car event in the country with Mercedes, the Mercedes Classic Car event. That event alone has seen classic Merc prices go through the roof. It's a whole ecosystem that we build. People come from all over the country. They all want to be there. And now there's an eligibility for it. So they're all buying cars of a certain standard just to be a part of that event. So really, I think, it's all doing what we just sticking to what your brand values are, and having this close connect with our audience in multiple different ways.
So Raj, India today is, at one point, the quintessential, what we would have called a general interest magazine back in the 80s and 90s. And I guess the evolving consensus is that for us to make revenues from readers, a general interest model has its own challenges, and there are niches. There is a way to sort of engage readership with a certain alignment. And you've touched upon that a bit. Maybe if you can add a few more, perspectives on how this is sort of shaping up.
Firstly, I mean, let me say how happy I'm here to be with Naresh as well as Govinda. I admire their work considerably, and as well as Homer. So you're doing a great job, and please keep that up. I think you've really held the flag high for all of us. In terms of what I'd mentioned in that, I talked of a win-win situation. And a win-win situation is where you don't compromise on your editorial ethics. So I'll just give you an example of the best colleges, because that's something that we've been doing for 20 years. We insulated editorial fully from the survey. And right from the beginning, when I was handling it, I said, we will not interact directly with the agency that is going to do the study, so that we have no pressure, external pressure coming from colleges to alter the ranks. But it was a value proposition. There was a whole student population that wanted a ranking. There was no official ranking that was happening. And so there was interest in that. And, in the beginning, by the way, advertising was not interested. And it was only when they realized that advertisers came knocking on the door by the 3rd or 4th year that they suddenly realized that there is something like this. We never got any ads in the first 2-3 years. It was because we started building the credibility, we worked out what would be the modalities, what would be that. And right from that time, we instituted a thing that there will be no interference on the way that we conduct this editorial or the advertising side. They cannot come and say this college should do it. So over a period of time, we built that credibility to it. So, and that has resulted in a lot of advertisers coming in. So one of our big issues is the best college. So like that, we have worked out a lot of win-win where we don't see a compromise on editorial, where we are comfortable that none of our principles that we have now take the state of the states that we've done. We found that there was a huge demand to understand what is, how does a state perform? Which are the best performing states? There was a competition on that. We got 2 of the top experts economic experts to come out with 10 simple criteria of how you could judge a state's performance. And then we converted that, and there were people who were willing to sponsor that because they wanted to see their name as someone who was interested in the development of the country. And over a period of time, we then distilled that into the state of the state. There again, we actually say that the chief ministers are very mature for their thing to be x-rayed completely and the flaws of that particular state or this thing. So I think that it's the approach that you take where you're able to give a lot of value to readers, but at the same time ensure, and of course, a lot of value to the advertiser and the thing, but at the same time ensure that you keep your principles. So I have a smell test. If I think this is purely, there is no win for us, and there is a lot of compromise that's happening, we say no, whatever the price. That's the way I would.
Urmaz, we run an auto magazine as well. It's much smaller than auto cars. And one question, which has been at the heart of publishing debates is making revenue from readers. And auto magazines are surviving in an ecosystem where there are much larger now digital players like Carvale and Car Dekho and whatnot, where they were giving the same information that an auto magazine can give, but free of cost. Now, do you see there is any scope for a magazine, an auto magazine brand, both in print and digital, to actually pivot toward a subscription model, like the good old days when you used to sell more magazines and get advertising out of it? But today in the digital, because there is a much larger ecosystem feeding the same audience with content which is probably not going to be behind a paywall because that's not their model. They're living in an e-commerce world. They're generating revenues from other kinds of sources. But for a magazine, which still prides itself on creating in-depth content, how do we sort of take that conversation to the reader for them to, ask them to part with money?
I think, there are two types of, let's say, parts of this. One is you've got the B2B, which is much easier because you've got corporates really subscribing over there. And I think that's a lot easier. Then you've got the B2C, which is a lot harder because everyone expects free content over there. But I think we are exploring, we're going to be, developing an app. I think with that, with the subscription, you have to bundle something else. It can be an experience. It could be, some sort of, we're looking at doing master classes on various automotive subjects, on safety, things like that. So I think there is a case if you bundle the content along with, let's say, some sort of an add-on. I think, there could be a strong case for that. So it could be, as something as basic as all your past archives going all the way back so people can, access that, which you can't do otherwise. And along with some sort of activities which people look for. And, especially after COVID, everyone is looking at something experiential. And we think there's a big market for that.
Naresh, I know how averse you are to being out there as the editor of your publication. And you're true to what you mentioned about Ved Mehta and the invisible Mr. Sean. I think that's your natural state of being that invisible hand behind your magazine, behind the publication. But having said that, we don't have a choice these days. And I mean, the question is like, as against when you were probably running Time Out and other publications, how much of your own time you're actually spending on non-editorial work, and where all are you spending that non-editorial work time? In which direction?
So we spend a lot of time, less like everybody else, looking at the numbers, which when you're a publication our size is a pretty hit and miss thing, because so much of so much of our reach depends on that very pernicious algorithm. Which is constantly changing and constantly, as Govind probably knows, taking your numbers up and down. But what we do use the algorithm for is to enhance our membership program. A very significant part of our revenue comes from what we call this membership scheme, where people who pay up more than a subscription get special newsletters, they get conversations with our reporters. And the analytics allow us to tell us what they have read in order to be converted to memberships. So we spend some time on that. That becomes quite important. And then to nurture this community of readers we already have, we spend a lot of time on writing newsletters that we know appeal to their interests?
Govind, I mean, India spends, sorry, is in-depth data. Now, the intuitive thing to think about is that people would like to pay money for data, because in the end, actually, that's the more difficult part. Opinion is easy to give, but hardcore data, hardcore of reporting is something that is much more difficult to find, and more so in the superficial world that digital seems to survive in. But yet, you were saying that you've had your challenges in monetizing the fact that you are collecting important, deep data, rich data, and not being able to charge subscriptions. But is there I mean, there has to be a way to sort of get people to subscribe. And what really do you think is the challenge that you faced in sort of monetizing that aspect of your publication?
Yeah, so I mean, also to your point, Oyen, and your question is, I mean, in the context of India Spend, I do spend a lot of time fundraising. I do two things actually. So one is fundraising. The second is to keep thinking of dream projects. So one of the dream projects, for example, which we've done and we continue to do in different ways, was to build air quality monitoring systems, which we did about 6 years ago. And we were the first in India to set up actually low cost air quality monitoring systems, and when you could actually see it on a website and so on. So we've done the same thing now with methane, which is actually a much bigger problem than let's say particulate matter, because it's invisible and it's 28% contribution to greenhouse gases and so on. So if you go to indiaspend.com, you'll see a section for where you can actually see what methane levels are and who's emitting methane in this country and how much of it. So the problem, I think, is twofold. I think one is, let's say, a marketing failure. Let's say we've not been able to sell a hard story. So when we say we use data to tell stories, we think it's a good enough proposition. Or if we say we want to improve the quality of public discourse, we think it's a good proposition. But I don't think that's what people are really buying per se. I think people subscribe when they are emotionally, triggered. And I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm just saying that they feel something emotional. I don't think our content really creates that sort of emotional trigger. I think for example, a lot of academics worldwide read our stuff. A lot of universities and professors in universities not only read our stuff, but cite us. And that's a win for us with our donors as well. But that's not enough for whatever reason, for them to actually say, oh, we will subscribe to you or we will donate to you. Then there are specific problems. I mean, we are an India registered trust. I know a lot of people outside the country would like to contribute to us, but they can't, and nor do we want to touch any foreign money, given what things are like right now. So so that may be an additional problem. But I think it's a marketing challenge. If anyone wants to pick it up, we are more than happy to work with them. But at this point, I think we acknowledge that most of our revenue, not all of it, comes from our donors. Some of it comes through events that we do, and we do sort of fairly tailored events for specific, let's say, sections, maybe to do with climate, maybe to do with something like as specific as natural farming, which we've done. And that sort of keeps us going.
Talking about events or Holmas, because Raj was talking about the events that India Today has done. We all know about the conclave and state events. AutoCAD also has had fair success in events. And what's been your sort of success mantra for these events, especially given the fact that most of these are sponsored events? But are there events where you're actually getting readers to even at least have some component of participation fees or something from their end to sort of make this event more balanced between the sponsor and the end consumer?
Well, we used to have this property called the AutoCAD Performance Show, which we actually ran for 10 years. Then COVID came and, we've not been able to revive it. Costs have just, gone through the roof to make a proper business case for it. But over there, we did have an entry ticket. I think final year it went up to about, 500 rupees. And you had about, 30,000 people just coming for that. So, you can do the math. So that was coming from the reader themselves. Well, again, this event which we have, Mango Trails, it's just a 2-night. Just to give an example, it's there on our website. It's a 2-night stay in Dapoli, where we are going into a mango orchard. It's 38,000 for a couple over there. We are doing one in Uzbekistan next week. There we are getting as much as 3 lakhs per. So they're paying a lot, and I think we are finding that our community is very small. You target them in the right way, they're willing to spend a lot for an experience. So really, these are the kind of events we're doing, and going forward, even with the classic car community, Because it's become so big, as a way of filtration, we're going to be start charging them for participation as well. But as I said, people love their cars. A lot of rich people buy these cars, and clearly they want to spend, they want to enjoy. It's all about the experience. And I think that's where we are going to focus, is on the experience part of it. Content, yes, that's for our B2B platforms, Autocar Professional, where really the industry, the corporates will spend a lot. We're still not convinced on B2C, wanting to spend however good the content is. But I think, as I said, if we bundle it with a whole lot of products and services, I'm sure we can, make it work monetarily as well.
Okay, Raj, one thing that has irked you most in transitioning from the traditional role of the editor to trying to straddle all these new initiatives that you have to sort of lead?
I would look at it as irking. And firstly, before I must compliment you, Anand. You've really run a fine magazine. When I was complimenting the others, you've taken on the government, and let's give him a warm round of applause. He's also president of the Editors Guild and does a wonderful job of it. I think it's how you look at things, right? And just to give you an idea, we actually drive a lot of that content and go back to them and say, can you monetize this? Where we find that it is not, we're not compromising on ethics. Now, just to give you an idea, there was never a she list, right? It's not a new idea. Time does whatever it is. But we decided that for our anniversary issue this time, we hadn't really. This was in the context of the fact that women's reservation, 33% of the seats in the Lok Sabha were being reserved for women for the first time in India's independent history, and that was going to happen. So we said, okay, let's see what we can do with this. Where can we take it further? There's the regular report that you do, the complications of this, and what are the the pros and cons of that. So we decided, let's do the she list, and then we really had to work hard, because to get information across, to find out where they are, we had to cast a net far and wide, and you learn a lot. I think what happens is, in many of these events that we have actually done, and by the way, the end story of that is we earned the largest revenue we did, right, for that particular year through that one single issue that's there. We did the previous year when we found that youth were there. We did the youth list, the Young 100. And again, you were in a voyage of discovery. It was not that, we were just selling our stuff and doing it. We really had to score our thing. And these are areas, I think it gives you opportunity. It's how you look at it. Gives you opportunity. As a conventional journalist, you're trying to be anti-government, take on the establishment. Do that. That is not to say this or that. But there are areas that you can bring value to people where you actually demonstrate. Now, someone came to us in the thick of COVID and said, there's too much of gloom around. Can you do a happiness festival, right? A happiness feature. You could say, are you crazy? I mean, there's so much tragedy, so many people are dying, and you really want us to be doing this? So, but if you study what we did during COVID, we had the hardest of issues. Whether when the oxygen went down, we slammed the government, they hated us for it. Every single tough issue we did. It wasn't that we compromised on that. But we then went around and actually saw how people had changed lives of others. So we had about 50 examples of how people did wonderful things during COVID that really saved. And the response was as tremendous as when we were negative. So I think it's a lot of the mindset that you need to change. And my own sense is, without compromising on any of the ethics that we have, editorial should look out for areas that have not been touched, the new greenfield areas, where no one has really gone into it. India is such a, I really, despite being so many years in the profession, I feel like a pygmy in front of what's happening in this country. I don't understand so much that's happening. I can be very honest. I don't know whether journalism in India is doing justice to this great nation. There is so much to discover. There are things you must expose, and there are things that are so constructive that is happening. There's a whole movement on women we did once. We called it the entire business of Bharat. Of course, now this has taken a different connotation, where we went to rural India and discovered how women, the so-called Lakpatis, long before Mr. Modi had talked of it 4 years back, we featured this whole self-help group. It was a movement across the country that was transforming rural India, which we were not able to discern. So there is journalism that is exciting, that is discovery, new discoveries. At the same time, there is a lot of good journalism that we need to do, the tough part, where you question the government on everything else.
Okay, I'll open it up to the questions. This is a room full of generally people from the business side. We've talked enough about, the need for collaboration. Of course, we've had a historical, push and pull, war between the business side and the editorial side. So I'd like to open the floor to questions, just about 3 or 4 questions, because we're way past the lunchtime already. Yes, if you could identify yourself and the person to whom the question is addressed to, or in case it's addressed to the entire panel, then that's also all right. Can somebody get the mic there? Maybe I'll just give one mic. Mic.
I am from Cochin. I publish a business magazine in local language. And what is the future of general interest magazines? All of us say magazines will still survive, but I find that general interest magazines are dying.
I think Raj, that's for you.
I'm still here. It's 40. I mean, this question of survival, like I said, is always an existentialist question, right? You have to keep asking, who am I? What am I doing here? Why are we doing what we're doing? But I think the idea is this, that as the world gets more cluttered, more complex, more chaotic, how do you assemble this? Just forget for a moment you're an editor. Think about your child or your brother or whoever it is that you relate to. How do you assemble this phenomenal amount of things that are happening? How do you interpret it? How do you make sense of it? What do you do? Okay, so there are specialist magazines and special, areas, special interests. But if you start saying, okay, and that's curation, that's where editors come in. They are the gateways and say there are, these 10 things you need to know. And we will tell it you better than, as I said earlier. So part of that is you'll find that there is a lot of takers for just that, because they're fed up of reading. Firstly, you're now cluttered with, a lot of social media coming. You don't know whether to believe it or not to believe it. You spend hours of wasteful time going through Facebook and maybe, just distracting, the weapons of mass distraction, as we call it. You take a look at what's happening on television. There are debates and debates, but the key areas are not there. So if a general interest magazine actually focuses on a range, because life is not all about politics. Life is also about, entertainment on one side. There's a lot of things that you need to look at in terms of business. There's a lot of things you need to look at to society, what's happening, what are the big trends that's going on education, aspirational stuff. So if a general interest magazine is able to trigger these points of interest, at the end of the day, you're catering to a reader and you say, okay, I will tell you on all these areas, I will keep you abreast and I'll keep you ahead. So when you go into a party or when you're looking for a job, when you're doing something, you are really up there. And the clarity with which you do it, the quality that you bring into it, in all this, that's why magazine journalism survives, is you cut it and you come to the essence, the hardcore stuff, the bone of that matter, and say, look, buddy, out of all these 50 things, you don't have to read all that. This is the truth. And they'll come to you every week.
Anybody wants to respond?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, though we're a special interest magazine, but I think, the fundamentals are the same. It's all about the content and the way a magazine can give content, which, no other digital platform can give. I'll just give one example, which this absolutely struck me as to how important the magazine is, how sometimes we underestimate our own products. Just after COVID, circulation was, just coming back, paper prices were high. We have a data section at the back of the book. It's about 40 pages. Now, 40 pages is a lot of pages, as everyone knows who prints magazine. So he said, look, they had about 30 fields of cars. It's all about the make, model, and all the features in the cars. We said, look, we have 200 pages, 200 fields on our website. So we just slash it in half. And if the reader wants it, he can go to the website. So we did that. The kind of backlash we got almost immediately. People saying, we want that data section. I'm going to cancel my subscription because that's how they want to read it. It's like a digital detox, and the form you get, only a magazine can give. So what I want to say is, yes, subscription, we are nowhere near what our peak circulation was after COVID, but our subscription hasn't faltered. In fact, it's been going up. Last year, we were 7% higher. You'll reach a crusty base, I think, and that will be your loyal reader. I don't think you can expect the sales to really go up dramatically in this world. That we don't expect that. But you've got your crusty, loyal reader who comes to your magazine for what it offers and even the medium it offers. And I think that's what you've got to play to that strength.
Any closing note? I don't think so we have time for more questions. So
No, I think, for some of us digital organizations and even others, it's about that story. I mean, there's no marketing money. Everything goes into doing that great story or some dream project like we think of in India Spend and I try and think of, which is really was going to get you either readers or users or subscribers. The reason, I've subscribed to Caravan in the past is because I saw one great story. It's not because of all your marketing messages and mailers and so on. I saw one great story. I was emotionally triggered, to use my earlier term, said, oh, this is great journalism. I want to subscribe. And I subscribe to a lot of others as well. I also buy Aun Maz's magazine. And though I didn't notice this part, I would have similarly abused him if they had taken off that 40-page or, because it's such an important reckoner for, you just to see what prices are like and compare models and so on. So yeah, I think it's great stories. I mean, that's all that makes a difference.
Naresh, you're a storyteller.
No, I think life is a variety of registers and people are interested in a variety of stories. And in that curious thing, we, as a digital publication, have a section we call magazine, which is our culture stories, and it's among our most widely read sections. So yes, magazines have a future.
But I think we need your Caravan. We're all fans of Caravan. You've been moderating this, so I think we'd all like to hear, with Caravan, how you've kind of. Sorry, I'm just becoming moderator at this, but really, in fact, I personally do want to know. Yeah.
I think Govind actually hit the nail on the head. I think with Caravan, what is our subscription model has worked out quite well. In fact, it saved the magazine. If in COVID we didn't have, if before COVID we hadn't gone for behind a paywall, I don't think the magazine would have survived the way it has survived, because we would have had to cut down our editorial team. And not only have we sustained the editorial team, we've been able to, we used to get some funding from IPSMF, and that funding was dried out. And even then, we've been able to sustain the editorial team, and simply because of the one anecdote that Govind talked about, one story. It's that one story that brings us that annual subscriber, because one story of ours is about 10,000, 12,000 word. Takes about 6 months of work to sort of put out that story and very rigorous editing. And no matter how much marketing messages we can package it around, I think it's that one connect finally with the reader that, okay, this story. And of course, there is a general, you can say, context of the magazine's certain image of this being a serious magazine associated with certain kind of values, but you don't end up buying that magazine till the time you hit upon that one story that you want to read. And of course, there is, at one of the slides, I think Alistair, or maybe it was Karen who talked about that there is a certain sense of cause-driven subscription support that some of us publications, Scroll does it as well, Wire does it, or Guardian does it. So I think it's a mix of those, that boxes that some people are supporting us for the cause that we are standing for. Some people, a large majority of people, for that one story that when it comes out, they want to read the story. And of course, then there is all the packaging of newsletters and us putting ourselves out there far more often. As Caravan Newsroom, we used to never put out videos of our journalists and our editors talking about the magazine. We've had to do that in the last 1 year, and it has given us some amount of dividends. And we've tried to sort of, steer away from projecting one face. I think the entire editorial team is the one which is projected out there, because we do sincerely believe that the magazine is amalgamation of the entire sensibility to the entire team. And that team sort of relates to and resonates to a larger audience. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you all for taking time. We are running behind time, so we will have a shorter lunch break till about 2:45. If we can assemble back, then we can try and catch up on lost ground. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up loudly for the first panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much. To all of you, like Sir said, we'll break for lunch right now. Please enjoy your delicacies outside. We'll see you all at 2:45 p.m. And prior to that, I have a quick announcement to make. At 3 p.m., we will be having a special masterclass on AI journalism over there near the speaker lounge. I repeat, at 3 p.m., there will be a special masterclass on AI journalism at the speaker lounge. So if you're interested, please go forward and register. See you all very soon after lunch. Thank you.
All the stars in an endless sky couldn't shine as bright as you and I. The way you're making me feel tonight, stellar, freaking stellar. So close, I'm afraid we might explode as soon as we ignite. The way you're making me feel tonight, stellar, stellar, stellar. As soon as we ignite, the way you're making me feel tonight, stellar, stellar.
Digital translation. Initiate startup process. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up.
Nothing wrong about it. You can't believe what he said. What he said was God. Wrong without it. Without it. There's nothing wrong without it. Believe what he said. What he said was God against the young people. There's nothing wrong without it. Nothing wrong without it.
Brain damage. Brain.
Wrong without it.
Brain damage. Brain.
the faith. Was a palace that was a city. There was nothing wrong with LSD.
body and to discover how our organs work.
The golden ratio, non-Euclidean geometries, prime number.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to begin in the next 5 minutes post lunch. I'll request everybody to kindly settle down. We're all set to begin in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So I'll request everybody to kindly cooperate and settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning in the next 3 minutes. So I request everybody to kindly please step inside and settle down so that we can move forward. Requesting everybody to kindly come inside and settle down so that we can move forward with the proceedings. We're already a little delayed, so I request everybody's cooperation so that we can move forward swiftly. I request everybody to kindly please settle down inside so that we can move forward with the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly please settle down so that we can move forward. And let me make a quick surprise announcement for all of you over here. I love the way everybody's looking at me once I announce surprise. Love it. So we have a special performance as well from a very versatile singer called Shubhangi Tiwari. And that's a really, really interesting session, musical session that's going to be there towards the end. So it's like a special surprise, a source of entertainment for you all over here who have taken their time from their respective schedules to be with us. So Shubhangi Tiwari, singer, she will be performing for all of us over here today. So that's going to be a really, really enlightening and entertaining session. I'll request everybody to kindly please proceed inside so that we can move forward. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I had announced about a special AI journalism masterclass that's happening. So that's happening right there at the strategic room. If anybody is interested in AI or AI journalism club together, please feel free to be a part of that. It's happening right over there at the strategic room. Just calling people inside, but I believe there are some people who are outside, right? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to begin right now. I'll request everybody to kindly be seated so that we can move forward. The first panel discussion after lunch is all set to begin right now. I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats. Yeah, but like basic thing, I need the speaker at least. Yeah. Double. वापस बोलना है मैंने do we start? Yeah. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I see a full house over here. How was the lunch, everyone? Show some excitement. I believe everybody's energized after good food, right? Energy मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है पे. Good energy there for the second half. वो कहते हैं ना दिल्ली अभी दूर है, right? दिल्ली बहुत दूर है, अभी शाम तक जाना है बहुत अच्छे से. So please show some energy. On that note, we're all set to have a very interesting panel discussion right now. So as per the agenda, it's supposed to be a 40-minute session, but then there's a slight change. Let me announce it for all of you. It's going to be a 20-minute session each. The panelists will be divided in two groups. So to tell you all a little bit about the first topic of discussion for the first panel discussion, the subdivision, that would be leveraging e-commerce universe for magazine subscription with ONDC. I'll repeat once again for everybody over here, it's leveraging e-commerce universe for magazine subscription with ONDC. The session will be moderated by Mr. Pradeep Gupta from Cyber Media, and he'll be joined on stage by a visionary personality himself, Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Thampi Koshi, who is the MD and CEO of ONDC, which we all know as Open Network for Digital Commerce. It's a first of its kind initiative globally to democratize e-commerce in India. Mr. Koshi is erudite with rich professional experience and expertise. He's an IIM Bangalore alumnus, and he was a part of the founding team of National Security Depository Limited, NSDL, and has also served as an executive director. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali. The first session after lunch. Can I please have the excitement a lot louder, please? Thank you. Yes. People over there at the back. Yes. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Well, this is the session of death, right? Because the session after lunch is usually called the session of death. And that is because you've all had a heavy meal. And so some of you will start sleeping also. But the good thing is that when you are sleeping, you have dreams, right? And the dreams are going to be on e-commerce, right? Because that is the future. And in the future, you are going to see a lot of those dreams coming true. And so I'm happy that we are actually doing a dream session for everybody.
So I'm just saying, you said it's a session of death. So are you getting the dead bodies to put people to sleep or entertainers to wake up?
So we will have it as in an entertaining manner so that, or even if they're sleeping, then we will be in their dreams.
Butt into their dreams. Yeah.
Okay. So will you first demystify what ONDC is? Because, you know, I mean, is it a e-commerce like Amazon and Flipkart? Is it a platform? Is it an app? Is it what exactly is it? Can you just explain for?
I know it's a tight schedule, so I have to tell a lot of stories, but I'll try to quickly draw your attention to what are we trying to do. If you remember when internet started, we are gray hair, so we remember that. These are all kids there, they don't remember that. You know, when TCP/IP came, I grew up reading data course, so I know. So, and then Tim Lee came and gave HTTP.
Right.
The information sharing become a global easy phenomenon because of that.
Correct.
Imagine he did not make it to a public good. Imagine he said, I'm going to make a license company. He would have been a multi-trillionaire today. We would have had ATTP and BTTP. Maybe we would have all paid $50 to access net.
Right.
Correct. But what avoided that is it is a public good everybody could use. It means when you have a website called dataquest.com, you just make an HTML page.
Correct.
You don't go and register yourself with Chrome or to Edge. Any browser can see you, correct?
Right.
You don't have to make one HTML page for Chrome and another one for Edge. You don't need to do anything. You just make yourself and make sure that dataquest.com is there in the DNS. That's all.
Absolutely.
Similarly, you have your web server, email server today.
Correct.
I'm just DataQuest email. You may have a lot of security features of functionality, everything for your employees. I may be using Google Mail, but how are we able to talk to each other? Because there's an open protocol, SMTP.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to commerce, there's no open protocol. If you are a seller in all the names I use are only for reference, neither do I have any liking or disliking to anybody except on myself. So if you have a product you want to sell on Amazon, you are visible only to Amazon customers.
Right.
If you have a restaurant, you can't list it in Amazon. You'll have to go to Zomato or Ziggy. But if you are in Zomato, you're visible only to Zomato customers. If you want to be there in A and B, you need technical, legal, business integration with each of them. How many will you integrate? 2, 3? So that's why I'm just saying, that's why globally it has become a big challenge. If you run on a Lina Khan is trying to find a legal solution.
Right.
So in India, we said we will find a solution. You can technology and markets. So the idea is this is HTTP of commerce.
So is it similar to let's say what UPI is for banking?
Yeah, in the payments. So for example, any business transaction, there are two sides, money and goods or services.
Correct.
So UPI was about money.
Right.
And this is about goods and services.
Right.
So the ultimate dream, if I tell you, what could happen is every product or service which is catalogable, It could be food, it could be consumer products, it could be magazines, it could be advertising, because finally there's a catalog for advertising.
Correct.
They will all make themselves visible in this network using this protocol. By themselves or through somebody, one. They are visible to 1 billion customers through different buying application. Now, for example, just saying, like supposing DataQuest decided to give that they want to help people to buy computers.
Right.
How can you do it? You'll have to go and tie up with all the computer manufacturers who will make the inventory available on your site. That's not your expertise, managing the whole. Imagine they are just there in the network. You can give a click on in your page, says that after readers, click here, you can place an order.
So I can create a catalog of my own, and in
And
that
make it
catalog, I have HP, I have Dell, I have anybody's.
Yeah, that's right. So it becomes possible. The way I will say is any product or service which is catalogable will be on this network. Different buying interfaces will come and help their buyers to buy what is relevant for them.
And the buyer, how does he come on to end?
So there are interfaces, buyer applications.
Okay.
See, in every application today, there are two sides. One is where you as a seller will register. One is where I as a buyer will come and buy. Actually, these are two different parts.
Right.
Tied very tightly. It's like your browser and your HTML page. Imagine in the information world, it is separate. Huh? Browser, you don't go and write in a browser. You write a page and it just get published. You may put it up through any of your hosting facilities. Correct. You don't go and put anything inside Chrome. Chrome can read it. In the same fashion, you make your catalog visible in the network using this protocol, like the commerce protocol, and different buying application. For example, I'm just giving you some examples. For example, Paytm said that I want to help my people to buy consumer goods and foods. So they can just make it available. Ola said, I want to make my taxi seeking, ride hailing people to buy food. They just added food and the food is integrated. Earlier, remember they had something called that Food Panda, which was not something they could manage because they knew how to handle taxi driver, not the restaurateurs. Now they don't need to worry about restaurateurs. For example, Namayatri come and said, I will help you to hail autos.
Correct.
But now the Red Bus came and said, I can help you to raid autos and buy metro ticket. All is possible because of this ONDC as an underlying protocol that is available. That is ONDC. I mean, I know I want to quickly do it because we want to do something more. So I'm just stopped there.
Right. And just share with us as to what is the kind of a growth that has happened. What are the number of transactions that are happening? UPI, for instance, within a few years became the mainstream way of doing business.
UPI started 6-7 years ago. For quite some time, nothing happened.
Correct.
Those days, digital transaction used to be 250 million transactions a month.
Correct.
Today, it is 12 billion transactions a month.
Absolutely.
That is possible because it had the ability to let loose. What did they do? Unbundling and interoperability.
Correct.
For example, I could make a payment through Paytm. You may have a bank account. You may have anywhere, or you may just have a GPay account. It's interoperable. I don't even need to know your bank account.
Absolutely.
So similarly, this only thing is they started 6-7 years ago. We started only last year. Last January the company got incorporated only in 2021, December 31st. That is 22 January. 23 January is when we made some reasonable amount of exposure to the Bangalore crowd. That time we had only 500 merchants and 1,000 transactions, 1,200 transactions. This March, we have currently 4.5 lakh merchants and 7.5 million transactions.
7.5 million transactions. The big round of applause for this phenomenal growth that has been.
And we believe by next year, this time, it will be at least 5 times this.
Okay.
Minimum. That's what I've committed to my board. So now I have to make it happen with the help of people like you.
Absolutely. Okay. So now let's come to the magazine industry. How do you think we can benefit from this?
3-4 ways. One is you are an association. You have your various magazines. It is what? Nothing but a catalog. You either as an association set up a seller application, or look at somebody who's already there and say, I want to make your catalog visible in the network. It's a really low cost decision for you. Once your catalog is visible, tell everybody, I mean, that, you can buy your subscription through ONDC too. So people who will the interesting thing is many people will sell your subscription. Today, only your agents will sub or your website will sub. Tomorrow, I'm just using tomorrow Paytm may sell the subscription. Tomorrow.
So any of these seller apps that we're
if you
talking,
become any of the buyer app will.
any of the buyer apps. So we create a seller app.
Correct.
And
Or
put it
you
on
use some
ONDC.
existing seller app to start with and then move into, even shifting becomes very easy. Because everybody use standard protocol. For example, supposing you have a data across using some, some hosting facility.
Correct.
If you don't like it, you just copy paste and put somewhere else, isn't it?
Right.
Very simple. There's no
Right.
because they're using standard protocol. Same thing. You may start with an existing seller app, and then by the time you build up your own, make it. That is one. There are multiple possibilities. Second possibility is that we can even use this mechanism to enhance your quality or relevance of classifieds. You may even decide that I would like to, some of you as a magazine may say that I would like to become a buying application myself.
So you are treating now a classified as a good, right?
Yeah.
And therefore it is possible for that to be.
And the third
traded.
could be, even like I said, in another 2 months' time, we are even making advertising as a service being made available.
Okay.
So you will make your inventory available. Paytms of the world, I'm just using the word, some name or I mean, different. Your own, some other maybe coming, selling, many,
Right.
even many agencies, I don't want to give all the name, I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. They will come and make it available.
And
so that's a beauty. So these are the multiple way. That's why when you said you should come and talk to your crowd, I was excited because it is opening up possibilities that was not yet imagined. And it is giving humongous freedom for people to imagine and be innovative. So that's why I thought that I should.
Okay. And are most of the buyers coming from metros, or is it tier 2, tier 3 cities as well?
I'll give you a very interesting thing. I believe.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question, because one of the challenges that we often have is to reach interiors. Right?
I'll give you two ways of looking at things. Okay. Whenever something new come and if the reach is extensive, people will pick it up. I'll give you two examples. In my, I said 8.5 million transactions, out of which some of them non-mobility, mobility is city specific. So I mean, like ride hailing is city specific. Remaining, remove the ride hailing part. 65% of it come from tier 2, tier 3 cities.
65%.
Okay. And again, I'll tell you, see, we are talking about expanding the market. If you remember, I'll give you two examples. Remember when UPI started? I'm sure that you started adopting UPI much later because you already have a card person. Now I'm sure you use because everybody takes money in that way. But it took time. Similarly, I can make a bet here with the confidence that I will win because most of us sitting here had been using mobile phone for more than 10 years. And ask most of the people sitting here who is their mobile service provider. It will be either Airtel or Vodafone.
Correct.
Who has got a more market share today?
Jio.
Because they expanded the market.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm saying. This is going to expand the market. So I'm not, but everybody can coexist. So where will the expansion will come from? Will come from this diverse kind. That is why if you look at government is also taking a lot of initiative to help the small merchants, etc., coming from the smaller market to come, bring assisted commerce to be made it relevant. So all those things will drive to expand the market. What is the penetration of e-commerce today? Less than 10%?
Yeah.
Buy side, sell side 2%. So when the growth will happen from where? Because we are able to make products relevant for that segment. Then you can give complementary product.
So what's the sort of a target of market penetration that you are envisaging?
I'm saying that the 6-7% may become probably in the next few years 20-25% peacefully.
20-25% penetration. So that really opens up huge amount of possibilities. One more question about logistics. How does that get tied in the entire process? Because, there is this challenge of tier 2, tier 3 cities. How do we manage the logistics?
Look at this way.
Yeah.
Two parts. One is logistics is what? Nothing but a catalogable service.
Right.
Isn't it? Let's say I'm just selling. Supposing you're trying to sell this. You may deliver this three ways. One is that you will say that you, the baji mein mera chotu aake deliver karega. Then your offer is with delivery. Probably you are a big company like Bisleri. You have a tie-up with Delivery, the company. In that case, they will come and pick it up. Incidentally, all the logistics providers catalog is there in the ONDC network. You are a small guy, you don't have any direct relationship with Delivery. So you can actually buy the delivery of the network. Incidentally, I was just meeting our Postmaster General from this part. They take a little time, but they are almost ready with their integration. So
Okay.
theoretically, that will become an availability. I mean, it is even given as a priority by the government.
So India Post could be also
pick
one
up.
of the delivery.
It is only a question of
Okay.
that. Similarly, all the 10, 12 big delivery players are already in the Delivery, Shiprocket, all of them are there. In fact, Shiprocket, I understand, have a relationship with India Post. That is already there, but we are going to have a direct relationship too.
So let's say if AIM decides to set up such a catalog, then we can pick up who should be the delivery partner and so on.
That's why I said you don't have to make one-time contract among the team based on, they will all make their offer. You say who is giving the best offer to that place, you will just pick up. You can just buy real time, your software will buy real time.
Okay, one last question before I throw it open, because I'm sure there are lots of questions that the audience has here about this entire thing. Can you, perhaps you might not want to take names, but are there media companies that are already talking to ONDC, and what is it that they are looking at?
Since normally I don't want anybody to steal that thunder, but since it's already come in the newspaper, some news item the other day saw is that Dainik Jagran is already going to be a part of the network. And after this came as a newspaper, I had a lot of media people calling me and saying, hey, interesting, can we talk? Because I don't want to talk anybody's private business. So who are the people talking, I can tell. But what is there already in the public media, I can tell.
All right. Okay. Questions. We have 4 minutes left. Questions. Yeah. A mic, please. Anurag, just 1 second, because I think because it is being streamed, so we need you. We need the mic so that it can be, the question can also be streamed.
I mean, I know it's early days, but you talked of 7 million plus transactions. Let's say the top 20, 30 publishers come on board, whether individually through AIM's initiative and individually. Can you put some focus on what numbers we can achieve in this category of magazines?
Honestly, I don't know your business, but I can tell you one thing. You can, once it is made available, you can publish and say, go through any of the ONDC buying application. And then each of this buying application has an incentive to go and promote, because they are looking for transaction, because they will want to make something relevant for their customers. So each of them will become your marketing agent, because if they think it is relevant for them.
So can you give us an example from a category where maybe you added so much numbers which were missing earlier? Any category in this little time? I know integration is still on and so on.
Yeah, I mean, we just, see, when we started with, it is too, like I said, last 1 year, we started with the most painful one, grocery and food. Okay. And then in the last 12 months, we added many more. In fact, financial products got added a month back, which are like credit and insurance and everything. And like I said, advertising as a service will get launched in June or July. So it is too early. I mean, it's like, but point is, like I said, eventually the whole of the population, it will be both B2B and B2C, will be there as a common market. Today, market is walled
Perhaps
gardens.
the Bangalore example you can give, because that was a new category that got created. The Namma Bangalore,
yeah, like I said, which is Namayatri.
Namayatri,
which is logistics. Logistics, when they, in fact, that is, we started like last February. I mean, we started everything now. Namayatri was one of the earliest. They are having more than 1 lakh transactions a day. And like I said, for example, the grocery started few days ago, and they already do a few tens or 20,000 transactions. So one by one, we are seeing at the beginning of a revolution. This is like UPI in 2016 December.
Okay. Just waiting to explore. More questions.
Yeah. Mr. Koshi.
Anand.
Yes.
So we've been in touch with, we've been working with ONDC for the last few months leading up to this. Now, one question that comes up to us is that in our mind is that right now there are a certain number of buyer side apps. We are hoping that that buyer side app universe will also expand in the year to come. And secondly, let's say we have a seller side app association, whether of our own or whether through another seller side app. How can ONDC help that seller side app actually find a place in the buyer side ecosystem, and also in a way that is also discoverable? Because it's one thing to be there on Paytm, but Paytm has a million other things. How do we get a certain kind of prominence? I know it's a factor of market forces. There has to be a certain amount of traction for it.
And again, like I said, one is that once you are there, you're visible theoretically in the to all buyer application. And there are more buyer applications now in various stages of integration. And then you can start saying that, I'm just saying, you bring, if I give you an example in the physical market, forget about digital market for a second. The power and control is in the hand of the brand owner. So when they say that you can buy through any buyer application. Today, if you look at any buyer application, being there somewhere on the top is a paid service. The other thing, you can just publish it yourself, including deep links that you can publish everywhere. Which when you click, in fact, I think I showed you, like you click on that, even in your brochure, even in the brochure, if you give a clickable to any buyer application. In fact, you can even just give a ONDC specific QR code, which says that scan using the Google camera. It will certainly open up your product, your service. So these are some of the innovation possible. I'll share that with you, but things are evolving. Yeah.
And one more question. Once we are on the ONDC network, one is that, of course, we can get subscriptions through the buyer side ecosystem. Going further, at least the association is trying to work on some possibilities. Like there is a huge army of morning center delivery boys. There is a huge army of Indian Post, postal service employees. Together, these are sales forces or forces which are many 100,000 in numbers. Do you think the ONDC network can sort of become a subscription selling app, which can help them sell subscription to the end customer?
If you create finally subscription is nothing but a catalog.
Yes.
You made yourself available as seller.
Yes.
Supposing you want to, if you also make a buyer app, with a curation looking more access to, let's say, magazines and newspaper and so on and so forth. And that can be there and every delivery boy can have that. For example, I just tell you one of the things that is shaping up is what we call assisted commerce.
Right.
In fact, one of the earliest one to go live in big way is that, citizen service centers. They're saying that I'm going to make the curation look in such a way that the products relevant for that smaller market is what will come on the top. So, which is all possible, and you don't need to pay any money separate for that. No?
So we're looking at, say, life insurance people, India Post, morning center.
Which is possible.
Yeah.
In fact, if you create that application and tell that, I'm just saying, I don't know how the rules of India Post, but probably every postman may carry it. And because he is able to give some complimentary service to his regular people whom they meet to.
Okay. And what is the cost involved? Just a quick supplementary on that. How much will, let's say, magazines end up paying?
No, I'm saying is if you are I'm just saying, supposing you create the seller application yourself, because it's a common asset.
Right.
Then to making yourself visible, you may say that I will charge practically nothing. Because it is not a huge investment.
Right.
And then you can, because it's an association seller app, you'll say that I'm giving as an association service. So I will charge practically nothing. Even otherwise, even a commercial, compared to the commercial where it's 20-30%, people are charging 2 to 5%.
Okay.
Some people are even subsidizing. The way I would say, if you're doing it as an association, you will say that for each of the magazine people, you may give a monthly subscription.
Okay, I'm actually 3 minutes over time, but
I'm really sorry.
But I think if audience permits, perhaps we can take another few more minutes.
Actually, Mr. Kaushik, for a change, this is not a magazine-related question, but the government e-marketing is another gem. The portal has been one of those things which have completely altered the way government procures from individuals and service providers. Is there any plan to integrate that into ONDC, sir?
See, if you look at GEM is what? GEM is a private buying application of the government of India, where everybody, government to let all the sellers sell to government. So the thought that comes under the same ministry. So the thought is that they are actually going through a technical upgrade. The thought is that they will first make all their sellers visible to all of us through ONDC network.
Because GEM is a catalog.
It will become like that. Whether the government can buy through this is something that, because GFR and all those issues, it will take some time. But eventually, I think it will become, the way I expect is first as GEM sellers may be visible to the larger ONDC audience. Second could be they may allow, I'm just saying allowed, to look at this. What are the options? Today, even if I'm not allowed to, I'm supposing I'm a government officer, I'm not allowed to buy, but I can look at are there better options to be a part of my negotiation. These are the way, see, we are in early stages. And I can only make one point. Open network opens up humongous possibility for innovation and specialization, which in the current closed platform is not possible. That is why even the developed countries like US and EU are trying to bring regulation to address this issue.
I think there can be plenty more questions, but we have already overshot our time, so I think we will close the thing. So essentially, we have the ONDC is creating an interoperable network, and that interoperable network will have buyer apps, logistics apps, seller apps, payment apps, and integration of all of that will ensure that there is absolute end-to-end smooth transaction of products and goods and services that will flow on that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Please give it up loudly for Mr. Thampi and Mr. Pradeep, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next panel discussion, swiftly. The topic that's going to be discussed right now is revolutionizing subscription delivery and sales through India Post. I'll repeat the topic for everybody once again. It's revolutionizing subscription delivery and sales through India Post. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. B. Srinivasan, who's the MD of Ananda Vikata, as we all know, and he's going to be joined by Mr. Amitabh Singh from India Post. Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali, please, once again. I think the moment when they're walking towards the stage, that is where you need to clap. Thank you. The stage is set. The mics are ready. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm happy that this is not the death session. And with Mr. Koshi around, I think there was no way that it could have been a death session, because the kind of innovation that you have been seeing through ONDC has been nothing short of miraculous. But I'm here to talk about another miracle, and I'm here to talk to Mr. Amitabh Singh about this miracle, which is the Indian Postal Department. I have been in the magazine media industry for 34 years, and I recall the time when postal, the subscriptions which used to be delivered by postal, invariably we would get at least 2 or 3 in 10 subscriptions, we would get complaints of delays and non-delivery. This used to be the situation in the early 90s. Cut to 2023, when the Indian Post at 22, when the Postal Department introduced magazine post as a special service for us magazine publishers. And it has been extraordinary, the kind of results that have come up. From the time the magazine is posted to the end customer, till the time it actually reaches him or her, the connection between the publisher and the customer is complete, and there are SMSs which fly out on both sides. An extraordinary innovation, sir, Mr. Amitabh Singh. I would love for you to elaborate a little bit about the advent of magazine post and how you have been privy to this revolution. Something that we have been fighting for a long time, but we are so glad that it has happened.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. Yeah, magazine post is a complete value addition. I mean, we have a generational relationship with all periodicals and magazines for decades. However, as you're right, it was the need of the hour. And AIM and all the other big magazine publishers acted as a pressure group, a lobby group, and India Post was reacting to the customer need. It is premium. It is more. It is slightly more amount is charged for the end-to-end tracking. However, we have set up over the last 1 year magazine post monitoring units in all the districts, so that the item is given as much priority as a speed post or an international mail is given. Similarly, we carry a lot of, our postmen carry important articles like Aadhaar cards and passports and voter ID cards these days. So the magazine post is also an accountable item, just in the same way. Now, there is a growth. I see that before coming here, I was doing my statistics. So in the last 1 year, we've had 353 major periodicals, magazines who are using the service, and 70 lakh odd magazines are moving through our system. Of course, the service is open to all registered newspapers. RNPs are able to do it. The traffic in Mumbai itself is 2.6 crores of newspapers, right where I sit in the Mumbai GPO. Our office is there. So the effort is there to ensure that our customers are happy, and it's a need of the hour. We were just had such an engaging discussion about the logistics part of e-commerce, especially for rural India, tier 2, tier 3 cities. And there is a big demand from e-commerce companies for reaching out India Post to provide the end-to-end operations for the parcel, the packet in rural areas. So that again is customer driven. So our leadership is working on that. That's what keeps us busy.
Absolutely amazing, sir. What a transformation, what a turnaround. We would love for that 70 lakhs to grow to 7 crores. What would you say, sir, in the next couple of years, hopefully, if all goes well?
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It'd be wonderful.
So just a couple of things. I mean, just as he said, for passport and for Aadhaar, all of this, it's the postman. I've always known this, and I was talking to Mr. Singh about this, that the postman is the one most credible person in a smaller town or a village. When the postman comes, people actually stand up and they look for good news to come in. They look for money orders. They look for their passports. They look for so many things to come in. In that manner, the conversation that a postman has with a typical family or the neighborhood is extraordinary. I am just wondering, sir, does it make sense that at some point of time, that conversation and that relationship that they have, could it be monetized by giving the postman more opportunity and by allowing them to also get subscriptions for magazines?
Yes, definitely. Slightly related thing, the fact you're absolutely right. There is a postman visits the same house perhaps repeatedly every week or so when there's something there. So he has that relationship and he covers that beat over decades, over many years. And secondly, yes, he being a government servant, he has a trust or mistrust, whatever, he has that relation. And I wanted to just mention, just this year, India Post, our postmen were given a task to do a survey for rooftop solar panels. The Ministry of Renewable Energy wanted to do it. And they said, can you do it in rural areas or in urban areas? And we'll give an incentive to the postman. So, but he'll have to explain the details. So it was quite a quick operation. We had to, and thanks to our network, now everything is networked. We were able to install an app into each of the mobile handsets. All our 140,000 postmen and the village postmen carry a new mobile handset. So that app was put there and they conducted a survey, and 70 lakh surveys, which involved lots of questions, which were done. Thank you. So, and we took some feedback from the postmen. So they said that, yes, there were questions. I mean, people wanted to know that, okay, if how much subsidy will I get if I put the solar panel? So they had to know that, okay, if you put a 3 kilowatt, you'll be able to power a 2 BHK house and a water pump and a toilet or bathroom and fans and things like that. So they had to have those skills. So they've been tried on this plant just in February this year. So perhaps that confidence which they've got is to interact with people and explain things. I think definitely a model should be there for influencing is the wrong word, by suggesting to customers to have a subscription. And actually, I won't digress too much, but way back 15 years back, a much younger myself was approached by a very big international auto company, a very successful auto manufacturer in India. And they just said, look, we want to send this brochure, a little booklet and a key to lawyers and doctors. We have the yellow pages. This was in Western UP. I was working there. We have the yellow pages, but we don't know how many of these lawyers and doctors actually already own a car. So because they were selling it as a second car or a upgrade to your small passenger car. It was a sedan. So we said, okay, we'll get back to you. And we did get back to them. We said, yeah, we know our database is there. This was before, Big Bang, WhatsApp and things like that. Our postman knew that, okay, in my beat, I have this many lawyers and that many doctors, and how many of them own a car, I know. So we just told them, you just don't need to give us the addresses, just give us the letter. I hope that's clear. The letter was given to them. They knew that Mr. X is a lawyer, and they delivered. So we delivered 25,000, and they got 5,000 visits because of that invitation. So it was a 20% success ratio. So it's internet and all that, but this kind of database was available with the postman.
Well, we have another session there going on AI, and I would say this is a session on PI, postman intelligence. This is extraordinary what you just revealed to us, sir. And another revelation which has come in from you is that 140,000 postmen and postwomen in India have all got smartphones, and they've all got access to the apps. And what would it take for us, AIM, to get our app of all the magazine publishers, and perhaps something more than that, to be part of the 140,000 postmen who can probably just click on the app and show it to their customer and say, are you interested in picking up a subscription? Because it looks like, because I do remember we have attempted, I will give you my own anecdote, sir. About 10 years back in Coimbatore Circle, with all due respects, we had attempted, subscription drive. There was a lot of, expectation, and, the postmaster there was very, very cooperative. But invariably, what happened when the service started, there was no communication, back and forth communication didn't happen. Our copies went, they were sitting in the, in the department, and then subscriptions came in, the money was collected, and then it wasn't handed over. And then there was a lot of challenges, but those were different days. So I would just like to understand from you, sir, how much would it take for the department to say that, yes, we can do a service like this for an organization which has 500 publications and crores of potential subscribers in our vicinity, to go through postal department for collecting subscriptions, sir? Because delivery is something that we're already doing. So how do you see that possible, sir?
I think the willingness is definitely there, and it would not be a huge hurdle for us to in principle agree to do it. Secondly, the development, we are like, as Mr. Thampi was mentioning, we are into a full-scale API integration with the ONDC, and it's in its final stages. The IT part will not be so difficult because of the development in technology. Because our ground level officers, because I can talk, but it has to be at the ground level. So at that cutting edge, the staff is fully familiar with adopting any value additional service, like I explained about the solar power thing. And because that was an app also, which was installed. And secondly, because they're doing a lot of digital transactions. Nowadays, a postman can pay money to you at your house if you can just give him your biometric, and your bank account could be in any bank, and you can get 10,000 rupees. You don't have to walk up to the ATM. You just get it at home. And there's an app to call the postman. So
Amazing.
they're interacting in that transactional way. So a subscription factor would definitely be there, because it's you have now an agent in the postman sitting there facing the customer and saying, okay, your subscription is due, or why you're already subscribed to this magazine, which I deliver to you. Why don't you subscribe to this magazine also, which I can deliver to you? And this is the app. So because we have that data of people who are regular.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, it's just like Magazine Post. This looks like an idea whose time has come, because I'm sure you would appreciate that newsstand sales is becoming more and more challenging, as the typical roads are becoming highways, and we are losing the outlets, and people have got so used to having things delivered home that they are actually reluctant to go out and make a purchase. So there are a lot of challenges surrounding the way magazines are being delivered, and this would be a huge complement in taking magazine subscriptions and deliveries to the next level, sir.
Yes, I think it's definitely, as you mentioned, this. I was not aware of this angle of that. Yes, people definitely are getting used to that. Unfortunately, thanks to COVID, to getting everything at home, and of course, that has put a lot of pressure on couriers and ourselves to gear up our operations to meet that, that visibility. And even the couriers have to think about the hyper-local Swiggies of the world. So definitely, if the demand is there and people want home delivery of every single thing, and especially a physical magazine. I mean, I'll say this, a physical magazine is far more interesting, valuable to hold and to feel while reading, rather than browsing through something there on the net. So then that way, this we would be love to be part of this.
Yeah, that would be great. And Mr. Thampi had earlier said that there is an integration that is being planned between ONDC and India Post. Would it be possible to imagine that ONDC is one of the sources by which we are able to enable subscriptions, and India Post be one of the, it also be one of those enablers of subscription, and India Post could be one of the biggest deliverers of subscription? Would you see that? Because we were talking about 7 million transactions. So would we be able to see maybe say 5% or 10% of those transactions actually coming in from magazines, sir?
Yes, this is now this is a little bit out of the box right now from where I'm coming, but yes, I definitely see that, because what technology allows, if all sellers don't have to depend on being on they can just depend on one platform and to be available, and the whole universe is able to access. And secondly, the logistics provider is also registered with that platform, so they don't have to worry about searching for a logistics partner and all those things. The same way applies to getting an agent who is going to work as an agent to help in the subscription part using the IT. So we're already registered with onboarded by ONDC. It's the IP integration is there, and our job is to get notifications from any seller who has a need for logistics service on ONDC. We're already there. We'll get notification. We will pick up, process, send it to the destination, the receiver, and then back channel is, of course, the payments collection and things like that. So this is definitely doable. I will have to, in my next week meeting in Delhi, I'll have to then definitely open up this point.
It would be great, Anand, if we could, take this forward as the president of AIM, and just like we did last time, we will be happy to pressure you again for a timeline for this.
Sure.
Thank you.
We're open to that.
marriage between ONDC, India Post, Magazine Publisher, and this smart tripartite arrangement can revolutionize the way magazine subscription is looked upon, because the means to sell subscription and deliver go through a quantum leap. And all the questions that we are asked about magazines being sold or not is a logistical problem. I don't think it's a readership problem. The problem is about logistics of finding customer and delivering it. And if this tripartite thing works out seamlessly, which I think it can, and we will see a very different process next week.
I would also, since Anant continues as president for some more time, I would say that before the end of his term, he will make sure that this will happen. So if I can't put pressure on the general manager, I will put pressure on Anant.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience or no? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. ताली थोड़ा और जोर से बजा सकते हैं कि नहीं हम लोग, right? Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, so we quickly move on to the next panel discussion. I'll discuss the topic for you all once again. It's creators and influencers, competitors or collaborators for magazines. The topic for the moment is creators and influencers, competitors or collaborators for magazines. I'll just make a quick announcement. Neha Anand from Mahindra & Mahindra, she was supposed to join, but unfortunately she can't due to some personal reasons. But of course, we have the others. The session is going to be moderated by Mr. Girish Malia from Next Gen Publishing. Can we please clap loudly for him, ladies and gentlemen? You got heard? All right. And he'll be joined on stage by the likes of Abhishek Baxi, who is a tech influencer, as we all know. We have Rati Chaudhary joining in as well. She's a decor influencer. We have Aditya Gurwara from Corus, if that's the correct pronunciation. I hope that got it right. So our three panelists are ready. Our moderator is ready. We'll get the chair sorted. Can you please ensure that whenever there are panel discussions, somebody is over here so that, we do not have this last moment delay. Also, if we can have the mics over there for everybody. It's a request, please ensure somebody is over here so that we find everything streamlined. Have we checked the mics? They're all working?
Check.
Everybody there here at the back? The mics are working, right? It's off over there. Okay. Thank you. Over to you. And just before you begin, we have 20 minutes over there. So, just to keep up with the time. Thank you.
Mic check.
Check.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very interesting panel today. Influencers, creators, all of us are familiar with that. All of us scroll through Instagram reels, and we're very familiar with the way they've sort of taken the world by storm. And all of us are competing as magazine publishers. We're competing with influencers as well. For this panel, I'll be the moderator as well as the magazine publisher representative. I have three more panelists with us. Starting off with Aditya. Aditya will have to wear two hats today because we don't have a marketer. So he runs a digital agency which has a software for managing influencers, and also he works with influencers for brand promotions. Next to him is Rati. Rati is a decor and design creator influencer. We have Abhishek Bakshi. He's a tech journalist and also influencer. The reason why we've chosen this mix is Abhishek, usually the perception is magazine publishers provide the credibility angle, and, the perception is that creators or influencers, we imagine them to be 25-year-old kids without any, credibility, but just very good production,
and storytelling skills. He's an example of somebody who has native credibility, which he's built with his work as an independent journalist. Rati is here to demonstrate as a case study of how a potential collaboration can happen. She's somebody that my organization has worked with as a collaborator, so she'll share more on that. And we're looking for some marketing perspective and influencer perspective from Aditya. First, let's start off with Abhishek. Abhishek, the perception that influencers are, without credibility and magazine publishers provide all the credibility. How do you see that happen? And how do you see magazine publishers versus creators? As in, are they competitors or collaborators?
I'm sorry to disappoint. I was 25, 15 years ago. It's been a long time. So yeah, I mean, when I look at the young creators and people perceived to be influencers, I have the same questions because it's a mix of why this is happening, why this change is happening, and also a bit of jealousy as in why I have to do all that legwork and these guys have it easy, so to say. I know that that's a lot of hard work as well. But I don't want to see it as a competitor or a collaborator thing. The or is awkward in this conversation because I see this as a mix of both. Because everybody's time is finite, everybody's and in times when the attention spans are going low, there's obviously a mix of content that people are consuming. So while people are also watching 8 hours of web series through 8 episodes, they are mostly also watching a lot of 30-second reels on Instagram. So it's a mix of content they are consuming, but they also have finite time. So in that sense, everything is a competition. If their reading time is taken off by an Instagram reel, yes, it's a competition to a magazine publisher. And some of the long form features I do compete with my own Instagram content or the Twitter threads that I do. So in a way, I'm competing with myself, providing 2 channels. But also I'm catering to multiple audience, and that's where collaboration comes in. One, it opens up a lot of new audience. And second, somebody like me who writes for mainstream media, who writes for newspapers, who writes for magazines, I see my content being consumed by Mr. Chengappa used the word plain masterclass. So I know my Twitter is more popular and it reaches a lot of mass. But my articles, especially my long form articles, which have lesser audience, so to say, than the thousands of views that I would get on any random thing on Twitter. But that's also a more discerning audience that's looking for finer analysis and values my opinion. So I enjoyed that readership much more because that's curated over time, and like you said, the credibility of portfolio work that I've done over the time.
Okay, thank you. Rati, if you could share the collaboration that you've done with a magazine publisher, what made you get that confidence that this was the right path, and how do you see this going forward? Because that would be interesting to hear.
Sure. So what I did was I'm an influencer. I create content mostly on Instagram. Now my followers are close to 30,000, 32,000. Now I also have a day job where I'm a corporate communications head for one of the French IT consultancies. Now it was getting difficult for me to find avenues to create content or get time. So I thought, but this is something that gives me happiness. So that's when I realized that one of Girish's magazines called Ideal Home and Garden, which is a UK brand, if I'm not wrong, was very active in India, but due to COVID, they had shut down the physical magazine. And for the last 2 years, this social media account and the website was lying dormant. That's when I approached him. I said, why not revive it? Because it will give me a platform also. It will open doors for me because Ideal Home and Garden is a very well-established name in the decor industry, in home interiors industry. So that's when I approached Girish, and we thought, so right now what I'm doing is when brands are approaching me, either I say, okay, you work with me, when that means things can, like whatever content we are creating goes on my page, or we do a 3-way collaboration, the brand, me as a brand, and then Ideal Home and Garden. So we are doing a lot of three-way collaborations because people have a lot of interest there. Right now, we just networking, meeting people, and Ideal has opened so many doors for me. Like I'm packed, although I'm in my notice period for my day job. I am packed for the next 1 week. Like every day there is something because suddenly people are interested. Okay, what is Ideal Home and Garden doing? But that means I am getting a lot of eyeballs on my page also, and I'm getting a lot of footfall on my page also. So it's both good for both of us. But what does it mean in the long term? Because essentially we're talking money, right? So at some time we will start monetizing it. When brands will start approaching us, we'll say, okay, we are only doing advertorials, so to say, collaborations. And that's when we'll say, okay, this is how much we'll charge. And that's when Girish, Next Gen, Ideal will make money and I'll make my money too. So it's just, I think it's very unique how we thought of doing this. And, and Ideal Home and Garden, like Instagram is at 115,000 followers and they've been, so I said, that's gold, like that's golden number, as Aditya would also tell you. So why not just use it, just revive it and get more people on it? And all the architects are there and so many B2B, B2C clients are there. Might as well leverage it. So that was the idea.
Aditya, some reality check for us, as in how does it look for from the marketer's perspective? So first, the opinion as a marketer, since you deal with them on a daily basis, how do they look at influencers? How do they look at potentially magazine brands? And do you see there being some synergies which could be worked on, or or if you could just share the process that goes when you approach a brand and how they look at influencers, the steps that are involved.
Okay, so I'll break down the question into three parts of it. I think it'll be easier for me to answer from that perspective. The one thing that I do want to speak out is a lot of it's to do with numbers. Digital or non-digital, the idea is numbers. And of course, relevant audience is obviously a big conversation over here, but numbers plays a key role. So while you mentioned sometime back credibility, which I won't argue about at all. But at the same time today, from a perception point of view from brands, some creators don't offer that credibility, but some do. So in that context, it's not about, it's just the medium in which that content is being delivered from an audience perspective and for the brand's perspective. So again, if I knit it down to publisher or magazine, she gave a perfect example. It's a digital form of that magazine that is currently available and now is being revived. Same has happened quite a few times in the recent past. And there are publishers today out there actively working and creating IPs with creators. What I would say, maybe it's not been created as an IP yet, but IPs are being created with creators that are co-owned by a publishing house and creator itself. Now, is there a right or wrong way to do it? Absolutely not. Is there? Yes, there are certain handles, or I would say certain publishing houses that have over the years built way more credibility than say somebody who's starting out new. And that obviously gives a pedestal to maybe the creator also to bring that brand and make it larger. So net effect, there are multiple opportunities. But if you ask me very openly, is it a factor of am I working with a publisher? Am I working with a creator? No, it's just the person's on digital and the numbers are that what are really making a difference. Of course, credibility will always play a key role, but today a publisher also has certain numbers on social media and so does a creator. Yes, they're competing in the same space, but collaborations are definitely possible.
Just to understand from brands' perspective, most brands that, for example, I've dealt with, especially in the tech space, in the computer laptop space, they are actually looking at direct sales ROI. So actual number of laptops sold, funneled, tracked, that kind of deliverable. So do you see that being a challenge? Do you see disclosures when it's an individual influencer where brands sort of force them to push something which is editorial, something which is marketing as editorial? Do you see that happening, or do you see a change where now with the ASCII guidelines and other things, it's more or less cleaned up? And where do you see? Do you see that it becomes easier if say a creator were to work with a magazine brand? It would be easier to sort of follow the disclosure norms, and individually they sort of get bullied or pushed to doing those.
So I would, if I break down the disclosure part of it,
it comes down to which norms you're following. And of course, ASCII is one of the important guidelines to be followed in our ecosystem. Honestly, from a social media perspective, it doesn't matter if you're a publisher or a individual creator. You have to follow the ASCII guidelines. You can choose not to, but then of course there are other places where things get involved. Does it mean it's completely enforceable? Yes, today there are quite a few brands out there who do make it a point to clearly call out that you have to follow it even if you don't want to. At the same time, there are enough and more creators who may not even be aware of the ASCII guidelines because they have never experienced this world before. Even for me now, I've been in this space for about over 10, 11 years, so I'm aware of all of these things. But there are creators who, from the smallest of towns, who have grown up and become big creators, and they have absolutely no idea about all these rules, regulations in place. And for them also, it's new. And they will never know till somebody really doesn't put a complaint against them to ASCII, firstly. So coming from the guideline point of view, I still feel that as in disclosure is important from an audience benefit perspective, regardless of being a publishing house on social media or a creator on social media, because the platform is usually in India, at least Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and now LinkedIn is taking over. So it's more an audience conversation than a brand conversation. That the audience needs to be aware whether this disclosure happens or not.
Abhishek, given your wide experience on social media platforms, where do you see the opportunity for magazine brands to sort of make their presence felt and to be as good as creators or get there? As in, where do you see the
Right. See, it's about the approach that the publication takes to social media. She mentioned that Ideal Home and Garden was staying dormant, and you guys devised an innovative plan to revive it. But they're a huge brand. We were talking about Autocar India. They built a big community. So Autocar by itself would be very influential than individual creators on automobile and all. We can't just go on numbers in social media because there's a bit of credibility versus just the amount of views. And I know agencies would have a point of view in that conversation because brands also like nice numbers on their spreadsheet when they are presenting their reports. But a kind of community that Autocar builds, or in India, one of the while in tech, there's a huge number of influential people creating YouTube channels and delivering content. But one of the foremost publication has always been Gadgets 360, which is owned by a mainstream media publication house, NDTV. So there's a bit of credibility that brands can build. The delivery formats and delivery styles are there, and there's also innovation happening there. So what Rati can do on her own Instagram, if she was employed at a publication, she could do that on the publication's handle as well. So the content doesn't change, the delivery formats do not change. It is the approach to it. When Mr. Gairola from Hindu was here and he spoke that we are a print first mindset. So that translates less into Hindu. I'm a Hindu subscriber, but I don't know if I don't think I follow them on Instagram. So I'm also looking them as somebody which is a print publication and a fantastic one at that. So it's the mindset change that needs to happen, how you approach social media. Brands like Gadgets 360 or Autocar India from the mainstream media space have successfully done that. And when that happens, I know the disclosures are in place. I know there's a certain bit of credibility involved there because I choose to follow their credibility and then read up their work. And then I'm also assured of a certain level of quality check that's happened. In the creator space and influencers, that bit is missing. So I have to individually either trust an individual or there's a fair bit of mistrust and there's lack of disclosure, even among some of the popular creators, we know, not just the less informed, but and I know from my personal experience that there are brands who offer X amount for a disclosure content post and X plus Y amount for a non-disclosure one, because it keeps all the parties happy. So there's that bit of thing happening. So for somebody like me who's kind of always suspicious and doubt these kind of engagements, I'm not entirely comfortable with those kind of influences. Of course, I follow the work of some of the great credible people, and in fact, some of the traditional media folks have now come out as great influencers and creators in that space.
Thank you. Rati, if you could share from a creator's perspective, what is it that magazine publishers can provide? What are the advantages of working with a magazine publisher beyond the association you've had? But conventionally, how do you see this association growing? Do you see more creators working with magazine publishers? What do you think that magazine publishers can offer them, which they already don't have?
Well, as I said, it definitely gives credibility, which you have covered. But believe me, I'm spending day and night nowadays thinking that how can it be a better collaboration, like between you, which I say as a magazine, and me, and I'm thinking of ideas as well. Like if a brand approaches us, how can we present to them where it's beneficial for us in terms of money, beneficial for them in terms of numbers, conversions, credibility, as Abhishek said, is important. I'm also giving it a lot of thought, but few things, of course, are like today I was at an event and El Decor was there. They were covering the whole event in terms of bringing architects in, because architects will come in only because of El Decor's credibility, not because they know the brand. Why would they show up? So and they were also shooting very exclusive content with the brands that they were displayed there. So this exclusive contracts that can happen between you, me, and the brand, where only we are doing everything. Maybe we are hosting events where we are calling more influencers and we are calling architects. I'm saying architects again and again because of the niche that you and I are working on together. But it can be creating exclusive content in the whole, like yesterday you and I were talking where you said the entire power of the group, which is Next Gen, can come in providing something to the brand that, okay, we are not just doing, say if it's home tech, it can be T3, it can be Idle Home, it can be me, it can be the whole, as a whole, what are we providing them, So
that's what you
floor is open. There are so many ideas.
Point. A publication, or especially a group of publications, can bring about a lot of resources and loose pieces to bring a better delivery system rather than individual.
Yeah, the organizational infrastructure would sort of help execute bigger projects. So you would be able to take on bigger projects, which otherwise individually would be difficult to execute.
So hosting of events is a big thing, which of course a lot of publishing houses are now making money because of events that they're doing, right? And in home decor architecture, I've seen this happening a lot. So magazines get associated with the brand, and then they are calling in people. It could be high income individuals, or it could be more influencers to spread the word, but they are hosting events, which is a big thing to make money, because that's where eventually,
Absolutely.
numbers
Since we are short on time and Abhishek has a hard stop, so we'll just open the floor for questions. Please direct it to anybody on the panel or in general.
Panelists, please. Yeah. I'm very sorry. I'm coming from a very naive place. You guys are probably some of the most sober influencers that I have ever interacted with. No, I'll tell you why. Because, from back home in Chennai, we have influencers and we have creators who typically they will put their demands out there first. And it would be a pretty big monetary demand. And if they know if there's a external brand involved, that demand will be 2x. And invariably, the external brand will go to them and they will pay them 1.5x and they will take them and they will cut us out. So there is what is the contract? What could you think could be the contract between the publisher, the creator, and the brand in a way that there is actually something that makes sense?
So I'll take that question first, because I've been in that boat. I've been an influencer in the past. Before 2018, the Instagram wave, Abhishek, I were actually influencers. I was for Delhi, he was for Delhi, and I was for Bombay, courtesy Twitter. And I would get invited for every possible launch, everything, right? The times have changed, and now it's, again, relearning the whole thing. The biggest thing when you're working with an influencer is trust. So unless when you're collaborating, because the biggest fear is that after the first gig, that the influencer would directly approach the brand and cut you out. Okay. So there has to be mutual trust. Now it helps that you have some sort of friendship or some association which has been over many years. So that gives you an advantage. It's like marriage, right? The person can cheat. So it's just your ability to strike a relationship with a person where there is enough and more to give for both parties for the relationship to grow. Because if I'm not bringing more to the table and it's just the initial introduction to the brand. See, all of us have advertised a relationship, which say Rati might not have. But if I'm just restricting myself to, getting that business and collecting that payment, and she's doing everything, after a while, if I'm not adding value, she has to move on. As in, it's like a relationship. The man is initially getting married, and after that, the woman is putting in 75% of the work. The marriage is going to fail eventually.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Maybe we could take this offline, but actually, the influencer typically does not seem to value the brand as much as the brand or even the publication, as much as the publication would like to value the influencer. That's what I'm saying. So what should be that contract? Because there is a
Let
we
me
bring the
come
credibility
in.
and we bring the
I'm
context.
with you. I'm with you completely. Been in the space for 11 years. Have had 1,000 scenarios like what you just mentioned. Let me break it down in a much more simpler. Let me try to break it down in a simple way. A creator at the end of the day, it's not about an influencer or creator. At the end of the day, it's just people. You have to break it down to people, and people need to earn money. Now, for each individual, how are they trying to make money? Arguably, you can put them next to a freelancer. They may not have a corporate job, but they're making money. Do they value the publication? It doesn't matter. If I'm being brutally honest, I've seen places where they do value. I've seen places where some of them don't even know you may or may not exist in their ecosystem. So while very often we see ourselves as the holder of a relationship, that may not be the case. And that very often is double-sided, because they may value us and we don't value the amount that they may be putting. So there are too many ifs and buts in your scenario, which you just mentioned. I think the biggest, like I've had so many scenarios where people have given a lot of respect to influencers, and places where we've been as an agency told by brands that we put influencers on a pedestal. Who's right or wrong is not really an answer there, because everybody has their own self-respect and their understanding. Certain places have treated media as media, where they have the control, but an influencer is not a media space, it's a person. And the person has their own individuals, thoughts, aspirations, and side routes, which they may or may not take in many scenarios. I believe the only actual way to make any of these scenarios happen is contracts, hardcore contracts, which unfortunately, especially the pace of our industry that it works, time ही नहीं मिलता कभी to sign that kind of contract. So therefore leaving maybe you or maybe me also for that matter in a tough spot. How some people have solved that conversation is by putting certain people on strict contracts. Now for that matter, like there are, we as a company, while we're a MarTech platform, we're a completely data-driven platform, we do have an agency division, but that does not mean that every creator has to work with us. They go on this side. And because brands have enough and more power, sometimes there's a three-court system. Three-court system is a fun system to talk about. But if I really break it down, there are agencies that have basically said that we are talent management agencies. We may not manage celebrity, but we manage these 10, 1500, 150, whatever talents. So even if anybody tries, they have to go via that particular scenario. Because if you're calling influencers to a particular event and you're like any other influencer agency, you're getting the deal done. And that gives the middleman arguably less power.
Before I add on to that response, Abhishek is a hard stop. So Abhishek, you could, we'll be there to answer any further questions. So another suggestion for brands especially is to work on a contractual system. So you work on a 1-year contract, retainer contract. So if you're say automotive brand and you want to have somebody, you want to onboard somebody, today he could be doing a Mahindra, tomorrow a Tata Motors, this thing, and he's sort of endorsing multiple brands. That doesn't really take anybody anywhere. So it's better to have a contractual relationship with disclosure on a retainer thing. I think it's a lot smoother, because otherwise, this is how I think everybody, I remember when in the past, there would be annual contracts before 2018. It was a lot easier. Life was, now there are so many influencers. Nobody wants to sort of marry or have onboard some influencer for a longer duration. So they are also being opportunistic, and everybody is, contracts just don't work, or nobody's willing to sign contracts. The other issue which has come in now is the GST part, right? If you're giving any product in kind, there's 18% GST on it. Now, the influencer is not willing to pay that money. Okay. Most of them don't want it in the tax return as well, right? So brands will have to find a way in which to give the product, not disclose the PAN number, and still pay GST. I don't know how it'll happen, but that's going to be the next big problem because a lot of products are being given in kind, which is without GST. So that's another Pandora's box, but yeah, we'll get to that some other day. Yeah, hi, Deepa. No, as I think.
I don't know if I came in late, so I don't know if this got covered earlier in the discussion, but there is a lot of conversation on the CMO's org side, and I have about 15 business units marketing that I kind of look after, which is to say, can the influencers prove ROI? Can they prove, linkage to sales? Is there a conversation that you guys are also hearing? Are you being asked that question? I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah. And it's not fun because my take to those guys is I'm not here to sell your product. So this is something which is coming out, especially in the tech space. Brands which CMOs tell me exactly that, and they actually have influencers who are able to so-called give that ROI, and they're saying that you match or even you come 50% of what they're able to give, I'm willing to work. So I've ready contracts which are available if I guarantee a ROI. But it's just not possible.
Yeah, I would like to answer that. Many times people would want very tangible results, because that's how we have grown up, it's saying, okay, this much money are we spending. How do we get tangible results? What are conversions? So, well, this is a very disorganized industry and it keeps on getting better by, what Aditya's company is doing and other things, but it's still very not managed very properly. So we hear all kinds of ridiculous things. I mean, that's a perspective. But they will ask for numbers sometimes. And that's when I tell them I'm not a salesperson. I'm just an influencer. My job's to influence. So, depends on you, take it or leave it. But there are sometimes we generate a code that, if I am promoting a brand, then say there will be a discount code, say Rati 20 or Rati 10. And when they are buying something from the website, they can put in that code, so then we know exact numbers. Okay, how much have they sold? But so there are ways of knowing, but day to day, of course, these demands come, but there are ways of saying.
My discussion was not about ways of knowing, but it was about, is that chatter increasing?
Yes.
Are you getting more and more?
Yes, it's getting increasingly, especially in certain verticals. So in automotive, it's not come. They're not expecting to sell cars. But in technology and especially gadgets, especially top end stuff, it is very much there. And not just one brand. It's not something unique to one brand. It's happening across brands. And everybody's saying that we basically don't have any branding budget. Some brands tell you I have 93% recall. So I don't need any promotion. So I don't need magazines. So we've heard, yeah, and that's very valid. But there are challenger brands who are there, who are willing to go that. So you actually sort of create FOMO and you get competitors to advertise either in print or in social media and then sort of get them on board. The other one is activation, right? They tell you, get me, say one particular brand said, do workshops for us. And that's the way I can give you money, because if it's not direct ROI, then get me so many leads who are coming to
My point is, I think, to conversations such as what you're driving today, you should make it a point, perhaps, to take out a white paper or educate the brands on what kind of conversations are possible, what kind of indications or surrogate variables that are available for them to be able to prove ROI inside. I think you should take the lead, to drive those conversations rather than them coming in asking you and using benchmarks that they are otherwise used to, for performance marketing. So I think
that's very good feedback.
That's
Very good feedback.
I wanted to say the exact thing. I think the challenge is whenever you're being pegged against performance marketing, the conversation is very different. And if I'm being very brutally honest, I personally hate the word influencer. I prefer saying content creator simply because the influencer term itself signifies I'm going to convert your product. Therefore, even as you see over time, you'll start noticing a lot of people are more and more focusing on the word content creator. that will never stop brands from having that conversation and agencies trying to make that conversation happen. I've seen this happen, and I'm being very frank about it. On YouTube, we had a creator where the creator charged us 20K and gave us sales worth $1 lakh. So we were very happy. We thought we cracked a model, to be very frank. We didn't, because when we did it for a different product with the same creator, we got 0 sales. So there's not enough data to back the fact that this particular person can work the way performance marketing can work. You'll hear of many success stories, and that's all people talk about, that minute 1% that happened versus the 99% of the times, I don't think it happens, which is why very often in influencer marketing, also today, the conversation is a lot around CPV, which is more a media buying benchmark, which is under what you just said, awareness conversation. But yeah, it's not going to stop anybody from still pushing that conversation to go forward, I feel.
Yeah, I'd just like to share one anecdote. As in, I came to know that Neha could not make it last night, and so I was trying to find, can I find a marketer? Especially the easiest one who would come at short notice would be friends who are founders in startups, D2C product brands. And I approached 3 friends who have D2C products, 2 in garments, 1 in pet care products. And I said, hey, and these are friends who would, sort of indulge you. And I said, why don't you come and this thing? But they said, so one of them said responses from 3 individual folk D2C brands. These are obviously very authentic, very original kind of product, differentiated kind of offering that they offer. And one of them said that we use influencers who are online or offline influencers, but we use them as models. So we don't ask them to post any content on their thing. They're free to do it if they wish to. They don't have to generate their own video. So it's your video which is generated, and there's a model release. Okay. So a lot of them are actually shying away from influencers, many D2C brands, because it's been abused and used very, in a very generic way, and in a cookie cutter way in which influencers are being used. There's no storytelling, genuine storytelling which is happening. Any
No, once again, Girish, I feel that if you guys really want to get together as creators and want to create a model where the brands know what they're getting into, what are the structures, how to get into it, I think the onus is on to, let's say, agencies are involved in this business, in doing those revenue models and creating those benchmarks and creating those answers to say, and creating case studies, to say, okay, this is how it ought to be done and it can be used. Because I see a gap in terms of the understanding. The campaign managers, whether they are on the client side or on the agency side, do not get it because they're used to thinking advertising money spent and ROI in one manner only. And the work that is happening over here falls in between, whether it's the brand area or the content area or the digital marketing area. So it's kind of, it's a bit falling between the 3 pillars. So that'd be my advice.
Thank you. And with that, we come next panel. Yeah. So we're running short of time. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello. Pressing it's not working. Everybody there at the back can hear me clearly again? Yes, perfect. So we'll quickly get the stage set up. Or maybe this can remain for now. We can get this thing later. आप हटा लो इसको पहले. Because we have a single session right now. नहीं चेयर रहेगा ही नहीं. All right, now after many panel discussions, it's now time for a very, very special session. And let me thank Elsa Esparve Jenner, if that's the correct pronunciation. Thank you so much for being very patient. You have been there since morning, listening patiently to everybody out here, all the sessions. So unke liye aur zor se please taali bajaiye. She is our special guest from abroad. She's going to be talking about crafting quality content, leveraging channels and formats for maximum returns. I'll repeat the topic that she's going to be talking about again. It's crafting quality content, leveraging channels and formats for maximum returns. She's from RBA Spain. Give it up for her once again, please, before she starts. Thank you. Please continue. Yeah, yeah. There's this, whatever you're comfortable with. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Elsa Esparve. I'm coming from Spain, from Barcelona. I work at RBA. RBA is the biggest magazine publisher in Spanish worldwide. We publish also some magazines in Portugal and in Italy, where we have offices as well. We publish collectibles. And this morning I was preparing some examples because yesterday I was trying to explain what's that. So I will be able to show you some videos. And we publish books as well. So these are our offices in Barcelona. We have a staff of over 400 people, and it was established, it's a family-owned business. It was established in 1981. So our business, as you can see, there's always a battle between collectibles and magazines. Now collectibles are winning. Other times it's the magazine, but it's always more or less the same. And the books that we sell at the bookstores, the collectibles, it's a kind, well, it's a business especially based in Europe, in Latin America. We sell collections week by week at the newsstands, news agents. And after 50, 40, or other times 100 weeks, you can finish the collection. Of course, the subscriptions, the subscribers here are very important and are the clue of the business. I've brought some examples of videos so you can see a spot and understand better what I'm talking about. These collectibles are launched normally with a magazine, with a newspaper, or mostly at the newsstands, news agents. So I'm going to show you 3 bestsellers. This is
collection to learn all the secrets of your body and to discover how our organs work. How your body works.
Okay, the human body is nowadays 20 years old already. And we sell it. As you can see, for example, this is issue number 1. So you pay 99 cents and you get the first pack of gadgets and a part work, okay? The human body has 120 issues. So people stay with us 120 weeks until they can build up the human body. The second one
The golden ratio, non-Euclidean geometries, prime numbers, coding, and cryptography. Did you know that mathematics is present in everything around us? National Geographic presents Our Mathematical World, a unique collection of hardback books helping you to discover some of the greatest subjects in mathematics. Issue 1, The Golden Ratio, only $1.99.
Yeah, this is the edition that we launched in the UK. I think we launched it because sometimes we launch it without the brand. It was launched with a newspaper as well, and we keep relaunching it all the time. I will give you some examples about that because I know it's a bit strange. And the third example with another brand.
A Viennese ball, a carnival in Venice. For the coldest Russian evenings, Barbie has just the...
Oops. Let's see. Well, it's a collection of dresses that we did. Our editors were designing the dresses. What we do, well, in this case, what I do personally is to deal with the brands, with National Geographic or with Mattel, to to brand our content, no? And these are our markets. Here, not only the collectibles, but all the products that we have. We are especially strong in Europe and of course, Latin America. In the US, we distribute our books. Also, normally the collectibles that we launch in the UK, then they go to South Africa and they move to Australia as well. This was not the point of this talk today, but as yesterday, many of you made some questions about this business, I thought about bringing some examples. So, what I'm going to explain you now through an example is I think that it's the clue of our business and why we have succeeded and overcome many crises until now. And it's because we invest millions and millions in evergreen content without thinking about the final format. So when we notice that there's a niche, that there's something there, we analyze it very well. We invest a lot of money in market tests, focus groups, and all this. And then we produce the content. And we are going to keep relaunching and reusing this content for years. When I say for years, it can be 20 years or 25. Let me show you one of the examples that I like most personally, because I think that there's a good editorial work behind, and it's not casual because the owner of RBA is, he's an editor himself. He's nearly 80 years old, but he's coming to work every day. So he knows perfectly what he does. So the idea, RBA, the second edition that was published outside the US of the National Geographic magazine was in Japan first, and the second edition was ours. It happened 25 years ago, and National Geographic was not even that important in Spain. But the owner, he thought that it was a good chance to start publishing the magazine in Spanish because it existed before in English in Spain. So we started publishing the magazine, and after a couple or 3 years, the editors looked at the figures and they said, okay, look, when there's a history topic on the cover, we are selling more copies of the magazine. So there's something here. Let's study what's there, no? And we had the magic idea. Okay, let's invent a history magazine with National Geographic. Okay, we are dreamers. So we went to the US and we said, okay, Mr. National Geographic, please let us create a magazine from scratch because we are very good editors. We are nice, and we think that it will work. And it was not easy, I can tell you. But in the end, we did the magazine. We were promoting, it was 20 years ago. We promoted the magazine during the whole year, especially with the subscribers that we already had with the first magazine, no? And look, we had already 30,000 subscribers. Well, for you, that's nothing. In Spain, it's a lot. We had already 30,000 subscribers before the launch. Nowadays, is the second largest magazine with most subscribers in Spain. The 100% of this content is created at our offices, in our warehouse in Barcelona. We pay a royalty to National Geographic to use the brand. And you see, the idea behind this magazine was it's a funny way of learning history. It's with a lot of graphics, a lot of pictures. It's not boring. And I think that's really the clue of the magazine, no? That you see it and you want to read about history. It's not about actual history. Normally it goes from Egypt or Mesopotamia and the Middle Ages, not more. So as you can see, it's highly illustrated. All of these illustrations are being done at RBA. As you can imagine, there's a big editorial team. And what happened then? Then we said, okay, look, it's proven that the magazine is awesome. So we convinced other publishers to publish the magazine. So it's the second usage of the same content. RBA is publishing the edition in Spanish. Then we did it in Italy in 2009 ourselves. We have an office there. We licensed it to Le Monde in France. And it's funny because Prisma Press is doing the other magazine, the National Geographic magazine. So we sold the magazine to National Geographic in the US. Imagine that. We are creating the English edition of the magazine in our warehouses. There's a native English-speaking team. We translate the magazine in our warehouse and we send the files to National Geographic. And of course, we charge an important amount of money. We've sold it also to the Netherlands, to Burda, Germany with Hera Nova, and 3 years ago, sorry, we are already in 2024, we launched ourselves also the Portuguese edition of this magazine. So the first use, we saw that there's interesting history. We launched our magazine, we licensed the magazine. The circulation in USA of issue number 1 of 275,000. This is the only magazine of National Geographic with profit, and it has a higher loyalty than the National Geographic magazine itself. And I think that's the 35% of the subscribers of this magazine are subscribed at the same time to the National Geographic magazine as well. In Spain, it's more or less the same. So nowadays, we sell around 500,000 magazines worldwide, no? So definitely there was something with history. And then we
Egipto te asombrará su cultura faraónica. De Roma, cómo logró crear el primer imperio. Del mundo moderno, su búsqueda continua de nuevos horizontes. Colección Historia National Geographic. Una obra única para revivir el pasado en todo su esplendor. Volumen 1, Los primeros faraones, por solo €1,95.
Okay, so when we had the magazine, when we realized that the magazine was selling very good everywhere, we thought, okay, readers are readers in the end. So why not doing a collection that we are going to sell at the kiosks, no? The business that I showed you in the beginning. So we invested more than 2 million euros in creating this collection of 40 volumes that we have launched 27 times. No, we have been keeping launching, sometimes in the same country, other times not. We have translated the collection in 4 languages and launched in 11 countries, and we will keep doing it. In some markets, when we can use the brand National Geographic, we launch it with the brands, other times not, and other times maybe with the brand of a newspaper, for example. But okay, so there's more interesting history. What did we do? We took the books that you have just seen and we adapted them to bookazines, okay? So we sell exactly the same book. We only reduced a little bit the PDF, and we are selling the same content to the kiosks, okay? And I can tell you, the reader is not the same. So who wants to buy a book, buys the books. And who wants to read an extra, buys the extra, okay? So there are no complaints. So we were using the same content again. And what else did we do? To sell it, of course, then more incomes of with the same content. We have sold these extras to Le Monde, for example, in France. And this is a beautiful edition that they did in Holland. They did package of 6 extras, no? And in this case, very beautiful. And they offer it as a for the subscribers. You could subscribe only to that, okay? To this, I think that they did 3 collections. One, it was about Greece, Rome, and Egypt. What else? Then we thought, okay, if the readers like to read this content at the newsagents and newsstands as a bookazine and as a book, why don't we go to the bookstores with exactly the same content? So another usage of the same content. What did we do? We did bind-ups. For example, imagine in the History National Geographic collection that I've shown you, there are about Rome, I think that there are 3 of the books. About Greece, there are 3 more. And about Egypt, there are 3 more. So we did a bind-up, and we have launched these books at the bookstores. Of course, the price is quite low because, I mean, we have used the content a lot, and we have recouped the investment. Another usage, well, of course, we have licensed these books outside. Here to Glénat, another French publishing house, because we own these translations as well. With in France, we launched the collections with Le Monde, the whole collection through the newspaper. So we are also translating all the content, and we can offer to the book publisher the books translated. And for them it's perfect, it's quite cheap. So we have sold the content to a British company in the UK who's selling the content to the US as well, China, and this is France. With the same content, we do podcasts. We read the articles, and well, I guess the magic word here is monetized. No, we are not monetizing the podcast. I'm not going to lie to you about this because it's very difficult. However, of course, that it attracts the readers to our website, and the website is giving money to us. In this case, it's very easy to do. I think the publishing director of the magazine is reading the articles herself at the office. And this is the most listened history podcast in Spain. The newsletters, I like the newsletters very much because it's always an important person of the past who's sending the newsletter and talking directly to you. No, I think it's quite cool, and we are using also the same content. So you can see Howard Carter is writing on the left, and the right it's Emmeline Pankhurst. So what does it mean in terms of figures? That RBA has invested in 85 million euros in all our history, generating content. It means that this content, our own content, is bringing us the 82% of our revenues. And what I think it's amazing is that we are only paying 1.7% of royalties to third parties. Generally, that's normally 10%. In our case, it's only 1.7%. Now, every year we create 20 new bookazines, 200 new books, and 60,000 pages. We also do some experiences. So it means that every month we invite some of our subscribers of the magazine History, and we do a special, especially visits or activities for them. This is related to the History magazine. So I left this, as I've said, I was running this morning because yesterday many people were asking for the catalog. So here you have the QRs. And that's it, Danya, thank you. Any question?
Okay, so the first collectibles example that you showed us, you said it's 0.99, so about €1 is the cost for that. And then you said there are
only issue number 1.
Right, and the next one, because you said there are 12 more that you need to do.
Normally, we lose money with number 1.
Got
okay, it's we lose. We put it in the investment in marketing, okay?
Sure.
But in some cases, the full price is already the second issue. But we also use sometimes a step price. So for example, $199, $399, and $999. It depends on the market.
And the 12 issues would roughly be how much of that particular example?
12 is not affordable for us.
Okay, so then what is it?
Minimum 30.
Okay, so
because
30
it's
would be how much roughly for me to get an idea?
It's very expensive. Okay. Over 1,000 maybe.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a very romantic business because it was very strong in Spain after at the end of that we had a dictator for a long time, and many of the parents and the families didn't have studies, but they wanted the best for their children, and to buy an encyclopedia was extremely expensive. So they were collecting every week one book, and in the end, they had the whole encyclopedia for their children. So, well, not only that, but in some of the villages, they didn't have bookstores. So the only way to read was going to the, to the news agent. It was like our postman, as here.
Thank you.
Elsa, since you cracked one, how do you get the next success story like that? How do you find the next niche? And second is, now that you have cracked it once, there is no need for Nat Geo or any of those where you're parting with royalty, right? Because you have to pay them a fee. So how do you find the next success story? Because, as an organization, once you to show year-on-year growth, you need new stories too. So how do you find new niches now that you cracked one big time?
We have stubborn editors that, first of all, and they keep thinking and asking to us, because I am, as I've said, my team is doing the acquisitions. So they say, go to Mattel and ask them if they would allow us to do that and that and that and that. No, but they do a lot of brainstorms. We are working all the time with evergreens. So in the end, we are not inventing in Spain, we say to invent the garlic soup. I don't know if you have the same concept, but we are not inventing anything new. History, human body, doll dresses, it's the same, but in new formats. When we have the ideas, we have probably the biggest database of National Geographic. We have been publishing the magazine for 25 years. So imagine what we do is asking all the time our subscribers. All the time, we ask everything, subjects, even the order, and we keep asking and investing a lot of money in marketing research.
What about doing something for Netflix, as in doing it into documentaries? As in, where do you see the next growth coming, going from 10 to 15 different,
But what do you mean? How many collections we do like that?
No, not that. I'm saying different platforms, like you've done podcast. What about doing a documentary? As in converting each of those books into a documentary?
I don't get the question, sorry.
So the growth has to either come from, you have history as one vertical which is evergreen. One is to either create the second history, which is, or something like that. No, I'm saying second, something like history, which you've taken as a niche, as a vertical. The other option is to go into, making movies or making documentaries. And
yes.
So where do you see which would be the focus area? Going in terms of different verticals or doing in terms of different niches?
Well, that's a separate job that I am doing at the same time. What I'm trying to do right now, if anyone here is interested in launching this in India with me, you are welcome. For example, we will launch in the retail very soon toys. Have you seen the human body? We have put all the human body in a box, and we would like to enter in schools, Amazon, retail. This is one thing. The other thing, yes, we are selling content to, now I'm dealing with a robot, for example, for children that teaches them with a lot of information. We are offering the content to platforms or producers because, for example, we have a beautiful collection about biographies, of important people in history. So if they want to have a library to create, I don't know, a series, it's good. They already have that, no? That's my problem because I have to do that brainstorm. Believe me, that's not easy. But yeah, there are many ways to do that. In the end, good content can be adapted to but if it's bad content, it has no life. But good content, no? Okay. I didn't answer the second question, but about National Geographic. But
yeah, as in, because there's a license fee which you're paying because now you guys are as big as Nat Geo. There's proven content and credentials. So you could actually do many more verticals without Nat Geo as well, and it would still sell as much.
Nowadays, we are producing every day more content under the National Geographic brand than themselves. So we are like the white label of National Geographic. We are doing the Traveler magazine, and the 100% of the content is ours as well. Because the content for the Americans don't visit the same places as the European, and even you. Normally, you don't go to I don't know, to Florida or Cuba. No, we go to Paris, to Italy, and so we are creating this content, and I sell a lot of this content to China, for example, because we have more or less the same interest. So thank you very much. Dania Bat.
I believe she deserves a louder round of applause. Very few individuals who has listened to everybody and before sharing her insights. Thank you so much for being with us over here. It's a pleasure. Now we have a fireside chat. I'll request the team to kindly set up the chairs on stage, please. 2 chairs will be needing on stage for the next fireside chat. Can we be a little quicker on this, please? Get the other one. All right, interesting panel discussions done. We had a very special session indeed. Thank you so much. Now we are all set to have a very interesting fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. It's about tech enabling publishers. I repeat, it's about tech enabling publishers. We have Dhaval Gupta from Cyber Media moderating this for all of us. Give it up for him, please, Dhaval Gupta. And joining him over here, we have Manavdeep Singh from PubLive. Let me tell you all a bit about him. There's no need, but then still, of course, he needs no introduction, but he has over 17 years of experience working in the media sector. His rich professional journey includes notable stints with renowned brands such as Money Control, CNBC, Forbes, Red FM, and 10 Sports. Following his tenure as the head of sales at Money Control in 2017, he worked with numerous mid-sized publishers as well, thereby gaining invaluable insights into their daily workflows. With his knowledge, he set up PubLive, an AI-powered digital experience platform that uses a robust CMS focusing on improving content visibility and monetization for content teams. Give it up for him once again, ladies and gentlemen, before the fireside chat starts. A little louder, please, over there at the back. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Everybody in the back can hear me? Everybody in the back cannot hear me. Can everybody in the back hear me? Okay, great. All right. Just to try to get some arms up and some action going. Okay, before I start, technology as publishers always, I think in the last couple of decades, has been a little bit of a holy grail. We need it, but I don't think necessarily a lot of decision makers sort of know the nitty-gritty. And I'll just a couple of questions and a show of hands. In how many organizations right now you have a CTO? If I can just get a show of hands. Okay. All right. So I see about 4, 5 hands going up. Yours doesn't count. You're not a publisher. How many in your budgeting, how much emphasis or focus is put on a technology budget? If I can again get a show of hands, okay, not enough. Now this is a challenge, right? We're seeing like 4 hands for both these questions. And technology is an enabler. We heard throughout the day in the morning about content, subscriptions, digital technology, data, but clearly there is a mismatch when it comes to how much attention at the highest levels is being possibly paid on technology. And Manav brings in almost 20 years of experience in this space. So I'm very excited to have this panel, and I hope by the end of it, we'll be able to share some new insights on, what are some of the things that are currently happening when you think about your technology and how to take decisions in the future around it. Manav, thanks for taking out the time. Let me start by asking you, when it comes to, I think all of us have content assets. There are different mediums in which publishers are creating content. I think website, apps are a very core component of it. In your experience, what are some of the things that publishers need to keep in mind when they are taking technology decisions?
Thanks, Dhaval, for having me. Lot of conversations have happened since morning around this same topic, and I'll maybe kind of try and reword it. I'm just putting it in front of you differently. That there are 4 large buckets, the way we see it, where stuff is happening. Loads is changing. The way content is created today is changing. The way content is consumed is changing. The way content is distributed today is very different, and the way it is getting monetized is very different, right? And hence, the approach which we advocate is non-linear. What we are saying is the way content is created today is changing with generative AI. Getting content created pure play by a chat GPT is questionable, not recommended, right? But AI can power your content, teams and newsrooms to repurpose it in a way that gives you more speed, it improves the quality of content. The way content is consumed is changing with the formats, and we've seen conversations around that. So it's not only about text, right? It's video, it's short format video, long format video, web stories, live blogs. There are just too many, formats which are being consumed today. Content being distributed, Google is very important, or search engines are very important. But there are other channels for you to distribute your content to maximize visibility. Can be social-led, distribution. It can be aggregators. It can be newsletters. Can be push notifications. So there are just multiple, avenues for you to distribute. And likewise for monetization as well. It's not only about running those display ads on your website and monetizing that content, right? There are just too many channels which are available for publishers to utilize. So the answer to your question is, not having all eggs in one basket is the approach where you just diversify and reduce dependency on any one side.
All right. So, when we start hearing about so many things, it's because I think technology is not a part of maybe perhaps daily conversation. It starts to sound like, "Arey, ye bhi karna hai, we have to do this, we need to figure out that." And there are so many things to be figured out, right? My understanding is that when it comes to the base technology, particularly, let's say the website that, you're sitting on, the CMSs that you're using, it earlier used to be just adding in plugins and so on and making the site complicated. So what is the new mantra, or what is the new approach that should be applied to technology where it's more integrated? And also the second follow-up to that is, if you can give some examples of what you have seen work very well.
Sure. So I'll break it into 2 parts. So one is for large scale publishers, if I'm talking about Times of India's of the world, They have built it. They have built the tech stack which works for them, for their use case. But I think for a larger group, building is not the right direction in my view, because that's not your core business, right? Your business is content. That's what you understand.
The technology moves very fast also.
Yeah, it's very, very rapidly evolving. So use the products which are available in the market to optimize the workflows. And that's where, we have seen publishers using, CMSs across the world, which have got integrated journey. And all these four parts, content creation, content distribution, monetization, analytics, everything is integrated. And it just streamlines your workflows.
So these four aspects that you're talking about, could you perhaps give an example from recent past that applies to each one of those? As in, what's a functionality? What's a element that, we have spoken about content, for example, a lot. And, there's things like web stories and so on. Now, creating a web story does very, very well online, but there is a separate effort typically required to do that. Now, I'm sure you have a few examples of how technology is enabling that and simplifying that.
Yeah. So repurposing content is very, very powerful, I feel. And the previous presentation talked about that, right? So what we're saying is, what it means for content is that you're creating articles right now, and technology or AI can be used to create a web story out of it on the fly. That on a click of a button, AI creates a web story out of it. Now, this is absolutely clean because it's repurposing your content. It's not scraping content from the internet or from other publishers. Similarly, text to audio, text to video. These are the formats where, a lot is happening with generative AI, and publishers can utilize it to power their newsrooms.
So are you saying that there should be, let's say, one input for a particular story? My guess is that for the journalists in the room, it has to be very well researched. But once done, it can be shared in multiple languages and multiple formats, and so on. And how does that exactly happen?
So I'll explain about, let's say, I'll take an example of a web story, and then I'll also talk about other kind of repurposing which is possible. So web story, what happens is you've done a lot of hard work. You've created long format content, and there's a lot of research, etc., which has gone inside. Now, once that is done, AI can create a synopsis of that content, puts it across various slides. AI can also pull out pictures which you've uploaded in the article, which means your editors have vetted that, put it across various slides. It's there for you to moderate. You can check it once if everything is okay, and then it's published. So, and repurposing is just, it's not restrictive. I'll just take another example, localization of content. Let's say you're creating content in English. Now, can AI translate that content into 12 languages? It can. Should it be published without moderation? No. But for once, what happens is you put together a content piece, it gets pushed into 12 different languages on your dashboard in a draft folder. And someone who understands that language will vet that content and push it out. Now, all of a sudden, you have speed. Technology is helping you create, keeping the quality of content intact, but just amplifying your reach to not only English-speaking market, but to pretty much the entire country.
Got it. So just a quick, I think on generative AI, I love this topic and we're going to speak about it. But if you are using ChatGPT, at least, please use the paid version. Please use ChatGPT 4. Don't use ChatGPT 3.5, although 3.5 is free. But now coming to AI, right? This is a big question. I think we are a little bit behind, not a little bit, a lot behind the curve when it comes to AI. So you're building that technology, right? And you have a product that talks about that. Can talk to us about that. What is it that you are enabling? What does that do? And what is it that, again, publishers should you have as a mindset from an AI point of view?
Yeah, just a little correction. We're not building, we are using AI. to power newsrooms. Now,
what does that mean?
yeah, so one we have a point of view, and we very strongly recommend not using AI to create content. About a month back, Google came out clean saying that we are able to identify, AI generated content. They didn't say anything else. They just said we are able to identify. Now, the moment they are identifying, there's a reason behind it. Now, and recently there was a core update which came out, and it was very, very clear that AI generated content is getting penalized. There were publishers. So without naming, I'll tell you an instance. There's a publisher based out of US who's working with us. They had fully automated newsroom. They were creating almost 10,000 articles a day.
Sounds like BuzzFeed.
No. But the whole point was that they were doing social listening. First, what goes social listening on a Telegraph and Facebook. The facts are getting fact checked, then content is getting created, then again it's getting fact checked, and it was getting pushed out. So it was in the less than a minute, content pieces were getting thrown out, and the traffic kind of went off the roof. It's just too much content, right? And they're catching the trend. Whatever is buzzing is what they're writing about, and across the world, from all parts of the world. When this core update happened, there was a manual intervention by Google on them. And Google said, this content is not yours. They all big publishers who were spending money in their newsrooms to create that content, which this technology was, kind of scraping and creating content. They had a problem, valid problem.
They should have said we're using Gemini.
Same. But I think, yeah, so Google's stand is slightly vague in that sense. But the point I'm trying to make is that AI generated content is a big question mark, totally avoidable. But at the same time, that does not mean that AI got no use case for us. AI can be used for many things. Internal linkings, smart links, SEO optimization, repurposing your content, localization of content. You can use, there's just too many use cases where AI can power up your platforms. But creating content using AI is not the way.
Let's say, we want to start integrating AI usage in our newsrooms, right? You mentioned not to use it from a content point of view. So what are the starting point? What is a good starting point for a newsroom to say that, look, is it team? Is it investing in a process or a technology? Is it sort of a mix of it?
So the way I see it, anything in isolation doesn't work. So AI is one important part of the puzzle, but other pieces needs to be in place for it to work as well. If I put it very, very broadly, I'm sure everyone understands that, but just to be on the same page. So your user-facing website is a first important part. It needs to deliver a user experience which is right. Your SEO infrastructure, your dev infra, your server ecosystem, then your tools with AI, with which powers you to create better quality content faster. So all of this needs to come together. So to answer your question, Dhaval, the question is if you want to build it or if you want to buy it, right? So if you want to build it, then the first thing is you need the right set of people in-house. And that's a fairly decent sized team that you need to put together. You need data scientists, you need AI engineers, you need infra. So there's the massive side of investment which you need to take care of. But the first step to answer your question is building the right team. Or the alternate approach is buy it. There are the platforms who have done this. They have worked very, very hard on it, delivered it. See the case study, see if they've been able to create those powerful case studies and just use it. Your go-to-market is like real quick. You can be live with all of it very, very quickly. The world is going towards SaaS. Yeah.
Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit. So you mentioned monetization as well earlier. And of course, the theme of the conference is, looking at new business models and particularly in the digital world, right? So, of course, there is your ad monetization, subscription monetization, but in the world of digital, there's e-commerce, affiliate marketing. There's a whole lot of other things. Now, across the publishers that you work with, could you talk about some of the exciting business models that you are seeing emerging? Yeah.
Yeah. So the first disclaimer is it depends a lot of on the genre of content that you operate on. B2B communities, the playbook is different. News content, the playbook is very different. But the big one here again is the same point what I was talking about earlier, that you need to have multiple revenue streams flowing in. Dependency on any one is not right. So and today the options are just too many. Starting from direct advertising, programmatic display, native, video ads, your paywalls, your reader revenue, affiliate commerce, events, social media amplification. So these are all your assets which you can monetize, right? You can run your email marketing campaigns. So there are just too many wings which are there. We just need to identify and market them, go to market with all those streams in a right way. But dependency on one is very, very difficult. It's a very, very odd space to be in. But segments, for example, we see B2B communities do extremely well on events. I mean, you all know this better than me, but social media optimizations, every publisher is an influencer, right? A content creator. So the way influencers are selling themselves today is the same way when publishers. So I'll tell you, there's a platform called She the People. It's one of the largest community for women in the country. About 15% of their revenues from the website. They run website in 3 languages, Hindi, English, and Tamil. 15% of their revenues from the website. 20% of their revenue is through events. And rest everything is the power that they're leveraging on social media. Through Instagram, through YouTube, all these pages. Apparently there are 15 Instagram handlers. There are 15 micro communities on Instagram and different kind of brands partner with those channels, pretty much like an influencer platform.
Got it. What about, we've covered this, heard this earlier in the day also. When it comes to technology, data is something that is synonymous, and you can't really refer to one without the other. There is, of course, a lot of talk about CDP solutions and DMP solutions. In India, just like in Europe with GDPR, there is expected, the DPDP is supposed to come out in the near future. Can you talk a little bit about how publishers should be harnessing their data and what are the starting steps for that?
So at this point of time, my understanding is that the data that we all are sitting on is pretty weak. Why I say that is right now the data which is there is largely very basic demographics, gender, age, geo maybe, and this is not enough. Google even trying to get away with cookie business, but still it's still hanging, it's still there. The reason is the substitute is not ready at this point of time. We work very closely with a country's largest OTA, Make My Trip. Now, Make My Trip, the data that they are sitting on is very rich data, right? This is transactional data. Now, they know the profile of the user and there are cohorts possible for advertiser. Let's say Mercedes wants to advertise. So they'll be exposed to only business class, people traveling in business class to destinations like US. For Airtel, you only target people who are traveling internationally for international roaming. So these cohorts are very clean data. Airtel have got no other, Airtel or Jio or Vodafone have got no one else who can give them that cohort so clean, right? International travel insurance. So the point I'm making is that the data needs to be rich, and that's where the power comes in, power of a community comes in. So there are basic things like, DCR, data clean room, where multiple platforms plug in their data and they enrich each other's data without exposing your own data. Now that's where this data becomes really powerful for you to monetize it to its true value.
All right. I think we've covered a few different bases of technology. I'd like to we can probably go on talking about this for a while, but I'd like to open it up for questions. Yes, ma'am. Can we have a mic over there, please? You can just share your name and your question.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Vanita. I write for Business Standard. One of the things which I find from the publishing end, and I've been a print journalist for most of my life, is we sit on archives and archives of data. And how do we digitize it at cheaper? And can AI help us to do it cheaper? And how do we productize it? Because it's not that you tell someone your archives are available for 21st June 1977. That's not going to excite. How do you productize it and digitize it? First, on digitization, my question is, can AI help with the costs and time? And secondly, productizing.
What data? What data is this?
It's stories. This is a conference of magazine publishers. They sit on archival data, which is priceless. You know, the stories, the features. So, for example, I saw Raj here. Raj was here, no? Of India Today. I'm sure they worked on digitizing their archives. But this is, I mean, from stories ranging from, let's say, 70s onwards. And that is it's capturing
Understood.
contemporary history. If you talk from a B2C perspective, from
Yep.
a B2B, a cyber media, for example, would have, it would have the information technology history of this country, how it has evolved.
Yeah. So it's very, very powerful what you just, this data is extremely powerful. And I'll just segment it into two parts. So one is newsy content, right? News is now. It's, if it's old news, it's not that relevant. But then is the evergreen content, what we spoke about. That's timeless, right? Now, the moment you're sitting on that data, it's possible to digitize it, but it's also possible to, kind of upgrade that data by mapping the interest, mapping the trends. And AI can identify, for example, let's say you have 100,000 articles that have been now put into your system and they are live. AI can tell you that which of those articles you need to refresh. There's a lot of power in content refresh strategy is super solid. Google appreciates it. Search engines appreciate it, the freshness in the content. And AI can tell you that these are the content pieces which are important for you to refresh first. And the moment you do that, you will see all these content pieces which are old, they will surface back on top and will be able to drive more traffic.
I just want to jump in also. I'll share with you what we've done at Cyber Media. So first is that if somebody can pay you for the archiving part, please go ahead and get that. So in some of our cases, what we were able to do is that we did the archiving and luckily we got a big order from MIT and they supported the archival process and we were able to do that. Now, just to add to what he's saying, that once that content is digitized, it's still critical to make sure that it's made relevant from an SEO point of view to the digital world, right? It's not just a simple copy-paste activity. And if done effectively, then, there is an article which talks about, I think the only Indian publication at the 1984 launch of Microsoft was a DataQuest article. And so that constantly gets that kind of traffic. So one has to kind of identify those pieces, but it is an exercise. It's not.
But you can productize it.
Yes, yes.
You create little packets of things which can sell separately from that.
Find somebody who will buy your archives. No, fair enough. Fair enough. It's your media house content. Please, yeah. Can I have the mic passed on, please?
Hi, yeah. I think I just wanted to add what Vanita was saying, right? She was saying productize. My assumption is monetizing also, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So I'll tell you what, there are brands which have did that. Vodafone, what did they do is that for few of their HNIs, they took their birth year and the date and gave the TOI front page copy to them. They framed it. So that's how they monetize the archive. The latest example, if I'm not wrong, Sony lived it for Rocket Boys. I think, if I'm not wrong, 15th August 1947 ka jo front page tha, I think they had branded that. See, that's what I told you, right? I was assuming that it is
sorry,
monetized. Yeah.
I think, no, great input, but I just want to make sure that I get as many questions as possible, and we
yes.
should carry this discussion forward after the session. Yeah. Any last question? Okay, we're done.
We actually are really short of time. So we
All
can take
right.
the questions offline outside. We're just breaking for networking tea right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us over here and sharing your insights. Huge round of applause for both of them, please, over here. Zor se taali bajaye. Thank you so much. And apologies, we couldn't take questions, but you can always connect offline over here right now. We're breaking for a 10 to 12 minutes networking tea break. We'll be back shortly after that. Thank you.
In the future, nobody will rob the base. No one will borrow shake. No one will know his love cake. We know internet friends, and there will be no antidote. The human race will be extinct. Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's up? I'm Dairo, and you're watching Electric Love TV. You know what's funny? I lost all my music and I couldn't play. And then the guys from Showtech, WW and Dyro saved my life. So here they are. And I want to say special shout out to these guys. It's all about that love. You see that drop? They're crazy. Oh my God. Yes. When the motherfucking beat drops.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set to resume after the tea break. I request everybody to kindly come in so that we can begin with the proceedings. We're all set to begin. Post the tea break. I'll request everybody to kindly come in, settle down so that we can move forward with the proceedings. I'll request everybody to kindly come in, please.
I think it's time. I think it's time to show the world that Salzburg is just as good as Navarre. Salzburg, if you're right, let me see your hands up. Let me see your hands up.
I want to come back anytime if you guys want me. I mean, this is really next level stuff in Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody to kindly settle down inside. We're all set to begin. Post the tea break.
Only a few days, yeah. We always have. I pen, I have a pencil. Good. Thank you. Big shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to begin right now. I request everybody to please kindly come in and settle down so that we can resume. We're all waiting for you all to please kindly come in. I request every. Dipali, ma'am is here. Ketan sir, yes. Requesting everybody to kindly please settle down inside. Requesting everybody's presence over here inside.
Service DJ was like kicking off. I don't know what he was doing, but it was sick, man. Like he was like hands in the air, like heating us out, like fucking, just like he was fucking, like balls flying everywhere and shit. I don't know. By this time, I was fucking wasted, man. And I don't know whether he was really saying it, but he seemed to be just all he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody's presence inside, please. We are all set to begin with the discussion post the tea break. I request everybody to please kindly come inside and join us. Sorry, no problem, no problem. Continue, we'll continue. Requesting people over there at the back to kindly settle down, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome back. Thank you so much. This is going to be a very interesting panel discussion. The topic for the moment, let me tell all of you, it's CMO Desk, brands and magazines poised for a content marketing renaissance. I'll repeat the topic for everybody once again. It's CMO Desk, brands and magazines poised for a content marketing renaissance. The session is going to be moderated by the man himself, the one and only Mr. Anurag Batra sir, who genuinely needs no introduction. Please give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. We all know him as the editor and chairman of BW Business World and co-founder of Exchange for Media Group, and he's which is one of India's leading magazines, of course. He's also founded the Exchange for Media Group and serves as the chairman and editor-in-chief over there. He's also associated with leading media industry website Pitch, India's only advertising, marketing, and media magazine, Impact, the Marketing Weekly, Franchisee Plus, Business Opportunity Magazine, Reality Plus, India's leading monthly real estate. Very sweet and humble of him. I'll request Dipali Nair from CK Birla Group and Mr. Ketan Bharti, who's associated with Truecaller earlier in the past and also ex-Vodafone and ex-Reckitt, to kindly join us over here on stage. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Zor se taali for all of them. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Shubhaji. Please give him a big round of applause. He's been doing a good job trying to bring in energy, even picking up the chairs and bringing them. So thank you. You've been a very active MC and going beyond your call of duty. Let me properly introduce the panelists. Ms. Dipali Nair, she was a CMO at IBM, then she became a chief business officer of one of their business units. She was like a CEO of that business, which was between Bangalore and Bombay. And recently she took on the role last year of the group CMO, where almost 12 businesses and their CMOs report into Dipali. She has utilized magazines and magazine-led platforms for growing her businesses. So she also does a very popular podcast on leadership, where she talks to CEOs, CXOs, and CMOs. Dipali has not invited me ever on the podcast, but I hope she does. On Dipali's left is Ketan Bharti. Ketan, till about 60 days back, was the global CMO for Truecaller based out of India. India is the largest market in terms of Truecaller's base, and also contributes substantially to Truecaller's revenues globally. So he had a very important role. He's moving into a new role in a technology-led company, which I'm sure we'll get to know subsequently. Again, when he launched last year, he launched a campaign on increasing the user base of Truecaller. He, of course, used television and video. It was a campaign which basically said, if you're spamming, you are red, right? Aapka muh lal, right?
Buri nazar wale aapka muh lal.
Right? But he also utilized magazine platforms and magazines for spreading out the message. So they both know magazines. Let me start by getting their opening comments. How can magazines reinvent themselves? And how, in your view, are successful platforms that you partnered with doing it well in India?
Anurag, I just want to say that I think what we used to do 15 years earlier in terms of partnerships with magazines, when digital did not exist, is very different from the way you look at partnership with magazines today from a brand's perspective. I think one of the things that is emerging is that a magazine today and what they do on the digital platforms for themselves is becoming extremely important to us as a brand, as a marketing fraternity. They may or may not in future, therefore, be categorized as only magazine as a genre, in the sense that they're not competing for marketing dollars if it comes to advertising revenues only with other magazines. They may be competing with digital portals too. For example, if I'm doing allocations today, then I will look at Business World and also Money Control in the same genre.
Audiences are important.
Audiences.
Format is not.
Yeah, the audiences are important. The format is also important. And I'll tell you why. And I'm also going to talk about audiences. The audiences are important in terms of who they're putting together, who's reading and what is congregating. But if the magazine has a format which is different from others, because of the format, they're being read and absorbed and assimilated by the audience, that format also becomes important. What has also changed, the other changes that happened is 15 years ago, we would all be able to do innovations with magazines. Magazines used to be the one place where the brand would do a lot of media or a format innovation. So that avenue has, now
shrunk.
Completely stopped because it's not possible for, brands, to do that. Now let's look at it from an audience perspective. And I'm looking at audience as me and, perhaps the people sitting over here as expert audiences. But let me look at when it comes to, my mother, my son, or people around us who are not from the advertising and marketing fraternity. More and more of them are also reading copy on digital platforms. Plus, they're also watching digital content from what they call established sources. Now, that's again where magazines have a role to play. That content or a video, whether it comes from Business World or NDTV, or once again, Money Control, they are established sources and credible sources for us. I think that's where the audience perception also matters in terms of which source are they going to. So I think in our minds, we need to evolve somewhere and say that magazines as a genre may not be competing only with other magazines, but they may be, competing with a lot of other credible news media or sources. I think that's one difference that has emerged. I think, frankly, the only way I'm reading a physical magazine today, if you look at myself as a consumer or people around me as a consumer, is two places. Either, when you're in a waiting place, so you're in an airport lounge, or, you may be, I think the beauty parlors continue to have lots of magazines, available. But wherever you're doing waiting is where you see magazines. Even in our reception, you go to big corporate organizations, the reception will always, carry the magazine. So that shelf life, kind of exists. But I think the physical magazine readership has definitely shrunk. But the digital readership of that brand or the digital consumption of the content from that brand, I think that's where the growth opportunity is.
And Dipali, do you read any foreign magazines? Do you read The Economist or a Bloomberg Business Week or a Fortune, Forbes International? The Fortune and Forbes have Indian editions also. Do you end up reading or you?
So if you're asking me personally, definitely The Economist, Harvard Business Review, articles from McKinsey on their app flow into me, and Bloomberg, Forbes, FT. And I know that FT is not a magazine. Since you're asking me, I was just thinking about the brands. And that's what's happening.
Content.
You consume content from the foreign brands.
And do you consume enough content from plethora abroad? It could be Business Today, it could be Business India, it could be Outlook Business. All media products are welcome. It doesn't have to be just business. Do you consume content from these platforms in a regular? I'm not saying, when you're waiting, you see a nice cover and you pick it up. Of course, that's there. So is the content that is coming out of Indian brands, are you consuming enough of that or not?
So if I were to compare myself and people around me, to what we would do 15 years ago, even if it was a digital copy of the McKinsey Quarterly or a Harvard Business Review or an Economist or a India Today or a Business World that came into our homes and offices, you would actually flip through the whole uh, magazine. You might read 2 or 1 article, from per magazine, because you didn't have that kind of time even then. But today it's even infrequent. While the Economist comes and sits into the full magazine may come and sit into my inbox, I may not have the time to read it every week. So that's become our reality, but that's a time constraint in terms of how much do you consume.
And do you extrapolate your own behavior then to as a professional and make investment decisions on the brand?
So very interesting question. And I want to share this with you in the context of how media decisions perhaps get made at the, brand side. So many years ago, you would take this is pre-digital. You would take the TV decisions on the basis of numbers that your media agency presented to you. But, you had the tail end spends. And the choice used to be, what were the English news channels? Star had one, and there was AXN and no, not even the news, but the Asian channels, Star World and all.
AXN.
These used to end up happening on account of the brand manager and the media agency's young person who used to say, oh, no, we watch this is better, etc. They would happen. So there would be that much subjectiveness, even then. I think today also that subjectiveness exists and perhaps is even increasing in terms of the formats to say, if in a group of people who are taking the decision, there are people who none of them is consuming long form content. There will be a discussion on this to say, should we even be on this channel or this item where, long form content is there? For example, I'm one of the rare people who still continue to consume long form content. A lot more like in the discussion earlier, when Manav was talking about the whole, what's that called? What digital web, that carousel that keeps on coming of the news. Yeah. The web story. I'm not, but the younger people are consuming the web story. So I think this qualitative feedback you're still doing when you're doing consumer research, when you're meeting with the consumer, like for example, in our businesses, there is a couple that we're selling to because we're selling fertility solutions, and there is a fan that you're selling, and then there is a hospital brand that you're selling, and you're also selling in engineering college. Now, when you're doing the engineering college, you end up listening to people around you to say, okay, how are kids consuming content these days? So while the media agency may present numbers to you, you do tend to use a qualitative factor on top of that. If not for 80% of your budget, you will definitely use it for 20% of your budget, because that's where you'll do the experimentation. That's where you'll do the innovation.
Thank you, Dipali. I'll come back to you. Lots of Anant in the morning said, and I really believe, and his own example of Caravan, I definitely read the issue. I'm a magazine reader. So, it is about long form content. It's an art form. It's about storytelling, right? And if you can do it on multiple platforms, and as you heard throughout the day from international publishers and Indian publishers, how they have become multi-platform, how they are trying to get revenue in every format. Subscription is important. Sponsorship revenue of events is important. And of course, the advertising revenue is important. Ketan, your opening comments on what the magazines can do better, and what is your panacea for magazines to grow their revenues?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Anurag. It's been an honor and a privilege to share as with Dipali and you. I don't see my photo here, so I don't know why it's not there. And
You didn't,
I didn't get a chance to ask my second question, so I'll take the revenge now. That's why I'm the panel now. So yeah, so I think, okay, let's look at the word renaissance, right? It's a resurgence. So before even talking about resurgence, I think let's see what the challenge is there for magazines. Okay, I just scribbled certain notes. Okay, I see 4 C's, 4 challenges very clearly. One is content saturation, because in the world of AI, content is everywhere, and maybe there is a lot of content duplication. Okay, that's one. Okay, any magazine, you may see the same sort of information and same sort of content across everywhere. The second thing I feel is the consumer skepticism which is there, because I think we live in a polarized world now. Okay,
and either you're left or a right wing, and that's what magazine can influence you to some extent. That's one of the challenge which we have. The third is that because we live in social media now, the constant change in the algorithm which is happening, which also influences the readers, because it catches the algo what you want to read and only feeds you that information, okay, in the digital format. Because now I think the thing has to be in digital, right? And the fourth thing is this complex consumer journey where the consumer is everywhere. So how do you navigate these challenges is possibly the answer to the resurgence which we need to do. Okay. Now coming from the perspective, what we did, okay, from a magazine perspective. Again, I went back, I'm going back to the Vodafone example, that how actually magazines can make you special or feel special to you. We did this in 2009 and 10, okay, where I was talking about how do you sort of monetize the archives, which is a gold mine for you, right? I mean, it's your content, it's your IP. Few HNIs on your date of birth and your year, you give that, you just frame it. So that's how you monetize or you look out for such opportunities, that how you can monetize the archival part of it. And I think one point, and this was my second question, which I wanted to sort of ask the BCG group, was that, I don't know how much do we talk about Gen Alpha. It's close to 350 million, right, in India. How are we going to cater them through magazines? Because they are going to be our future advocates. So one of the things what we did in Truecaller.
And I want to tell you, like my daughter's 20,
Huh.
called me from the US saying, Papa, do buy the Swift Taylor was on the Time cover.
Okay.
And buy it and keep it for me. 2 copies I got. And then I took 1 copy because I was reading it.
Yeah.
And then she called me for another issue. And she buys more books and magazines. She's 20-year-old. She's digital, all that. But she also reads print products. So I want to say to all the people in the room that young people do read physical, touch and feel products.
Yeah. So, I was coming up to this Gen Alpha only, right? So, how are we sort of making them as advocates, who will possibly, popularize or have a strong advocacy of magazines in future? I think these are the key things which we need to really look into and see how we can monetize it.
Right, Ketan. I also want to say that we have Mr. Sarthak Hoja, who's a business influencer who will speak. And last year I called him, I met him 2.5 years back. And I found him extremely intelligent and really I thought I could learn from him. So I called him. I was preparing my business plan last March. And I spent 2 hours with him and asked him, how can we be more relevant? All that. And then I asked him, he gave me some ideas. And net, he said, influencers would love to be inside the magazine or on the cover. It's a big deal. Even when I invited him after I discussed with Anand for today's session, he said to me that influencers, whatever they may say publicly, but they died to be on the cover of a magazine. Okay, especially if it's a, well-known legacy magazine brand. So the brands we are in the business of brands and audiences. Whether it's a business today, which is building a digital thing, we are building a digital thing in business world. We are not in the business of magazines. We are in the business of content and audiences. Do you as marketers also see us? Do we a good job as Delhi Press, as Caravan, as, Next Gen Publishing, India Today, cyber media? Do we do a good job of presenting that it's not about cyber media, it's what the audiences and the community, that cyber media is the #1 community of, people who are interested in IT and so on and so forth. So are we doing a good job, Dipali, or are we not doing a good job? Be real.
I don't have the answer of whether you're doing a good job or not a good job, because I don't think it's about magazines as a genre. I think it's about certain brands of publishers who may be doing a good job or not such a good job. And once again, let's go back to how a decision would get taken Okay, step back. As brands, you have to do two things. As brands or publishers, you need to ensure that more and more audiences are reading you or consuming your content, whether they are reading you or watching video, whatever. So that's one job that you have, right? Second is you need to ensure that the advertisers or the business of advertisers, be it the media agencies or be it the people who are taking brand decisions, are aware that audiences are consuming you, you know. And if we're looking at this whole business of audiences consuming content, you are, once again, I'm saying, not competing just with other magazines. You are competing with any publishing, including the content created by the influencers, you know,
To reach out to the audience.
to reach out to the audiences. I think where you may not be doing a great job is telling the brand decision makers that you're doing a good job. I think that may be a weak link for you to help them get to know what your numbers are, you know, which audiences are you, you know, doing work with.
Advertise on exchange for media to be able to do that.
Yeah. Okay. No, but I think there's other interesting thing, and I'm taking, you know, cue from what you said about everybody wanting to be on the cover page of a magazine. Now that's a real estate. That's a
Caravan,
very-
you may not want to be for the right reasons, but mostly because it'll be notorious reasons why you'd be on the Caravan cover. But
yeah. But I think that's a property that is a unique property that's available to established brands of magazines. And how you utilize that property in terms of ensuring that its esteem and respect is maintained, and how the advertisers, you know, take notice of that, and can the advertisers do something with it, is, I think, an opportunity that can be explored.
you know, we saw the BCG guys talking about almost $500 million of economists. Why can't Business Today, Business World, or some other brand get to a substantial revenue, whatever? And I'm sure we will at some stage. Look at Monocle, look at Wallflower, look at Condé Nast, look at their revenues, look at how India Today is doing. Everyone's doing well. I don't think we talk enough about it.
Anurag, but I want to take you through a case study because I've watched this over a period of 15 years, you know, kind of time. There were two magazines from the business side that we all used to revere. One was Harvard Business Review. The other was McKinsey Quarterly. You know, we would read it, we would pay money for it. And McKinsey Quarterly at one point of time was not available to everyone. And I think there was a point of time when they were charging. They thought that we would monetize the content. Whichever way they manage the content, look at it today. Today, McKinsey Quarterly does not charge. It is only a brand building for McKinsey, the consultancy. The quality of the content continues to remain fantastic. They've moved to podcasts. It's not just a magazine any longer. You know, they do video podcasts. Same has happened to Harvard Business Review also. They've also moved to video podcasts. They continue to do fantastic content, which they charge for, and they've not made it free. It's not available free. What they have done, though, is they've created Harvard Business Review snippets for the younger generation, which is in shorter content, and that's available free. And that they are using the snippet content to move people to their paid long form content. So it's about how you get the audiences and how you market it.
Ketan, your comment?
Yeah, so I'm just adding to it. See, again, it's all about sort of authentic storytelling. And it's about how you engage with your audiences in any form, be it short format, long format, events, okay, across touching the audience in multiple platforms, you know. So you can be at an event, you can be at a snippet, you can have a hardcore magazine which has a longer shelf life. You know, I feel magazines are like probably OTTs, you know, it's a longer shelf life, right? It's 1 week or 15 days, right? That's a good amount of consumer attention which it can get. Also, what I feel is that it has to reinvent itself to also see that how it can be measured beyond readership or average issue readership, you know, those conventions of which possibly we are sticking to 2019 or even before that. One of the example was, and I think Dipali raised this question on influencer marketing, right? How do you actually measure? It's like at the end of the day, if I do a full page ad on a magazine, why can't I have a QR code or a missed call number?
Yeah, you can actually have a QR code. The latest issue of Business World, if you, there's a QR code, you can watch Srini's interview, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
We will do it with all our ads. I
yeah.
was talking to, since you're talking of magazines, brands as influencer, I was talking to Hormaz, and he's the #1 authority on auto. I mean, there is no question about that. He's absolutely the #1. And he told me his numbers. No
Hmm.
wonder he's doing well. I don't think we do a good job
Yeah.
communicating this. I mean,
Yeah.
he told me outstanding numbers. He said the best year for him.
I think, see, they need to also advocate themselves saying that this is how I innovate, and it impacts your possibly the bottom funnel, which is pure conversion, because for a marketer, it's the entire funnel journey, right? He's not only going to say, hey, you know what, I reached X number of people. For me, it's also how I converted those X number of people, and possibly this QR code can aid that. And that has to be advocated and strongly sort of sold also to the marketer, which possibly I feel is not present at this point of time.
We have Mr. Shashi Sinha and Mr. Ambi Parmeswaran already here. So I really will stick to my time. We have 2 minutes. We can take 1 or 2 questions if anybody has a comment, questions. Nobody has. In the morning, at least in the first half, the word community was used by almost, Anand used the word community, Alistair used the word community. Subsequently, everyone said they're not in the business of magazines, they're business of communities. So do you see magazines delivering, like Hormaz is delivering, as an auto car is delivering an auto aficionado, an auto purchasing or an auto following community, Similarly, there are other niches, special interest. Do you see that and do you leverage that well?
Yes and yes. But that does not apply to general interest business magazines and general news magazines. That applies to niche subject magazines. So if you're in the world of decor, there are some magazines which can give you a community. And we own a brand in Europe called Parador, which is a flooring, but in, high-end luxury flooring brand. And there you tie up with, decor influencers, which can be either magazines or influencers, on their own. So niche audiences or communities can be delivered by niche magazines.
Niche is limited. It sounds limited. Some of the special interest communities are very large.
I think special interest is a better word than niche. But yes.
Your closing comments, Ketan, I'll keep
Yeah.
time.
So niche special interest, what does it actually do? It's sharpshooting, and advertising wastage is the bare minimum. I feel going forward, I think as marketers, our money has to go more on these niche communities or special interest communities so that the ROI is maximized. That's what we all want, right? So fundamentally, I feel more on niche, less on mass now. And that is where I think magazines also need to focus, which they are, but which I told you that they need to further advocate themselves and push themselves that how they will help us, the advertiser or the marketer, for a better ROI.
Thank you, Ketan and Dipali. Please give them a big round of applause. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have 2 very, very, very experienced wise, and I would use the word Oracle. Shashiji and Mr. Parmeswaran are going to come up, and I'm sure we'll learn a lot more from them and continue the conversation about how more money can come into magazines. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
There at the back, people, thank you. I'll request one more chair over here, please, for the next session. And we'll need one more mic as well over here, please, quickly. Thank you. Is the framing and everything perfect as per how you want? Cool. We have 4 mics? Yes, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, interesting panel discussions, interesting sessions, interesting conversations leading one after the other. Now it's time for a fascinating topic indeed. We have got some visionary leaders from the industry over here. The topic that's going to be discussed right now at the moment is making the big Indian picture with magazine content IPs. I'll repeat the topic for everybody over here. It's making the big Indian picture with magazine content IPs. The session is going to be moderated by Vanita Kohli Khandekar, who's a senior journalist. Give it up for Vanita Kohli Khandekar, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us over here. As we all know, she has been tracking the Indian media and entertainment business for more than 2 decades. She's a columnist and a writer, and the second book, The Making of Star India, by Penguin Random House, is being developed into a web series right now. Do we have Vanita ma'am over here? She's coming. Okay, fine. Fair enough. So I'll quickly wait till she's there. Hi, ma'am. Let me welcome you myself, please. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali, people over there at the back. Thank you. There's no need to rush. Relax. Aram se, no problem. The stage is all yours. I'm calling everybody over there. First, I'll request you to come. You're the main person over here. Till we get you, it's not possible to call the others. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our respected moderator for this session. Now it's time to call our dignified speakers. Right now, we have the honor to have Mr. Gaurav Banerjee from Disney Plus Hotstar over here. We all know about him, but let me tell you all a bit more about him. Please, taaliyan bajaye unke liye once he's coming. He plays a pivotal role in shaping the diverse entertainment portfolio at Disney Star. His responsibilities span across all entertainment curation for Disney Plus Hotstar, covering multiple languages and overseeing original series and films. Gaurav also runs all content for Hindi Entertainment TV. In addition to this, he also heads iconic TV brands like Star Gold, Star Jalsha, Star Bharat, and National Geographic Channel. He serves on the board of directors of the Indian Broadcasting and Digital Federation, a media leaders industry forum. He also serves on the core technical committee of the BARC India, the body that measures television ratings in India. Please give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Gaurav, sir, for joining us over here. We also have the esteemed presence of Swagata Mukherjee from Sone Live and B. Srinivasan, sir, from Ananda Vikadar. Can we please clap loudly for all of them, ladies and gentlemen? One of the biggest panels of the day.
It's Anand Vikatan.
Vikatan, right. There's a typo, I believe, in the...
Type.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The stage is all yours. Looking forward.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that disappearing act. I didn't mean to do that. All of us have grown up on some form of stories which have emerged from books or magazines. So whether it is, my childhoods were spent, summer holidays were spent in Dehradun, and I remember reading a lot of Diamond comics and Chacha Chaudhary and Sabu and all that. And I think somebody tried to make a show also out of that. Chotu Patlu always reminds me of Chacha Chaudhary for some reason. But the point is that there's a whole lot of rich material out there, whether it's an Agatha Christie, whether it's a Harry Potter series, whether it is, we were discussing Manohar Kahaniya and Sarita mein bhi bahut kuch hai. There's a lot that you can mine from there, and Pareshi is sitting here. I wanted to get this conversation going, but we have, I won't call them platforms. We have two platform stroke publishers. So there's Gaurav from Disney Star, and there's Shaugato from Sony Live. And Srini has a strange role because he is a publisher of a very popular bunch of Tamil magazines, and he's been making television content for several years now. I know that I've spoken to him on his television content journey for over the years, but we've not spoken about your streaming journey at all. So I first of all want to start off with some of your shows or some of the work that you guys do where adaptations have happened, and then we'll take off from there. Gaurav, you want to take?
Yeah, thank you. So firstly, real honor to be here and talking to magazine publishers from all over the country. Like you, I remember my childhood through a lot of reading of the magazines. My father used to work in the public relations department of the government. And therefore, one of the privileges was that many magazines published all over used to come at our doorstep. And therefore, reading India Today and Sunday was an illustrated weekly, was part of my childhood. And therefore, with a lot of gratitude and a series and a thought of giving back is what, I want to start this conversation with. I think for us as publishers, and we see ourselves definitely as publishers of stories, fundamentally, the written word is the crux of our business. Every big business has started with creativity at its heart, right? So I work for the Walt Disney Company, and the way we know Walt Disney himself is as an animator. if there is something really massive that has led to our growth in the last 3 decades, that comes from the world of Marvel Comics, right? So that's an empire, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which has, I think, collectively generated something like $30 billion. And none of that would have existed without Stan Lee and without the comics that Marvel brought out, and the incredible characters and the amazing love for those characters that got built through the 60s and 70s. And I think a similar potential and opportunity exists in India. I'm personally really committed about it. And I just told Vanita this half an hour ago, and she wants me to repeat the story. I'm so committed to the art of publishing that I actually went to my HR head 10 years or 12 years ago and said, find me a very talented publisher who wants to take a swing at media. And she found me Shogato Mukherjee. So Shogato was literally a publisher we hired at Star 12 years ago, because this is how we were thinking about our business at that time. So whether it is somebody like, Meeta Kapoor and her book Custody, which became a TV show that we launched in 2013, and it continues even today. So from there to John Le Carre's The Night Manager. This last decade, my journey at Star in India essentially has been built on fundamentals of great stories that haven't really been, commissioned and written today as much as what has already existed earlier, and us being able to take inspiration from that and to write it in ways that make it amazing, large scale, brilliant for audiences today. So John Le Carre is an incredibly powerful author, but I'm certain that the number of people who got exposed to his work, the moment we made The Night Manager in India and chose to cast such good-looking people as Aditya Roy Kapoor and Shobita Dhulepalia, it just went to the next level, right? And Richard Roper was a fantastic character that got created in an amazing novel. And then Anil Kapoor comes and gives it a whole, totally different dimension. So I think the challenge that I want to put before this room is that India now is the most populous country in the world. It's the fastest growing economy in the world for the last 3 years. And therefore, an opportunity exists today to create stories which would be watched by 1 billion people here and at least as many outside of here. So that's the opportunity that everyone who's involved in the world of publishing needs to be thinking about. This is a market, the likes of which hasn't existed anywhere before. And it's a great opportunity for all of us right here.
I must put in a note here that we, between the 4 of us, have stretched this to include not just magazine IP, but IP from books, games, anything when it is adapted to a screen. So because I'm assuming, and I will come to this, that is that the same thing or not? Shogata, you want to take?
Yes, I mean, Gaurav gave away my opening remark, but yeah, look, I've sort of I've dabbled in both types of publishing. I used to be a publisher in my past life. I led Picador and Macmillan in my publishing jobs. And then I moved to Star, and now I sort of lead a platform. But the heart of our business is storytelling, right? So we go back and mine the stories from everywhere, whether it is from magazines, whether it is from books, whether it is from reportage. And I think today, in many ways, I think a lot of the world has been opened up by the distribution mechanism of the streaming platforms, right? Personally, of course, I'm extremely invested in it, considering that I inhabited the world of books before I moved into the world of television and cinema. In the last few years, we've had a fair bit of successes in terms of the shows that we have produced, be it Scam, be it a show that we published last year, which was an Agatha Christie adaptation of the Sitterford Mystery by Vishal Bharadwaj, or be it the biggest show that we are producing right now, which is an adaptation of Freedom at Midnight, right? So we've been looking at stories from different quarters, from books, from magazines, from even broadsheet ideas. Some reportage that can be made into a great show. One of the most interesting films that I've watched over the last few years was Spotlight, right? And I feel that Spotlight is such an excellent example of filmmaking as well as storytelling and great journalism, right? You find that, and because it was a film which seemed so authentic, was because the journalists themselves were the ones who were mining the story, right? Are we doing that enough? I wish we do, but I think, do we have such stories enough with people like you, people who run magazines? I think we do, but are we sort of taking it to different platforms regularly enough? Probably we can do a little more, right? I know that Anant and I have spoken about this before. He's sitting on a treasure trove of stories of years, right? And I think it's a matter of time when one of us will start making shows from the stories that came out or got published in some of his magazines. I know Srinivasan's been doing it quietly over the last many years, and I will leave it to him to sort of tell us a little bit about his journey.
Yeah, and in fact, after Srini has spoken, we can get to the pitch part, Srini, because that's now he's talking about Anand having spoken. But what would it take to? And I remember asking one of the earlier speakers, and how can AI help you to digitize the archive cheaper and help you productize it, create, whether it's a series of stories or stuff which can be then used for various things, not just for people to read. Sorry, Srini, you have to take us to the video.
Yeah, thanks for that, Shagata. And I'd just like to go a little back in journey. I'm sure you might have heard of Ponniyin Selvan, the film that came out. It was 50 years ago. It was a 130-part series which had come out in a magazine called Kalki. Unfortunately, that magazine is no more. But the story, that's the power of storytelling. In our own case, about 4 years back, we published this story, a 110-part story called Velpari, which has now been taken up by producer-director Shankar to come out as a Bahubali equivalent of, in three languages, as 3 parts. So this aside, from our own archives, nearly 26 years back, when we first stepped into television production, the very first show that we created on Sun TV was our magazine used to come out on Thursdays, and on Sun TV also the telecast came on Thursday. So we used to write one half of the story in the magazine, and we used to tell readers, for the rest of it, you go watch it on Sun TV. And then the Sun TV used to publish that half and the next half. And then they would come and read it back again the next week in our magazine. So that happened for nearly 50 weeks. So we started our journey from that perspective. And today I'm happy to say that, with Hotstar, we are working on this project, which has come out in our magazine. It is a real life story of 2 people, one who wanted to become a policeman and the other who wanted to become a lawyer. And this is based out of Kanyakumari. And both of them became gundas and they hacked each other to death. This happened in 93. It was published in Junior Vigadan in 97. And we've been able to actually pitch it, and it's now under production for Hotstar, right? So, and there are multiple stories like this that we are pitching constantly to channels, as OTT products or as television products. And I think we have kind of cocooned ourselves as publishers, thinking that once a story is written, it's kind of, it's just out there. I don't think we have understood the capacity that it takes, or the availability that story has across media. And the moment we are able to unlock that, I think as publishers, we would be doing a lot more justice to the work that we are doing.
what does it take? And you know, how similar is it when adaptation is done from book to screen, from game to screen, from manga, for example, great example. Shini was talking about manga outside. Anime is a huge portion of, if I look at the global sort of programming business, manga is a huge, and its source is books. It is the graphic novel equivalent in Japan, if I was to put it loosely. What does it take, and what are the issues? And I'd like that from, when I say issues, it doesn't necessarily mean negative, but it just means what will it take to get more stories, to get to take, let's say, and not just from magazines, from books within India. I find that when this one of the things which people who work on the development part of scripts tell me, that people in the screen business don't read enough. You know, and so what are the bridges that need to be crossed for these things to happen more often? And also, does it short circuit the developmental process for you guys?
Yeah, of course it does. And it helps, right? And let me talk about what we are seeing in the world today. One of the biggest shows in recent times that was creating a lot of buzz was on Netflix, Three Body Problem, right? And why is that so? Because it was a book that had made it to several bestseller lists. And I remember that Barack Obama had called it out as one of the books of the year when it came out. And therefore, once you already know, as someone running a platform, that there is something so unique, so powerful in this work, that millions of people have already connected with it, the confidence that you get to invest more money, invest more time, your best creative resources, all of that automatically goes up, right? It becomes bigger and better because of that confidence that you have before you have shot a single frame. So I think that's a incredibly powerful place to start. Secondly, as owners of platforms or gatekeepers, what are we looking for? We're looking for two things. One, that we call it in the trade the log line, right? So the log line has to be something that is highly differentiated. So when you read that log line, it should not remind you ideally of anything else that you have seen. And second, sometimes getting to something different is very easy, but then people don't find it relevant, right? So then it's not very helpful. So not only does it need to be different, it also needs to be highly relevant. People should want to engage with those issues. They must in some ways find it relatable to the problems that they are facing or the opportunities that they are seeing in their lives, right? So if you relate it back again to Three Body Problem, it is an existential moment for the world in many ways, right? So in some ways, the broad story connects and talks very deeply to that. And therefore, it makes it even more engaging because those are the big life problems that all of us are talking about, worrying about, thinking about. So I think that's the big opportunity. That's what exists in the landscape. And thirdly, I feel that, these mediums are related, and yet they're very different. And therefore, what that difference is, people on both sides need to be able to understand that. So, what do I mean by that, right? So if we were to again go back and talk about John le Carre's book, which was the adaptation that we did a couple of years ago, what were we trying to do? We were taking essentially an English story and bringing it and trying to make it relevant to India. And we were also changing the time period where the story is taking place, and therefore the world has also dramatically changed. A lot of the times, authors and their estates, particularly in the subcontinent, are much more averse to change. And you want to sort of hold on to what was inherently created in a different time and for a different medium. And I think some of that is much better if it is let go of, right? And that needs a little bit of understanding of the differences in the medium and a willingness to trust that even the people from the screen world who are coming here wanting to create great quality work. So I think, there's too much judgment And because of too much judgment, not enough work gets done, right? So I think I've heard this before that, people on the screen side don't read. Right now, that's the kind of value system judgment which is, silly and is coming in the way of, whether and I'm sure there are people who don't like to read who are in the publishing side of the business and in the magazines as well, right? So, not wanting to read and not caring for knowledge isn't a specialization only in popular media. It's a problem that afflicts other businesses as well, is my pushback. And so much judgment comes in the way of, building things of incredible value. And I think that, and that's what we need to do.
Shagata, you want to take this on? Because you've had 2 shows, Scam.
Yeah, I've got
both based on
quite a
books.
few of them, and
Quite-
the new one that we are doing is a mammoth one, right? It's a
The-
very, very long, and it's a non-fiction. It was doubly more difficult because you need to be to be absolutely true to it, right? Because you're
Exactly.
talking about. Right. So, in fact, if you look at Scam or if you look at Freedom at Midnight, they're all non-fiction books that we have adapted to a fictional telling, right? A narrative telling, rather. But taking a cue from what Gaurav said, I think one of the things that I think we still lack is a bit of a collaborative effort. Because while the intention is right, I think there is a bit of a chasm between from the story to the visual medium. Sometimes it also becomes an impediment that you do not know the other medium as much. And not every book or every story that comes out in a printed form can be a great visual story, right? So some part of it is also something that you've got to sacrifice. And sacrificing parts of your little, almost like a baby, is very, very tough. What the West does, I think a lot of it well, is that there is a certain amount of distancing that happens from the table of the agent or the publisher who sells the book to the producer or the platform. Knowing that there is a lot of trust that you have on the other part, right? Just like Three Body Problem, right? I was watching Fallout, right? Now, look at Fallout. It was a very, very successful game, right? Now, that successful game was, a few years back, a couple of decades back, actually. They have now sort of entrusted a platform to do it their own way, in which you are almost sort of rediscovering another world, which probably a generation sort of grew up playing, right? So I think it becomes relevant when it's told in a certain way for a certain time, right? And that demands a certain kind of maturity as well as a certain kind of understanding of the environment or your your consumer or your audience. I think that is something which can only happen if there are a little more conversations happening on this way of creating stories or collaborating to tell stories, which I find is not happening enough. And like you said, that this is a strange kind of allegation that people in popular media do not read. Right?
I'm just repeating what someone
The fact is that I mean, I would say that they read more than a lot of others.
It's not a competition.
It's not a
The
competition.
more the world reads, the better.
But the fact is that it's a question of how do you make it relevant for a large cross section of people, right? Also, the reach of this medium is very large, right? From where it sort of emanated, right? So sometimes you need to sort of take a little pause and say, is it something that is going to strike a chord with these many people? And I think that is something which a lot of work, if enough an amount of work goes in a writer's room, it sort of comes out from there. And hence a great show like Scam emerges, right? I think a lot of conversations, a lot of collaborative effort has come into making of a show, but you cannot take away from the fact that the final vision of that show rested with Hansal.
Correct. Correct. But how do you handle the conflicts? Are there conflicts? And I'm not saying conflict in a bad way, but how do you handle the creative? Or is it something that gets thrashed out in the writer's room? And here I want to get Srini in also. Do you find it that writers find it difficult, or you as a publisher finds it difficult to let go of creative control of?
I think that's actually stage 2. I think stage 1 is the first thing that Gaurav spoke about. He said, what's the log line? As publishers, as on the other side, we know how to write long form. For us, writing it within a paragraph or writing it within 30 words or 20 words and making it relevant and making it so unique that, a channel will say, wow, that is something that we have struggled with. And we are slowly trying to understand, because one of the things that we don't get is that we don't know what you're asking for. We've got this whole story. We would have narrated the story and they would have said, okay, give us a log line. Now we'll be struggling with the log line. So there are real challenges, but slowly, it's only, you have to kind of get into it and get into and now we've also started to understand what is the problem on the other side. If within the channel, there are so many, diverse set of people, marketing needs to know, data needs to know, the channel, the content people need to know, and everybody needs to be aligned. So we get to appreciate that over a period of time. It took us a long time, believe me. I'm sure you know, but we are kind of getting to appreciate that. So when the channel asks us for something, it's very important that we first try to understand why they are asking, what they're asking for, and then how do we adapt ourselves to that. Having said that, you were talking about the writer's room. I'm going even again one step before that. I'm saying what has come out in print. And one of the things that Shugata was talking about was, they use the phrase in Hollywood, kill your darlings, right? If there is something which you are so dear about in the story, but it just doesn't make sense to have it on screen, then you better be done with it. You can't say, oh, this is what the whole thing is all about. You have to keep this. And then that would just cause conflict, right? So you need to be prepared to kill your darlings. You need to, when you're in doubt, you need to cut it out. So these are things that we really,
When in doubt,
cut it out, right? So we need to be able to adapt, and we need to understand that print, consumers of print, okay, it's very simple. When our reader consumes our content, what do we expect him or her to do? We expect them to open up their imagination, and we are actually getting them to experience the storytelling that we are talking about. But in the visual medium, that entire storytelling is actually being played out. So between the reader's imagination and the way it needs to be played out, there is a delta, right? So we need to be able to handle that. So for that, the screenplay writers, the same thing that you said about, platforms not being readers, whatever, the same thing. So our screenplay writers are not the writers. And the writers would say, array, who is this guy? He doesn't know ABC of literature. How can this guy write script for my story? So we'll say, guys, this screenplay writer he's a killer. He will make screenplay out of nothing. And we probably don't need the writer as much as we need the screenplay writer, right? So there is and that's where the writing room emerges. It's only when you're able to get that kind of screenplay writing, you're able to understand that you have to yield to screenplay, and then you have to get into the writer's room and then create, a visual narrative out of it. And then putting in the production and, directors, we've had experiences where there would be a story writer who would say, I will do this project only if I'm the director. We've had this experience with Lingam, right? So the director, he shot for 3 days and we had to scrap it. And we changed the director without a choice. And, that's how the whole thing goes, because writers think that they can do screenplay, they can do dialogue, they can do direction, but many can't.
Is that a situation you guys faced? Any show? I'm sure you can't share specifics, so.
No, absolutely not. Because I mean, this is a very evolved business, right? And it goes back actually to the point that you were making about, people not wanting to read. What's the data, right? In our country today, about 3.5 hours of watching is what people are doing, right? So nobody's reading 3.5 hours. So we are actually building why do we want to do this? Why does an author want to do this? For a very fundamental reason, because the author wants a bigger audience for their work, right? So that requires you moving away from creating something in alone to building with a team. So I think the key difference in what we do, and I'm including Srini on our side, and a writer does, is usually a writer works alone, right? Or two, three people sometimes collaborate and get something done. Whereas anything that we do, the smallest thing that we do involves a team of 150 people. So I think the fundamental ask that we have of the director that Srini would have brought in, or Hansal Mehta in Scam, is that that person has to be an amazing leader of teams, right? The leadership quality is paramount, that you should be able to work with 150, or in many cases, our bigger shows have 350 and 400 people. So you should be able to run a team of 350, 400 people and ensure that the best creative decisions are being taken every day, right? That's task number one. And task number two, which is what you get paid top dollars to do, is that you must understand what viewers will want to watch tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Right. So now those are different skill sets, right? And that's where the visionary show running sense of the people who created Game of Thrones and now have created Three Body Problem, or a Hansal, or Ekta Kapoor before that on Indian television, Srini, and the amazing run that Vikatan has had in Tamil. So that comes from being able to do these things, which are fundamentally very different skills from writing a story.
Also, there's much more at stake. When the larger the reach, there's far more at stake than just writing one man. At this stage, I would like to ask if there are any questions from the audience, because I'd like to start taking questions if there are any questions from the audience. Do you look at magazines or books as source material, or is it that pitches come to you? Also, are they always big scale things, or are they supposed to hit a particular scale for it to make economic sense? Also on IP, I think there are these 3-4 questions which have been floating around in our discussion. For example, Srini mentioned the applause model, which is they develop everything and they take the show and pitch it. So they take the risk and they own the IP. But that's not how it always works. So I'm sorry, I mixed up 2-3 questions. But first, what's the source material you look for? Is scale important?
Well, I mean, I think we're executives, development executives in all platforms or channels are always looking for material in books and magazines and stories, right? And that can come from anywhere, from a Twitter story to a great novel to a reportage somewhere. But that apart, we also get a lot of pitches from people, from writers who have possibly mined stories from elsewhere and brought it to us, because it is not humanly possible to sort of look for every story everywhere, right? So also there are makers who veer towards a certain kind of stories, right? And they're good at telling those kind of stories. So you entrust that maker with a certain kind of narrative, and take her or him on board because of the work that they have done before, right? In terms of what was your second question? I think there were couple of questions, right?
The second question was that
About IP, right? So look, I think, yes, very, very, very few producers in this country are going that route of creating content ground up, right? And then selling it elsewhere. It is a given when A24 does it in the US, or all the studios there do in the US, right? But here it's not the same. More often than not, you sort of, you at least invest in what we call a Bible, right? But I also find that a lot of producers are not even getting there to invest in as little as creating a Bible, right? Because that investment is that's the soul of your show or your film, right? So if you are not investing in a Bible, then there is no skin in the game. I feel that you're clearly sort of not sure about your story. And you hope that an executive on the platform side is going to sort of bite the bullet and say, I'm going to do it, right?
But
While oftentimes we do it, but I think as a producer, if you go there and put a little resource behind the story, get a writer, get a script writer, and develop a pitch and take it to a platform with a pilot, it more often than not, it is taken more seriously, right? Because there is a certain kind of understanding of the story which comes out through the Bible. Otherwise, if it's just a deck, it's your imagination versus mine, right?
But if I might just add a couple of things here. See, India has grown discontinuously. We never saw premium TV. We went from largely free to air kind of mass ad supported programming straight onto streaming. So we didn't have the ecosystem of showrunners and writers. I mean, it has taken 6-7 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and you both have been part of this development. And secondly, also IP rules. So our production ecosystem is just used to commission stuff. They're not used to taking the risk. In the UK in 2004, the rules changed. They forced, because there were some mutilations in the market, the government forced production houses to own the IP. They did not have a choice. That's when they started. That's why the UK and the Netherlands are the bigger exporters of formats across the world, if you see. Because they own the IP, they need to monetize it. So they think of IP which travels.
But
do you think these
that world has now shifted
Shifted, yeah.
completely because what has happened is the business has become much larger, right? So you need scale, and therefore the new platforms globally are also studios, right? So obviously, I think the primary identity of Walt Disney is our studio.
Correct.
Same thing with Sony, right? So I think just between the two of us, we have two of the 4 biggest studios in the world, right? So how do we see ourselves only as platforms, but not as studios creating original content in our offices, right? So I think that's how Netflix also is, and that's how Amazon also is. So I think this, difference between studio and platform has kind of globally gone away, right? Doesn't exist in any mature market anywhere. Certainly doesn't exist in India. Definitely doesn't exist in the US. And these are 2 of the 3 biggest markets in the world. So I think that era is kind of done, right? I think more than IP ownership, what is today fundamental perhaps is gaining massive share of audiences in India and being able to create shows that will create waves outside. I think the way we should be measuring our work is how are we doing here in the home market and how are these series or films doing globally, right? And most platforms have a global reach, which makes this feasible and possible.
Yeah.
So, personally for me, therefore, one of the big things that was always of interest is how are my shows doing on Hulu, right? And are they being able to break out or not? And I think Indian content there has a bit of a challenge, right? We should be competing, and I think the big competition for us is Korea, right? We've got to take on and be as good or as better than the best content being made in South Korea today. I think that's the challenge for all of us. All creative forces. Can we create a Parasite, right? Can we create a Squid Game? Because those are the stories that are creating waves, not just in the local market, but globally, right? Squid Game was the most watched TV show in America in that year, right? So I think that's the opportunity.
Great. Anand has a question.
Yeah, my question is regarding non-fiction scripted drama. Since you talked about Spotlight, there were 2 recent movies, She Said on Netflix, there was Blackberry on, I think, Amazon Prime. These are all non-fiction stories, scripted drama, using real name, real incidences, real companies and real characters. In India, you had to make scam, but you had to change the names. And, we've had this conversation, and I'm not talking about a magazine like Caravan, where I know, of course, there can be many other sensibilities associated, but even real stories published in other magazines or books, the moment you want to adapt it, the conversation has always been that, we can adapt it, but we will change the names. We will make it fictionalized in terms of the characters and places and people. Why is there a hesitation? What is holding the industry back? Because I feel as an audience, whilst I haven't, one can see scam and it's a Harshad Mehta story, but it's still not a Harshad Mehta story. There is another charm to see a story in which real people, real life people's names are used, and that this is relatable, and the producer, channel, whoever is making the story can make it without whatever threat. What is that threat? Are the laws here too adverse for such, a non-fiction storytelling?
But scam, you used real
Look,
names.
we did use most of them, but then again, we had a book, right? So the thing is, as it is
Safer if there's a book.
you don't want to get into the quagmire of a lot of litigations, right? You've put in top dollars to make a big show, and then there are injunctions thrown at you from left, right, and center, and you end up paying another few $1 million to lawyers, right? However, if we would love to make it, but the fact is the environment is such that it is very difficult for you to sort of take names, because it's typical, somebody will take umbrage to something. You've got to get NOCs from 1,000 people, as long as, and which is why if you have a great book like we had for scam, we tried to, we actually sort of had most of the names as is used there, apart from one or two of those, right? But more often than not, it's difficult to use anything which is there in the public domain, because there would be something litigious will come to you, right? So we need to be a little
Is the system far more adverse here? The law that you take under same possibility there, in any of the market.
We haven't faced those issues, but I think it's in some ways related to the point that Vanita was making earlier, that the industry is in infancy. I think we're making big demands of the creative, streaming industry, but not really realizing that it's all of 6 years, and about 1.5 at least fully blighted by the pandemic, right? So it's a really, really short time for all the resource building creatively and in development terms that needs to happen. And if I were to just think of what has happened in the last 6-7 years, I would give you 3 examples from films that we have done, right? We did a film called Nirja, right? We then did a film called MS Dhoni, right? And very recently, we did a film in partnership with Vidhu Vinod Chopra, again, life rights, 12 Fail, right? So I think some of these breakthroughs, and none of these examples existed 10 years ago, right? So some of these very important, interesting breakthroughs are beginning to happen today, and they are being received very well. So we can expect, and we should expect, a lot more to happen over the next 10 years. When Vinod Chopra was developing 12 Fail, right, just in the middle of the pandemic 3 years ago, he called me home to narrate the script to me. And it was a great script. I told him, wow, amazing, you should make it. And he said, okay, great, thank you, why don't you buy it? And I was like, no, we're not buying films, but you should, you're Vinod Chopra, you can go and make this. And who do you want to star in this? So he said, Vikrant Massey. Oh, I said, oh, great, Vikrant has done a show with us. He's a wonderful actor. You should totally do this. And I left, not doing the deal. Much later, I saw the film, and yes, we did the deal. And then Vinod told me a great story. His wife, who has been a magazine author and is India's best known film critic, Anupama Chopra, told him, saying, Vinod, ये पिक्चर तुम बना रहे हो और इसमें विक्रांत मैसी है, चुपचाप इसको गौरव को बेच दो, इसको थिएटर में देखने कोई नहीं जाएगा. right? So now, you know, that was the belief for somebody who in many ways, just in pure data terms, is the #1 film producer of Bollywood in the last 20 years, right? And that's the odds and that's the mental stress and pressure that he was facing, right? And then, of course, the amazing viewers in our country gave a fantastic, reply to that labor of love, right? So I think we need more such wins. And as we keep getting them, our confidence will keep growing and our ability to take on these complex challenges will also grow.
That's very
And
interesting.
sorry, just a contrarian view on that. I mean, if you see, what happened with Scam, even if some names were changed, I mean, Scam is Scam. It was one of the biggest shows. And if you take the latest example of Mamla Legal Hai in Netflix, I mean, it was just based out of, I mean, if you see the show, it's loosely based on newspaper articles and clippings. And then they fictionalized the entire show. It's a super hit. I mean, I believe so. I think it did very well. I mean, I love the show. So I'm just saying it's not impossible. Let's not get fixated on why should we not do it with the names. Let's keep that. I mean, if we keep it open, it's just a dialogue.
But I think this thing is also, how do the people who own the books or the magazines or the stories, how do they pitch it also? I think that there is a lesson to be learned there. You may love your material, but what is out of this? What can reach a larger number of people? I think either you need advice on that or you need. So, I mean, is there some, how do you?
Yeah,
Sorry, is the question? I'm not eating up the audience time.
I'm sorry. I know of a Tamil author, I shall not name him, who says that my book, I write for myself. And if nobody else in the world reads it, I'm okay with it. Okay, so you're dealing, yeah. So
such authors are in every language.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really depends on whether the author or the publisher is actually keen to make something out of it, right? It really depends on that.
No, I think if the publisher, you're right. I think the way that the publisher needs to pitch it to the streamers or the platforms or the channels, they need to sort of also look at what they're programming, who they're programming for. Not everything will sit very well with a particular platform, right? What works very well for Disney Hotstar may not work very well for Sony, and that may not work very well for HBO. So I think a little bit of socializing of the content around you is also very, very important, right? And just like we are alleged that we don't read enough, I find a lot of the other side not watching enough.
Not fine with this one now. Why did I bring it up? No, but on that happy note that you should socialize more. So magazine publishers in this room. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. I've got time left. So that's why. But Anand has given me the signal. Don't worry. That's what I was wrapping up. But on that note that we should be socializing more. Thank you so much. This has been fun. And it's a sort of conversation which can go on for a bit if we sat too long. So thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Shobit.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause for them. And like Ma'am said, this was not just about fun. This was a lot of fun indeed. Thank you so much. We'll have a group picture with all of them together. Picture लेने के वक्त एक बार जोर से तालियों की गूंज, please, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them. Thank you. Can I request you to please clear the stage? All right, so since we are running a little late, so I'll be quickly moving ahead with the next session. This is going to be a one-on-one session on the topic of the emerging framework of media laws and press freedom. We spoke a lot about a lot of other things.
I thought I'd just give a quick backdrop to this session. So today is World Press Freedom Day, May 3rd, and we thought as Publishers Conference, we should talk about the overall environment that press is operating under. And we've tried to keep it a very short session to talk about the emerging legal framework under which media, and when I talk about media, it includes publishers, includes advertisers, it includes broadcasters. So I hope I'm going to ask broadcasters to come back in the room, because the environment we are working under is becoming increasingly adverse for all of us. And therefore, I asked Aarti Raghavan. Aarti is a Bombay lawyer, heavily invested in civil liberties and free speech issues. She's in fact the advocate who's working on Kunal Kamra's petition on challenging the IT fact-checking unit. And we've asked her to paint a landscape of how laws are emerging and how laws have come into place in the last few years and how it's impacting publishing. Because throughout the day, we've talked about, the relevance of magazine and how magazines can continue to be meaningful for their readers. And one of the most important things we all have realized is for magazines to do fair, investigative, or not even investigative for every magazine, but free and fair journalism, whichever field you are in: politics, business, sports, films. But if the legal system is such that it curbs our power, then we are almost made handicapped from doing a true work, which will eventually be an unsustainable proposition. And I know this is a conference of publishers, and I think it's important that this is a common battle, that all of us are aware of how the system is, shaping up, the fetters it is keeping, and probably the need for us to fight the system. So Aarti, can I invite you over? Can you just paint the picture for us and give us your thoughts on how the system is developed and what are the options that publishers, advertisers, broadcasters all together need to work to protect the space for freedom of expression, for want of a better word. Aarti, can we have you over? Thank you.
Thank you, Anand sir, for the brief. Aarti Raghavan, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Sitali, please, she has taken time from her busy schedule to be with us over here. Looking forward to your session. You want to use this mic? Okay, sure.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So a few weeks ago, I happened to listen to a podcast by the Al Jazeera on what they described as the press freedom trial of the century. And this is happening this year. Any guesses as to what this could be? So the subject of the podcast was actually the trial of Julian Assange, where the United States was trying to extradite him. He's currently in maximum security prison in the United Kingdom and has been there for the last 5 years. Now, all of you know who he is: the founder of WikiLeaks, an activist, a publisher, and also someone who was caught in the controversy or the crosshairs of a certain act, which is that he collaborated with Chelsea Manning to obtain classified information, military records, and diplomatic cables. He took this information and collaborated with leading news outlets across the world to publish this information. And these leading news outlets included giants like The Guardian and the New York Times. These outlets and the journalists who Assange collaborated with went on to be feted, to win laurels, to win book deals, and be celebrated for their work. Chelsea Manning, who actually provided Assange with the information, was pardoned by President Obama. President Obama took a decision not to prosecute Assange because he felt he would also have to go after other publishers of this information, like the New York Times and The Guardian, and that would be stifling journalism. However, this decision was not to last. President Trump came into power and decided that he wanted to extradite Assange. President Biden followed through with this, and that is the trial that we are currently witnessing. Now, you might ask, what is the relevance of this story to Indian press and the Indian media? Now, the relevance is twofold. One, it demonstrates that it is a tendency of governments across the world, not even in liberal democracies that profess to promote the values of free speech, to try and throttle and intimidate any person or outfit that tries to show their actions in a poor light. Assange exposed potential war crimes of the United States in both Iraq and Afghanistan, and the government would have none of it. But it also shone a spotlight on a murkier truth. The sad reality is that the most important press freedom trial of the century is not getting the coverage that it deserves. The very outlets that collaborated with Assange have been rather muted about the extradition, when in fact they should be up in arms, in solidarity, protesting against any attempt to extradite him. Barring a few editorials, there's not even been a mention of it. I, in fact, scanned the news today also to see if there was any, any sort of detailed account of it on either newspaper, and sadly there wasn't. So it also shines a spotlight on the tendency of mainstream media to collaborate with the establishment and to cop out when it really comes to protecting the freedom of speech and expression. And this brings me to what I think is a grave concern in India and must be, a point of emphasis, which is the need for solidarity and collective action amongst the media when it comes to protecting their turf, when it comes to protecting the freedom of speech and expression. And the last decade has given the Indian media enough reason to band together in solidarity. There's been a raft of new laws that seek to regulate the freedom of speech and expression, and the media in particular. Starting with the Information Technology Act and the IT rules of 2021 that you may be familiar with. This is twofold. The first aspect of it regulates intermediaries, and the second aspect provides a digital media ethics code. Then you have the Internet Suspension Rules of 2017, which the government has effectively deployed to earn India the status of the #1 country with the highest number of internet shutdowns in the world today. You have the Telecommunications Act, which has been passed in Parliament but is yet to be notified, and it relates to telecommunication services. It empowers the government to take possession of these networks and services to intercept messages in certain circumstances. You also have the Press Registration of Periodicals Act, which has also not yet come into effect but has passed. And while it does simplify the process of registration, there are concerns about new provisions that say that persons associated with or convicted of terrorism will have their certification cancelled or denied. Now, while in theory this is fine, given that we have witnessed the abuse of laws such as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act to charge journalists and charge journalists for terrorism, deny them bail, and keep them incarcerated. These sort of provisions in the Press and Registration of Periodicals Act is a matter of concern. You have the Broadcast Bill, which is still in an amorphous form. It could still stay, it's still undergoing change. And when we see a new government in the next term, it's likely to have a more defined form. And it is something that the media should watch with concern, given how broad-based it is and how it covers all aspects of the media. So now, the one common theme that you'll see emerging from these laws is the overwhelming focus on the internet. We live in a digital age where the internet is ubiquitous, and there is no denying that the internet does result in tangible harms in the physical world. It's not just electronic or digital. And these ramifications in the offline world is what gives the government the imperative and the need to regulate it. There are problems such as misinformation, online abuse, hate speech, and these have been issues that governments across the world are grappling with. However, in the Indian context, it's worth examining what the government's most strenuous attention has been paid to. Now, before I turn to this, for those of you who are not aware, under the Indian Constitution, the freedom of speech and expression, which is also what protects the press, can be restricted in 8 grounds alone. No other grounds. These 8 grounds have been enumerated. It is exhaustive. You can't go beyond that. Some of them are a little capacious and vague. They include the security of the state, interests of sovereignty of India, public order, and friendly relations with foreign states. However, what is very clear is that speech cannot be restricted in the interests of government. You may restrict it in the interest of the security of the state, but that's very different from government. You can't cite reasons such as public interest or national interest because these are not grounds, these are not legitimate grounds to restrict speech. But what we do see is the use of laws such as the IT rules to impinge on speech on grounds such as public interest and national interest, and a very weak response from the legal system to push back against these encroachments. One of the most significant ways in which the government is regulating speech through the IT rules is not directly by targeting the user, but through intermediaries. Now, intermediaries for the purpose of the internet would cover every piece of information because it's not just your social media platforms, it's not just Facebook or Instagram, but it is any internet service provider, any online service hosting even a blog or a website or an online platform. So the sweep is massive. And internet intermediaries, despite being publishers in the strict sense, are actually treated differently under law. They are regarded as disinterested conduits for information, a virtual highway, if you will, with no real intrinsic interest in the content of the speech. There is a presumption under law that the information it hosts is not of its active choosing, and therefore it bears no actual responsibility for it. So this is why an intermediary gets a legal safe harbor. Now, this safe harbor is not really to protect the intermediary. It is to protect the user, because the minute the intermediary faces flack for the information it puts up, it has an immediate incentive to start policing the content and taking it down. Because who are these intermediaries? At the end, they are profit-driven commercial organizations who have no particular loyalty to any user or any particular content. So what you see through the IT rules is a set of compliances that the intermediary must observe, very onerous compliances where the government has chipped away at the insulation or the safe harbor that they otherwise enjoyed, and made intermediaries exercise discretion and apply these deliciously vague standards such as knowingly and intentionally communicating misinformation, knowingly and intentionally communicating something that is patently false. Now, how is an intermediary or even a social media organization like Facebook to divine a user's intent, to be able to ascertain whether it was malicious or not? But by placing this onerous responsibility on intermediaries, the knee-jerk reaction is, if it is likely to get me into trouble, if it is likely to make me a party arraigned in court, I would like to take it off. And the problem is that intermediaries face no consequences from users for these wrongful takedowns. You have to write to a grievance officer. You have to go through an appellate committee. This process takes 40 days. There's no certainty to its outcome. And given, the attention economy and the importance of speed on the internet, by the time you might get a resolution to your dispute, the information stops being relevant. So this is a matter of considerable concern, especially when you see the outcome as the overzealous censorship that the intermediaries are engaging in. You also have the Digital Media Ethics Code, which is yet to come into effect, but it's still part of the IT rules. It's pending determination before the Supreme Court. Now, what is really problematic about it is that digital media organizations are to adhere to, one, the program code, then the journalistic norms, and they are also told that they can't share any content which is prohibited by any law, which is an extremely vague phrase. Now, how it operates is that any user who is aggrieved by content that is published by a digital media organization may file a complaint. This organization is obliged to entertain the complaint and deal with it. Now, this complaint works its way up to the second tier, which is an industry body which examines it. And this industry body has government oversight in its appointment. Then the complaint goes a further layer up to a central government appointed body for its examination. So if you look at it, any piece of digital media content, it could be an innocuous news article, it could be a non-fiction piece, it could be a fiction article, could irk a reader. And offense taking is now a national sport. And this could result in a central government interfering in a tiny organization's publication. It puts an incredible amount of strain on a small organization's resources. It also results in an inordinate amount of government interference with content that is put up on the internet. And it would inevitably result in self-censorship in order to avoid this kind of scrutiny. So what you see is an entire framework of law governing the internet through the IT rules, both the intermediary ones and the Digital Media Ethics Code. You also have the blocking rules that give the government the direct power to take down information, block access to certain content, or take down certain handles, while they're theoretically supposed to give users a hearing, a notice, and a reason-speaking order. These rules are observed only in their breach. So these incursions into the freedom of speech, though, have not just been through legislative action. You've also seen the deployment of laws to silence or intimidate journalists. You have the arrest of journalists on terrorism charges and other charges for offending speech laws under the Indian Penal Code. You have a worrying trend of search and seizure of journalists' gadgets and devices with no legal guidelines to protect their sources, their privacy, or their information. You see the issuance of ex parte gag orders against media organizations by some lower courts, and an inordinate amount of time before these orders are set aside by higher court, by either an appellate court or the high court, with no consequences for the lack of legal foundation for these gag orders. So media organizations already suffer the consequences, have to shell out extensively in order to set aside these gag orders, and very often stories stop being relevant by the time these orders are set aside. So this is the background of the kind of problems that news media faces. But it's important to bear in mind that it's not just the news media that's been grappling with changes in the legal landscape. I think the last panel may also attest to the change in the environment. I think a turning point in the last few years was the release of the Tandav web series. Sorry, I don't think I pronounced it right, on an OTT platform. Now, these web series, it resulted in a spate of FIRs filed across the country. These FIRs were filed against the director, the producer, the screenplay writer. And what was worrying was that when they sought anticipatory bail and interim protection, both before the Allahabad High Court and the Supreme Court, it was initially denied. And this was on the ground, the FIRs were on the ground that it hurt the sentiments of the religious of a certain religious community. Now, this entire episode had an immediate chilling effect that we as lawyers also witnessed, because we had, developers of shows, writers, people who had fully fledged movies made, coming and considering whether this would, attract FIRs under a certain category of speech laws. And the difficulty that lawyers grapple with is that there is no accuracy with which we can predict these reactions, because the problem is that it takes nothing to file an FIR, and and you need to move mountains to actually have one quashed. We see a complete lack we see constitutional courts abdicating in their responsibility to protect free speech and actually enabling the vexatious filing of these FIRs. And the direct consequence of that is that producers of content are evaluating decisions as to who is going to be offended by the next show they're making, the next movie they're making. This has resulted not just in the shelving of TVs and movies, but even the recall of advertisements and the flight of capital from any art that could possibly cause any majoritarian sentiments or the government to bristle. So what I've attempted to outline here is a broad framework of laws and state action that is used to curb and curtail the freedom of speech and expression. And in such a scenario, the option is not to wait until a target is drawn on your back and then react. The industry's response should not be reactive and restricted to specific actions that may be taken by a government or a judicial body or a law enforcement agency against certain persons or information. It must be a consistent, broad-based effort to engage with and scrutinize, and if needed, mount challenges to these laws that govern this space. And the importance of collective action over here is that it lends any challenge the heft and the gravity, and it insulates individual members from being targeted by the establishment. When there is specific targeted action, of course, that too deserves collaborative response and not just standing on the sidelines. Because the battles of others in the industry are and must become everybody's battles. So on that note, I'd like to ask if anyone has any questions. I'm happy to take it.
I believe we can clap a lot louder, right? People there at the back, I want some encouragement and involvement from your end, please. Thank you. We have time for one question. We would have loved to take more, but then we are really short on time. One question, if anybody wants to ask, you may ask now. Otherwise, you can always ask during the networking phase. Any question over here? I understand she's a lawyer, but there's no need to be scared. I believe nobody has a question now. They might want to connect with you online. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali once again, please. Thank you. All right, long day indeed. एक बार अपने लिए भी please जोर से ताली बजाइए. A lot of you have been here since morning. You've been very patient, calm, resilient, and composed in the best way possible. So एक बार अपने लिए भी ताली बजाइए. We're moving very swiftly. The topic right now, it's a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. The topic right now is the shift from media planning to audience solutions. How can magazines make themselves relevant in the evolving paradigm? I'll repeat the topic for everybody once again. It's the shift from media planning to audience solutions. How can magazines make themselves relevant in the evolving paradigm? Unfortunately, I believe there's nobody to get the seats sorted. We can't have the panel discussion with people standing, right? So, do we have volunteers over here? Can I have people over here to help with the chairs? Chairs, yes. You can continue the party later inside. I'll join you. 5. Arey. All right, so perhaps the rush is for real, which is why even before I've announced, they are already here, but they don't need any introduction, but it's still tell everybody about who they are. We have Riyad Matthew from The Week moderating this session, and we have the honor of having Shashi Sinha from IPG, Manoj Sharma from India Today, Prashant Kumar from Group M, and Ambi Parameswaran, who's a brand strategist over here. Give it up for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. The final panel discussion for the day. Zor se taali, please. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank God, Kamba, AMC didn't have to introduce Ambi because that would have been the entire night. But the amount of books he's written and the amount of awards he's won. But Ambi, I just want to do a quick introduction of you because, Ambi, I just got to do a quick introduction of you because this really makes a lot of sense because Ambi has written many books, but I've managed to just get 4 of them on a piece of paper. And one that he's written is Strategic Brand Management. The other one is All the World's a Stage, a personal branding story. Sponge, Leadership Lessons, Learn from My Clients. Another one which I picked up was Strategic Brand Management, Building, Measuring, and Managing Brand Equity. He's written these amongst many other books, but most importantly, the man who's written all these books very recently said, building brands using digital media does not work. He goes on to say, traditional form of advertising seem to work for brand building, basically print. Ambi, your views on that. And why do you say this?
You're not going to introduce my 2 other worthy colleagues here?
No. In your shadow. You're a senior member, so.
I will come to them, of course.
Okay. I got roped into this. So thanks to an article I wrote for Business World, where I took a shot that there is something called the world of performance marketing and there's a world of brand marketing. And this is based on a discussion I'd had with, in fact, with Dipali some years ago, that the world of performance marketing doesn't understand brand marketing. The world of brand marketing doesn't understand performance marketing. And as I keep consulting with new age clients, I see this more and more, that they see the world through very narrow space of click-throughs, conversions, cost per click, cost per lead, cost per this, cost per that. And they don't get the bigger picture that there is a whole world called brand marketing. And if you invest in brand marketing, you will actually be able to get more out of your performance marketing. That's something which is lost on them. Obviously, because they're being driven to deliver on metrics by the VCs or the investors in that company. So I don't think I said performance marketing is all bad. All I said was there is a world for performance marketing and there's a world for brand marketing. As good marketers, you should be able to, Riyad, look at both. So I called it the yin and yang of marketing, that both should work together. It is not as if I'm saying that performance marketing and digital marketing is to be thrown out and we'll go back to advertising in, in television and magazines and newspapers. That will save us. It will not, right? So you need to balance the two. Digital marketing offers a lot of benefits, right? You know whether a guy is clicking, going and ordering your product or whatever, right? Which newspaper or magazine or TV or radio cannot. So I didn't say we should kill one. I said we should live with both. We should learn how to manage both. I mean, just 2 days ago, a VC referred someone to me whom they invested in. And they said, look, how do we, we've been in business for 4 years. We've got some 300 crores revenue. We spend 80 crores a year on digital marketing. We don't know how to do TV. How do you do TV? So I had to spend 1 hour, taking them through TRP, GRP, all that kind of stuff. The same thing is applicable to, they can come and ask, how do I do magazines? How do I do newspapers? So there's a whole generation of marketers out there who do not have a clue on how to do brand marketing. And to that extent, all of us here or from the traditional school of marketing have done a lousy job in converting them. So that's it. Back to you.
So Ambi, I like to call out the good parts, and that's why I just called out the brand thing. So
made it sensational,
yeah.
typical, newspaper
Typical
type,
media,
sensationalism, very
typical
sensational
media.
kind of people. You
Typical
can't
media.
trust them.
Typical media, but magazine, credible media. So anyway, coming to Shashi Sinha, of course, he's the CEO of advertising company IPG. He's also served, still on the board.
Thanks for adding the G.
He's still on the board or was on the board of a media company as well.
I'm on the board.
Still on the board. And, Shashi has also been given a Lifetime Achievement Award by the AAI. Shashi, before I come with some data to you to buttress some points which I think favors magazine journalism, I would like to also introduce, he needs no introduction, very intelligent man, to be a CEO of India today, he has to be an intelligent man. But he, like me, knocks on the doors of the Shashis and the Ambis to get advertisements for our survival. So Manoj, I really want to know, after I get to Shashi, I really want to know if what they actually tell us today is actually what they tell you when you go to get the final advertisement or the PO. So quickly to, at the end of, at 7:30 in the evening, the last thing you want is statistics, but, I have to do that. Shashi, I was trying to call out some information about how magazines, they say 61% of magazine readers take action after being exposed to print ads. They search online and on websites about the advertisements placed. Magazines ads generate 36% increase in brand favorability and a 47% increase in ad awareness. 70% readers say the survey says, they gained important information about a specific magazine ad. And they also go to say that 19 to 29-year-old people, which is what most people target, for them 60% believe the advertisements that come in print magazine is credible, and the older lot believe 50% is credible. With all this data and with you handling the different verticals that you do, how would you, I'm not trying to question, how would you say with, when you allocate ads with this kind of data, how do you allocate based on different spends?
So, I mean, thank you for the first time I heard this data, so it's very impressive. You see, in a classical organization such as ours, we are here to do the panel discussion. Our youngsters do the buying. The youngsters, and for a variety of reasons, I'm not running them down. That's their day job. So I'm preempting what probably Manoj would say. So their day job is they look at the numbers. They look at, there's only one data source, which is the readership source, which also not come for the last 4 years. If we are lucky and if I have my way, we'll revive it. But for the time being, it's not there. So, so the last one was 2019 or whatever. They look at that and they know magazines there. They look at newspapers and they do CPMs and they say, the number, the drill. And they say, okay, this is what it is. So I think there are two parts to this from where I come. And that's how it is. So whatever we may say, that's how the business runs. Because magazines don't feature very prominently on what they call readership or reach or whatever you want to call it. So then someone says, the client says, my wife reads this magazine. Why don't you advertise? It makes sense. And all that happens. So that youngster there does not know this data which you just read out. I had two submissions to make. And, when we were growing up, and Nambi was my senior at the agency, and he knew more about stats than anyone of us put together. So
no one has been senior to Shashi ever. Okay, so don't believe a word of what he said.
We worked together, guys. In case you know the banter, we worked together for more than 30 years, maybe more than 30 years.
30 years we were together, sitting in neighboring cabins, having lunch together every day.
So there was a bit of a background, the having fun. So coming back to this, what happened was when we were growing up, at that point in time, we used to invest as a company in a lot of stuff. So, and I'm sure a lot of publishers here will find it kid stuff, what I'm going to say. So there was this whole thing of, how do you make smaller media relevant? How do you see what the engagement of your ad? Engagement is a very big word and a powerful word. How do you measure it? And a lot of people would do these reading noting studies. The reading noting studies would be to the stuff which you just read out. That is not about the reach of the newspaper or the magazine. It's what is being picked up in terms of my ad. And there was a lot of the stuff used to come out, Now today what's happened, that magazines have the power to do that. I'm not saying therefore you do a reading noting study point today, but I'm saying you have the power and the ability to develop time spent. Before I come to time spent, I'll tell you why the power of time spent is very important. Because credibility, everything comes from the time spent. In television, my dear friend Gaurav Banerjee was speaking 19 but end of it, his business is all about time spent. The television business, content business, entirely about time spent. And how time spent is there. It's all, if you look at reading, you'll be surprised what I'm going to say. And probably at least your brother Jen will know that, if you look at TV news, the channel which he runs and what Gaurav runs, there's no difference in reach. The reach of Aaj Tak is as much, if not more, than his most popular series, Anupama. It's the time spent which makes the difference. On news, probably there is a 30-second, 60-second average viewer time spent. Here it is average time will be 20 minutes. So the difference is 40 times. Now you guys have not measured the time spent. And today with the digital medium, there's a huge opportunity to measure time spent. You see, on digital, you can measure engagement. You can do many, many things to measure. You can also measure all the metrics you read out. So I would say the viewer may be same, may be different on print, your physical copy and your digital copy. Yeah. But the behavior patterns would be similar. Someone reading a story which is put out on India Today, if you measure the time spent there, that's one aspect, So I think there is merit to evangelizing this aspect. The TV guys have done it brilliantly. They call stickiness. They call on that engagement as stickiness. The minute you establish reach, you can establish. Yeah. But if you establish the stickiness, time spent, engagement, whatever words you want to, then a lot of this will fall into place. So that's my submission. That may be the way to go. But I hear what you're saying. The numbers are very difficult to evangelize when our youngsters are looking at hardcore data in front of the machine.
Right. Manoj, I'm going to come to you, but just a counter question, Sashi, to say to what you said. You said, one thing you said is the engagement. You also said the time spent, the numbers in digital. But you also when you talk about a survey, there's so many things can distract you from a digital thing. Like, pop up, looking away from the screen. How is this actually measured? Is it actually credible? Whereas, when you have, and this data is IRS data. It's IRS data which says 50% of the consumers are so involved with the ad spend that they check on the website or online about this.
IRIS doesn't measure this.
Well, I got it from my IRIS.
No, IRIS, so IRIS will give you reach. After that's all qualitative data which comes from, I'm surprised, now that I know IRIS as well, in spite of having run it for 2 years, 3
Okay,
years.
so let's say, how do you
Yeah.
say digital?
So I'm saying there are ways to measure time spent. It's not very difficult because what is engagement? It gives a combination of reach and time spent. Assume that there is a theoretical way. Have faith in what I'm saying, that assuming what I'm saying is right, the numbers can be measured. All I'm proposing to the industry is that's the way to look at surrogate for digital. See, the problem is somewhere I read in the course of the program that you guys are looking at, what Ambi alluded to, programmatic, that your digital products into programmatic. That's the biggest blunder to make because that gets sold as junk, it's sold as programmatic engines. You never get right value for that. But if you were to use your digital product, profile may be different, audiences may be different. The limited point I'm making is use them as a surrogate for your main magazine. All do reading and noting studies. All do, if individual picks up and says, listen, I've done this study in 10 cities and this is what this is the efficacy of your ad. So that's the way of countering reach or the lack of reach, which at times of India will give or someone else will give. Is the limited point I'm making.
Right. So Manoj, from your, a person who knocks on their door.
Yeah. Firstly, I would like to thank Shashi and MB for being here. And I know they're busy people. So they've taken out time from their really busy schedules. So we should give them a big applause. And also because they're custodians of various media streams and so for us as well. And I think amongst all the CEOs, Shashi is one of the most courageous that he's walked into a room which is full of frustrated people because we get so many rejections every day. And people do not look at what Shashi was talking about, that we are here for a panel discussion, but actually on ground, something else is happening. So he's most courageous because we spoke to Vikram. He was there last night for a dinner. So we told him that to come here. He slipped out. He said, I have a client meeting. So we called Prashant also. And he said, I'm not feeling well. So I'm saying that he's the most courageous, that he's ready to face the room full of frustrated people. So give him another big hand.
So can I, this is nothing. I am a glutton for punishment. I do the television rating job. I was the TechCom chair for 10, 12 years. Now I'm the chairman of the thing. And the aggression which comes there. So if I'm used to that, I've developed a thick skin.
No, sir, that was a joke, jokes apart. On a serious note, I think it's all about evolution. The media evolution, how the media has evolved over a period of time, how magazines have evolved over a period of time. And if you walk down the history lane, very interesting fact, I don't know how many people in the hall know that where did this term magazine come from? So I don't know if somebody knows or not. So it comes from an Arabic word called magazine, and which means it's a storehouse. It means a storehouse, and it means a store of or a depot of arms and ammunition. So I think when the whole magazine term was conceptualized, it was conceptualized in a way that this whole concept is going to be a house which is storing arms and ammunition, which is quality content, etc., which I think is the inherent quality of magazines, which has been sustained and retained till now for so many years. I think, and if you look at since morning, we've been hearing the inherent quality of magazines, that it brings in clarity. Today, look at the media scenario. It's such a chaotic media. If you look at news, the news is getting bombarded on you from all sides. And the biggest numbers, which is like 100 million, 150 million, the social media is giving you most misinformation, right? In that chaotic world. And what happens on TV? They're just debating what is the takeaway. There's no takeaway. At the end of the English debates that you see, there is no takeaway. So in this whole chaotic scenario, somebody who's coming in and giving you clarity and a perspective, you read one story of India today, not that I work for India today, you get absolute clarity. For that matter, if you look at an international title, Economist, one-page cover story, and it's such a nice perspective on the global scenario. So I'm saying that, in this whole mess, nobody is looking at the qualitative aspects. I'm 100% in agreement with MB, what he said in the beginning, and I have that in my points, that there is a problem, the way people are looking at magazines. So there are rejections, but, down the line, like Shashi said, that, on ground, they're just looking at stats, machines, etc. Is that the way to look at media? Because then you're forgetting the qualitative aspects. So it's very important that you do look at the qualitative aspects which magazines stand for. Now, if you look at, whether when we go out in the market, everybody says that magazine padhta kaun hai. right? But I think the whole scenario has changed. We were talking about evolution of magazines. They have evolved. So if there is a print version of a magazine, there is different kind of a person who's consuming the print version. There is different kind of a person who's consuming the same content from the website or from my newsletter, or for that matter from digital magazine. It's totally different. But so magazine is getting consumed in different formats. And I think over a period of time, if you look at magazines, the way they have performed, it has become an omni-channel of content powerhouse. We are content, and this is the best content that one can get. So why the agency is not, if we go to, I am a CEO now, I lead so many PNLs, but that sales bit, it's still alive in me, and I jump into the market every day, even today. I go for the smallest to the biggest pitches. I know Shashi goes for so many pitches, but so I do also go. And the way agency people, behave is so surprising, and it's happening from last one decade.
Why do the agency people behave this way?
No, let me just complete. Let me just complete. So what I'm saying is that, over the period of time, we have created this evolved magazine ecosystem, which is delivering news to different set of, it's a large country, different set of animals who are consuming long form or short form. Raj said in the morning, fine dining, magazines are fine dining experience. So somebody's, consuming snacky content from social media or from digital media, right? But somebody comes in and does fine dining at the end of the weekend, and it gives you a perspective. Fine dining always gives you retention because you remember that fine dining that you had in some restaurant. So retention, that remains with the magazine, that you consume the content, it has retained with you for a longer period of time. So all these, and credibility is very important, which with misinformation on the social media, there is no credibility. Those people are depending on us. They want content from us to go into their platforms so that, they get some credibility out of us. But yet when media planning happens, the maximum money is going over there to a non-credible media, which is very funny. Now, no, I'll also, one second, I'll just tell you, since, I said frustrated people, let me vent it out. Let me vent it out. So what I'm saying is,
and you're speaking on behalf of both of us.
Yeah, one second. I'll just, so. No, so I said, I have huge respect for Shashi, and I think, so what I'm saying is that on one side, we have been, yes,
of course.
So one side, I'm saying that we are omni-channel content powerhouse. That is one thing that we have done, and we have evolved. On the other side, I think pandemic came in as a big learning to us. So Shashi and MB, what happened was that when the country came to a grinding halt, at that point of time, my chairman told me that it's been 46 years or 47 years. We have not skipped a single issue. So magazine has to be published. People are fed up of watching TV. People are fed up of consuming digital media. They want to see, touch and feel a physical product in their hands. So we must continue that tradition that we had, that we will not skip an issue. So we spoke to cargo airlines because there were no passenger airlines. They were charging a bomb 3 times, 4 times. We flew the copies to 5 cities. From there, the Aaj Tak vans would carry the copies to some 10 cities, and we would do free distribution from the milk booths, from medical shops, from grocery stores, bread and milk stores, etc., etc. And when the pandemic finished, we suddenly realized that, the conventional channels came back, but this non-conventional channel also remained with us. So instead of 1, we had 2. And then gradually we went to, multiple channels of delivery. So one side, we were doing multiple channels of delivery of content, and then the physical magazine. I have my colleague Deepak over there. He did a lovely job on this, ecosystem of delivery systems of magazines, the new verticals. I would like him to come for a minute, 30 seconds to tell, and the industry is doing that. It's not only India today. Now the industry does that. So Deepak, can you just 30 seconds tell us what we did?
Hello. Yeah. During the pandemic, when everything was shut down, what we did, we started distribution. The magazine was distributed in through in Delhi, we did through Safal outlets and Mother Dairy outlets. And we had a lot of grocery stores who came up. And what actually happened is one of the examples that I keep quoting in Southex is our van reached a little later. So the grocery outlet came out, started screaming at us, saying that why are you delivering it so late? And the reason that we asked, it's a pandemic, nobody is here. He said that people were standing outside. And during the lockdown, nobody was supposed to stand. So people were waiting for the magazines to come down. And because of it, there's a crowd which came down and the cops had to come down. So that is the kind of distribution that we started. Post the lockdown, now in fact, Manoj mentioned that we opened, the regular outlets opened and also the grocery outlets continued. Now we've also started, the quick commerce has also now come in, which Manoj missed mentioning. Quick commerce has come in, now Blinkit has come in, now we've got Zepto coming in. The kind of channels that have started, now we've got Big Basket coming in, e-commerce has suddenly become big. So a number of channels which have also added.
Just a quick thing. I think we've got to catch these guys while they are here.
Yeah, sure.
And make them answer a lot of questions of ours. So we'll talk to them about what is. You got that.
So I was just speaking on the other channels, new channels.
No, so I'll just finish quickly. So, despite all these things, Shashi and MB, the situation, whether the magazine industry has got justice in India or not. Just look at these comparison of figures. Now I'm talking about US industry. US magazine is $30 billion industry. Newspaper is $28 billion, smaller than magazines. Can you beat it? UK magazine is $6.2 billion, whereas newspaper is $5.2 billion. Now, this is like, again, magazine is bigger than newspaper. There's overall revenue, including subscription, newsstand, advertising, everything. But advertising happens to be a largest component. Now you look at India. Indian magazine industry is $0.15 billion, whereas newspapers is $3.9 billion. So magazine happens to be only 4%.
Ask the question, why did you guys?
Yeah, so that's what the.
So in this scenario, and also in this time where credible news is actually in today's world is really what's required. Ambi and Shashi,
in that order.
You heard what all he had to say. But tell me, like, how
can I be blunt? Yeah, since you're giving me less time, I have to be blunt. With your permission, I'll go first.
Please.
So our boss, we had a common boss, and you know him well. He taught us one thing. He said the onus of communication is the communicator. What do I mean by that? I'll give you an anecdote, and from there I'll build on this, sir. So Manu spoke about, our planners not giving them. It's a small story, but the larger point I'm making. That, 20 years back, when Mohini Bullar used to be the boss from the sales side, used to walk into any agency, the agency would shake up. The MD downwards, everyone would be there at the reception to receive her. Yeah. I had a client who we still have. I was lucky that point in time, 20 years old, Bajaj. Every back page used to be booked by them. You know what a struggle it was to get the back page going.
10 years.
Sorry? 10 years. Correct. So thanks for clarifying. So what changed?
Shashi, you should also tell them. Mohini Buller had said, Ulka Advertising will get one complimentary copy of India Today.
Correct. Today they're all lying outside, So what changed? Correct question I'm asking you. So if the owners today are agent business, and we compete by day, and I keep saying it repeatedly, and I'm purposely taking away from finding solutions to your business. Because I can find solutions, but I'm talking of our business. So two of our worthy friends and competitors, we compete by day, but we collaborate by night. PK, the names you took, PK and Vikram. We said, listen, our business model is not working. We're operating at whatever percentage margins, we know money. When we don't have money, therefore youngsters we hire, those youngsters sit in front of machines and do whatever they have to do. And the television, glorious medium, they get reach, they look at the numbers, attacks that they do. TV guys are spending, I just small things, I'm seeing a lot because I'm mindful of time. TV guys say, we want measurement. Yeah. They're saying the same Gaurav Banerjee, 0.6, 0.8, 0.1% of their revenue they put into measurement. Will any of you guys do that? None of you. If you ask, forget you are the big publisher, they say no. So you see, any industry, the owners are sorting it out in the industry. We are doing what we are doing. We said, listen, our model is broken. Just like you are complaining, we are complaining our model. We don't get the right talent, our margins are shrinking, we compete against each other, we're dropping prices. So we're doing a lot, suffice it to say, I don't want to say, some clients sitting here. So finally, we take it into ours. There's 6 of us. There are hundreds of those clients. Who's stronger? So you put one, I'll tell you a story, any one media, whether it's TV or about print or whatever, one story comes negative. How many people jump up to you saying, no, people say people don't read magazines. I'm not even getting to the quantitative stuff of reach and numbers and all that. One story which comes, which is negative, how many people call you up directly, Manoj? I rest my case. Now, rest I will not say. So I've said many, many things.
No, I think it's
The onus is on you guys to get your act together.
So I
Definitely
must
get your
tell
point.
you
Definitely
that
get your point,
one
Shashi. I think-
story, one story, and we get banned. Even today, we got banned by
Do
a
50
government.
stories.
Let go.
I'll tell you a counter story, and I don't want to say this publicly. Client of mine, one story, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, you have to find peace. Finally, you guys have to come together to, and I'm not saying therefore I'm saying two negative stories. That's not my intention to say that. But I'm saying many, many structural issues. You sit down with the core team of not like this. Some 6, 7 of you sit down and say, listen, these are the 7 things to be done. Some of it will happen, some is evangelizing, some from our side. So otherwise, in a debate, we will say nice things. I will say nice things, correct? And go away from here, nothing will happen.
Like I think it's for time for us to also introspect for us to introspect and possibly get the guidance of Shashi and Ambi on this, how to both of you to get how to go forward. But Ambi, he was talking about quickly because we just got 4 minutes left. He was talking about, you got events, he's talking about digital, he's talking about print. So you talk about Magazine 360. All right. So when you were advising us when we were the week and you were the Ulka, things have changed completely. I think it was very self-reliant on print. But you've observed the market, you observe the trends, you're still observing the trends. You come out with all these books and out of marketing strategy, building brands. From a magazine point of view, Shashi said what we've got to do, flex our muscles a bit. From your point of view, using Magazine 360, how do we go about things?
It's a big question, Riyadh. I mean, the days when I used to work on your brand was very simple. We used to measure every week how many copies we sold, and cover stories, swung the circulation 10%, 15% this way, that way. TRG, rest in peace, was editor. And things are different today. Today you're delivering, like for example, when I'm abroad, I get all your magazines on my Maxter, right? But I don't even know it's being counted, right? And Maxter is superb for keeping track of, Indian news. I mean, it's superb. So I don't even know whether, for example, a media planner is aware that a magazine content can be consumed in paper form, in a Maxter kind of an app form, or in a website form.
Sorry to interrupt.
What are the numbers?
4 years, sorry for interrupting. 4 years, I personally worked as ABC chairman on the digital measurement of magazine stroke newspapers. End of the day, people were not willing to pay. They said, this ComScore, why should we do? We were working an integrated ABC plus, TV plus, print plus digital. 4 years, we paid Nielsen some money in advance. I signed the contract with Nielsen. So then so the problem is,
True.
So you have to, like I said in the beginning, right? You have to evangelize with clients and media planners the need for brand marketing, and the brand marketing can be done best through mediums like magazines. Magazine could be physical magazine, e-magazine, Maxter kind of thing, but someone has to see the big picture. I don't think what Shashi said, I don't think the youngsters are seeing the big picture. They look at number has dropped, sure, So you have to do evangelizing with brand managers. You have to do, joint promotions with brand managers so that they can extract the full power of.
No, sir. So the same thing is happening that I have forgotten the agency route. I swear, I've forgotten the agency route. I go to the clients directly.
Absolutely.
So,
I think
the thing is,
Vicketon,
sir-
I remember a client of mine in Chennai,
No, but the thing is,
Nippon Paint, partnered with Vicketon on several activities, and they got great results, and they're still continuing with you.
So I think Ambi and Shashi, in conclusion, feel that we should flex our muscles in certain ways.
Anyway, not necessarily negative score.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say it rightly, so that that one example, you guys have to get together and create ways of doing it. There are many ways of doing it. Be it measurement, be it the 7 ways of evangelize. So more than flexing muscles, evangelizing is the word, which is the right word. And there are many ways of doing it.
Right. Just to conclude, I think there was a lot of talk, but just to conclude, you think, Ambi, you first, Shashi second, Magazine 360 has got a future?
I sit on the board of the Hindu, and I'm delighted at the way, Frontline has been revamped, the new director, new editor we have. And I think It gives good competition to Caravan. I read Caravan regularly. I think it's a great magazine. Frontline is fantastic. Sports Star is outstanding. Look at the Sports Star website. It's outstanding. So I believe magazines have a great future. But what Shashi said, you guys have to believe in it first. You guys have to believe in it. You have to start investing in it. You have to evangelize.
I think the power of, I won't use 360, but 360 is a very large word, but I think the power of print, which is your magazine, the physical form and the digital form, the combination is a very powerful way if you sell it right. They feed off each other. And since we're out of time, I could have elaborated on it, but in my mind, you guys are selling it separately. Yes or no, Manoj?
No, we tried.
Most people are selling it separately. You integrate it, the power, the money will come from your physical copy, the performance, all what the numbers you read for me. I purposely asked you a trick question. The numbers will, the proof of demonstration will come from the digital part. The combination is very deadly.
Well, I think that's one of the biggest, in spite of being corrected, all of us being corrected or being shown something, I think that's one of the biggest positives we as magazine publishers can take, that there is a future for magazine and it's the onus on us. And we can get the guidance of Shashi and Ambi as well. And I think, thanks so much, Shashi. Thanks so much, Ambi. And for the frustrated Manoj, me, all of us, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Please keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen, because of the vast experience that they bring to the table. Thank you so much. Like they said, there's a great magazine future. There's a great future for magazines going forward. So, of course, there's a lot to celebrate and be happy about. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us over here. It's a pleasure. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So right now it's time for a special session. Magazine content in the world of influencers. Like we all know in today's time, it's the world of social media, right? It's the world of digital media. So influencers are everywhere. Somebody said over here that influencers is a word that they don't like to use. I believe content creators. I can address them that way as well. Whatever it is, content creators or influencers, whether they can coexist with magazines or whether magazines can coexist with them is something that we can find out from this very session. We have the pleasure of having Sarthak Ahuja, who is a very, very famous content creator. That's how I would like to address him. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. I request you to kindly come up on stage. The podium is all yours. You won't want to use the hand. This one? Sure.
Good evening, all. Good evening. Thank you for mentioning that. I quite hate the word influencer. I quite do not like being addressed as an influencer. And
it's printed influencer over here, but I was like, no.
And I wouldn't just say influencer. I'd use that term also for content creator. And I think the reason for that is it's very reductionist. It's very reductionist from your own identity. I remember back in the day when I was in kindergarten, every night when I would go off to sleep, my mom would ask me, "Beta, what do you want to be when you grow up?" And one night I would say, "An ice cream man." And she'd say, "Go off to sleep." Yes. The other night I'd say, "Astronaut." A third night I'd want to be police. And when being born to two CA parents, when I'd literally run out of all career options, this one night I happened to say chartered accountant without really knowing what it really means. And my mother was so elated. She patted my back and she said, "Wah, mera beta, give me a chocolate." I remember. And I realized the day you say you want to grow up to be a chartered accountant, you get a chocolate. And I kept saying that a little too often. So as you can all see, I was kind of doggy trained into becoming a CA, right? Soon after school, I ended up doing my CA, CS, CMA, was fortunate enough one day being written about in newspapers like the Business Standard and Financial Express as the youngest Indian to have gotten 4 degrees by 23, went on to ISB, got a gold medal there. But somehow, despite having run an investment banking firm for the past 8 years, raising millions for startups, today most people possibly know me as someone who creates content online, not realizing that that's not really my identity. Content is just a top of the funnel marketing exercise to actually get leads and generate a lot of business for my core business, which is into investment banking and business consulting. And when I think about it, this is not just a grouse I have. If you think about it purely from the semantics of the word influencer or content creator, it's actually a very positive word. I mean, I don't think it's derogatory in any form. The only problem, though, at the crux of it, why people don't like to be addressed is that the barrier to entry is so low that the moment you're put in the bucket of anyone picking up their phones and starting to create content without really having the expertise, the credibility, the background, the trust in a particular domain of knowledge, and start sharing it with an audience to then become a self-proclaimed expert, that really makes all the difference. And if I were to discuss this very same problem with other people who identify themselves as content creators or influencers, I'll tell you something that they all realize. In all public forums, they'll say that they've cracked the algorithm, which, mind you, changes every 6 months. But hearts in hearts, they all know that one random day, they just got lucky and blew up and got millions in following. And what they wouldn't admit to you is that every day they live with this insecurity within their heart saying, this is not going to last. This is not going to last. If the platform which could blow me up can bring me down next week, and I have absolutely no control over it. And let me tell you something interesting. There was this one brand recently, it's in apparel. They decided to partner with influencers for influencer marketing. But instead of paying them money to post about the brand on their social media audience, they said, you know what, there is no monetary compensation for this, but we want you to model wearing our jeans. And if you do that, we're going to put it up as a holding in Bombay. But there is no monetary payment for it. All influencers lapped up at the opportunity. They modeled for the brand. They took pictures. They put up hoardings all across Bombay just for 2 days, mind you. And those influencers came, clicked pictures of it and put it all across social media for an entire month saying, look, Ma, I'm on a hoarding. Now, this is just to tell you that despite these people really having the reach, what they need is the validation of traditional media, because what that brings to their profiles is credibility, trust, which is built over consistency with expertise, with background, and with depth. If I explain a business model in 60 seconds online, I know what all I'm purposely leaving out to actually trigger people, to get them to comment on me saying you haven't covered this aspect or you don't know this aspect and you're ignorant. But in the process, actually triggering the algorithm to make me reach more people. So, you know, social media is actually a game where people play on not disclosing enough information, putting out polarizing content to divide people. Which is why when a lot of these influencers launch their digital products and the audience does not buy, what are they left with? Because they don't have credibility. I think the opportunity for them in the future is only going to be to probably go into politics, because what they are being trained by the algorithm is just to create polarizing content, which gets them following from a certain sect of people. And if you can't take money from people, the only thing you can monetize that on is through a vote bank in politics. But I think here lies one major difference. The biggest money-making opportunity I really see in the media space right now is not really through advertising. I'll give you an example of this one homemaker lady from UP. I won't name this wonderful lady, but she used to enjoy cooking. And she realized, okay, I want to start teaching cooking online. I want to teach how to make pindi chole and shahi paneer. But then who's going to pay for her course when all of these recipes are actually available on YouTube for free? So she just changed the value proposition a little. She said, you know what? If you want to start a cloud kitchen today, or if you want to start a restaurant today, I will teach you how you can cook these recipes in bulk for 100 people at one go and keep your taste and your recipe consistent day after day after day. And I kid you not, this lady is selling this course purely from the comfort of her home at over 65 lakhs per month, every single month. And her performance marketing spend on this is less than 20%. And that's just one out of several examples. Now, I'll tell you what is happening with content creators when they launch digital products, which in a lot of cases are educational products. What they realize is that there are no sales. Despite them getting a reach, the sale will actually come through trust and credibility. Which is why they're also willing today to pay to be on the cover of a particular magazine, because that would give them trust, which will help them with sales of their course or their product. So I think, as all of us would have seen examples of possibly a VC circle and a bunch of others who are actually launching a lot of courses, I think magazines today have the credibility. And if the reach is possibly a problem, when I look at this topic today, which is building new revenue streams, I think that credibility can be leveraged to say that we have content of depth in our industry and we're happy to train you. And if you think, why would people want to learn from you? The actual amount of spend that Indians are putting on upskilling today, which their formal education doesn't give them, to actually get a promotion in their job, is a huge gap. That's possibly a reason why companies like Masters Union today are coming up, who are not really giving you a proper degree which is recognized by the government. The reason why ISB today still gives only a certificate which is not recognized as a postgraduate program is because they've built credibility and people are willing to pay for it. So I think if we can look at, I'll also use, before I close, I'll use one example from my experience of writing a book. So over the past 2 years, I wrote 2 books, both by some benchmark. I've been told the moment it crosses 10,000 in sales, 10,000 units, it tends to become a bestseller, is an unsaid rule I've heard of, and I could be completely wrong. Both my books happen to sell more than 10,000 copies over a period of 2 years. And at a price point of say 500 rupees, it didn't really translate much in terms of royalties for me. But the moment I converted my book into a 2-day course, priced it at 10 times the price, I got 10,000 units of course sales within a single month. Why? Because actively wanting to read at 1/10 the price requires so much of mental effort today by a consumer that even if you give him the entire value at 10% of the price, he's not willing to put in that effort to sit with a tangible book and read. But why do authors today write books? Because they want to be placed at airports, which gives them branding. It helps them sell other parts of their consulting as well as educational products. So what I'm saying is that the right way for publishers and magazine distributors today to really leverage on what they've built is consistency, credibility, and trust. If by partnering with content creators who are big on social media, they could find a way to launch digital products, could be podcasts, it could be columns for your magazines, you would be incentivizing them to share your magazine on social media, create a top of the funnel with a credible brand like yours. And towards the end, there has to be an actual digital product to sell, which can no longer be advertising, because magazine revenues, what we make from advertising, will not be able to beat what the big tech social media giants can create value for the customer. So it has to be digital products. And I really think India is ready to pay for niche content be upskilled in niche content from expert brands like magazines, which are present here today. So I think with that, those were my 2 cents on some partnering opportunities that we can look at. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and may you keep creating all kinds of wonderful content that you do and influence people the right way, not the other way around.
You know, I was there in the first half. I attended first 4 sessions and attended 2 more. Then I was working, but I didn't want to miss Sarthak's session. You know, whatever he said on the stage, he said that to me privately, and I think I ended up learning a lot while interacting with him. And this year's plan, I have some of the ideas that came out of him, and 1 or 2 I've already thrown at him. He's not bitten them yet, but I'm working. So we have Sarthak. I'll tell you, he's very successful financially. So, you know, some of the things he said to you about what you can do because you have credibility. You know, he talked about how influencers want to be on the cover of magazines, how they want to be in outdoor, how they want to be at airports. He said to me in March last year, they need validation, and media platforms are good validator, and it add to their. So we have him if you want to ask him some specific questions. Otherwise, you'll have to pay at his workshop some 30,000 rupees and ask him 1 or 2 questions. So you can do it now, or maybe attend. Srini wants to ask. Srini, Sarthak is the former president of the AIM, and he has a very venerable brand called Vicatan in Tamil Nadu. It's a very big brand. And
maybe I'll just shout. Sarthak, that was very refreshing, and I know we're all tired and probably it's the end of the day, but do you have any examples of the collaboration that you've done? Have you worked with any magazines or publishers or something to, you know, to create stuff like this, or have you done that all only by yourself?
So I could speak of very few partnerships that I've been a part of, and thankfully so, because I have a full business to run at the back end, which is why, quite like other people who are creating content, I'm possibly not bouncing at every opportunity of monetizing because there's a ready running business, but things that I've done in the past which have worked out extremely well. For example, there is my publisher is this guy called Visor, goes by Visor Content Private Limited. And he said the problem with today's authors is that they don't really have the time to write. And content creators online, they create so much content every single day that if I could just collate it in an organized fashion and write it, ghost write it for you, publish the entire book for you and put it out in 3 months, I will take 50% of the profits and you keep 50%. And I felt that was a no-brainer opportunity because I could focus on creating value through the content I put out every single day. And one person could organize it for me, put it into a book, and collectively, in a way, be a co-author as well as publisher with me. So I think I've done 2 books with him, which have turned out to be fabulous. He's cracked deals to place them at airports. The royalties have been great. But what it's also helped me do is quite really organize my content in an organized fashion in the form of a book. And the moment the book was ready, I could easily foresee the next step, which is converting it into a course. So I think the organization of knowledge is one bit. This has been one collaboration. I've been a part of creating IP assets for a few brands who wanted to probably launch a podcast and needed access to, say, online distribution, which I could bring in. And they said, you could be the host of such a program. So I've hosted podcasts for them. I would also like to take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge, what Mr. Batra has been offering me a column, and I would 100% take it up, and I would love to be a part of Business World in that capacity and write a column for it. I think it would definitely add a lot to my brand as well. And there are collaborative.
Anand, whatever I honestly, because I want young people who have a point of view, deep point of view, very authentic, very credible when you get to know him. And, he's going to start writing, and he's very, very detail oriented. Sarthak, I have a question before Mr. Pareshnath, who's really somebody we all look up to. And he set up the Association of Indian Magazines, maybe 16, 17. Jada ho gaye, sir, ki 16, 17? 1. So 23 साल हो गए. right? Feels like yesterday. He'll come and give his perspective and wrap up the day. What do you think, magazine? You already talked about the credibility of the brand, and you talked about how we can go into education. Beyond that, what do you think magazine publisher or magazine platforms can do to create additional revenue streams, which is the theme of the Indian Magazine Congress of AIM?
I think essentially it's a game of content today. Funnily enough, there are so many people who are ready to pay for content. And I think there is one test that essentially applies to the Indian user. And I say this in the context of developing B2C apps that tech products try to build as well. I call it the speed Ludo test. So, you know, a lot of gaming companies were trying to sell Ludo on their platform and getting people to bet 5 rupees, 10 rupees, and then the platform would take a take rate of say 20-40% and distribute the remaining with the winner. What gaming companies cracked in India is they said, we're not going to make them play an entire Ludo game, which might last about 20 minutes. We'll cut to a speed Ludo, which is you will not know where, out of pure luck, two people playing the game on a phone, it's going to land up somewhere on the board. Your pawn lands up somewhere on the board, and you have just 1 minute to throw the die and figure out whether you win or lose. And the amount of stakes you put in are just 2 rupees, 5 rupees, and finally you win. And purely on the back of this speed Ludo test, which is microtransactions and microtransactions in the form of money as well as time, they're able to really make a lot of money because people don't feel the pinch today paying 5 rupees, you know, on accessing an article that they would love to read or accessing a particular video which they think will add a lot of value to their lives. So I think for magazines today, they will 100% have to move on to video content because that's just the consumer trend and you can't fight it. You can't fight it. I've been a purist for years thinking I have to read or I have to learn using reading books. And I think I possibly do that only to ensure that I can focus my attention on something for a couple of hours. But apart from that, I think a lot of my learning in depth comes from watching video. So if the consumer is moving there, I think magazines will have to move to video, will have to move to creating a lot of content on YouTube, on Instagram through the speed Ludo test, and then work on microtransactions. That if you want to learn this one concept in 15 minutes, pay 5 rupees and unlock this. And I think there are enough and many examples of apps who are trying to sell podcast stories and series online, audio series, which really are making lots and lots of money by just selling this kind of micro payment based microtransaction content.
Thank you so much, Anurag sir, for coming and asking these valuable questions. Thank you so much to you as well for sharing your insights. And this event today was about discussing how content creators can work with magazines. Well, it just happened. We would love to see him writing, you know, columns for BW Business World, and you don't have to pay 30,000 for that. Then you can still get, you know, hold of the insights. Give it up for him once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, moving in very quickly. We had this very interesting session. Now it's time for the closing note. May I please request Paresh Nath sir, Delhi Press, to kindly please come up on stage for the closing note of this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Indian Magazine Congress 2024. Sir.
Good evening, everybody. It is very difficult to say something at the end of the very grueling day. And I'm very glad that lots of us are still present. Indian Magazine Congress has done a great job by collecting people from all kinds of all fields and guiding us, the magazine publishers, on how to go about in these difficult days. In my 50 years of more than 50 years, I've seen ups and downs. And yes, we feel a lot of pinch today with the shrinking circulations and shrinking revenues. But I am still hopeful that the magazines will remain, because these are editors' voice. These are edited versions of what is happening around. What you generally see is the noise which you see on a street corner. The magazines are different. They are different from TV. They are different from social media. They are different from even newspapers, which do not have one voice or one idea behind them. Today we had learned a lot from people who are managing digital world, those who are running advertising agencies, those who are influencers. And I believe each one of us has given us some guidance, and especially the session where Shashi Sinha and MB were there, and they told us that we should join together and make a concerted effort to sell the magazines as a brand to advertisers rather than one individual magazine or one individual publication house. Perhaps that was somewhere in our mind when we started Association of Indian Magazines in 2001. And I'm glad that today we have come a long way, and I can see that all of you have learned a lot today, and I hope that such events will continue to guide us. I will only hope, wish ourselves a very good time in future. Thank you. I will not stand in between you and the dinner. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, closing note था सबसे ज्यादा जोर से तालियों की गूंज होनी चाहिए for Paris, sir. Please give it up. And I'll request everybody over here in this room to stay back. Of course, the conference and everything, we are done and dusted with that. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that we have very, very special performances coming from a very, very talented singer over here. Let me introduce her to all of you over here. I'm talking about Shubhangi Tiwari, who's a singer, composer, and vocal coach who uses her voice in the best way possible to advocate and influence for greater peace, harmony, love, and cooperation in this beautiful, beautiful planet. She's the creator of a novel genre of pop songs in Sanskrit and enjoys exploring folk music. Ladies and gentlemen, for the entertainment factor tonight, we have Shubhangi performing for all of us over here. She's going to be coming here in the next 2 minutes. So please encourage her in the best way possible so that we can have a great, great, great gala night to this wonderful day. Give it up for Indian Magazine Congress 2024, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se taali and zor se taali for Shubhangi as well, who's joining and performing for all of us. Please encourage her in the best way possible. Thank you. This is your host, Shubhajit. It's been a great day with all of you over here. Thank you so much. I'll pass it to Shubhangi. Thank you. The setup for her music is going to be, done right now.